do you have like a real fun memory that you remember with your mom?
Oh, I got very terrible thing where just, I still remember a night where I was probably like in the 8th grade, maybe the 7th grade, the second time. Okay, I look back for the second grade.
Real G's do it twice, son.
My mother used to fucking own a bar, and every night at 3, she'd come home at 3:15. And some nights she woke me up with food, some nights she just woke me up and talked to me to see how my day went. This one particular night she woke up and she was like, get dressed. There's a girl downstairs that wants to meet you. That was my mom. She's like, go downstairs. And I went down. She's like, and I'm like, my uncles, and some of my men, and fucking my stepdad, and this girl was dancing with me, and I'm like, hold on. I gotta put on this suit. And I go upstairs and put on this suit. And they're all like, go, Joey, and I'm dancing with people, and I'm dancing with this girl, rubbing her tits and shit. Finally, somebody gives me like a shot of whiskey, like in the 7th grade. And all of a sudden, they're like, take her upstairs. And I'm like, and my mom was there. I didn't make eye contact with my mom. I just held her hand. She took me upstairs to the attic, not even to my bedroom. We had an attic where she was going to spend the night. And Neil, on this day, I cannot tell you if I fucked her, ate her, kissed her. I think I just passed out. Fucking anxiety. Oh, yeah. That's the type of mom I had. She brought a girl. She took me to fight somebody once. She would pick fights. She was my Dana White. When I went to Catholic school, I go home. She's like, you gotta go home and change. You gotta fight at 3:30 in front of my boss. That first time, I told him, come back here Friday at 3:30 to fight my son. Not to go up there like 2 fucking kids. It was never ending, man, with the slave. But those years is what I'm trying to do with my daughter now, because I remember how my mom got to me. And it was just really, I finally have told my daughter a couple of months ago that she was 11 years old. And she looked at me like, man, come on, I know. Smoke come out of your mouth, you come out of the bathroom, you think I'm stupid.
She's like, everybody knows that. She's like, we have smoke coming out of our house and we don't have a chimney, Dad. Okay.
I fucking go in the garage all the time. She's like, Dad, it smells me. She goes, and I go, breaking in my house. And she's like, Dad. So I'm really being honest with her. Steps at a time. Like, I gotta break it because she got a sister. So eventually someday I found this story. Yeah. I don't want to tell her now because I don't want her to think, well, what if me and Mommy break up? You'll never see us again. So I gotta be careful. I know what I need to look at. I have to sit it down, but it's been 2 years. Yeah, right here. She's never been until I tolerate it. Yeah. So, things like that, but I miss my mom, I miss my childhood. If it wasn't for my childhood, I would have never became the first. I would have became, plain and simple. Whether it's a criminal thing, everything I did in my childhood became to help me out later on, like in some way or another. So, I have no regrets at all.
Yeah. Dang, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for just sitting down. It's just so good to just hear your voice even. I remember how much, like, when you would go on your lives, dude. Remember when Mad Flavor was going fucking live, dude, and the world lit up. You remember that? The world, people were like, Joe Coco's going live, dude. I would get texts from my friends back at home that like Coco's going live. And I thought it was like a black stripper was going to do something. I didn't know what was happening. Periscope. Yeah, when they would do Periscope. I love it. And ads, you'd be on your balcony. You can't smoke on Instagram. They'll fucking shut you down. So I can't do that stuff no more. It's been fucking, I love smoking on Instagram and stuff like that, but you can't. I haven't made a video on Instagram in 3 weeks. It's ridiculous, though. You can link, there you go.
Fucking 7 in the morning.
The 7 in the morning.
I would get up just to take a shower and go out there and smoke and talk to these fucking animals.
Oh, dude, there was nothing like it, bruh. People, dude, I remember a deaf kid even fucking called me and talked to me. He was excited about that shit, too. People fucking came out of their own diseases and malfunctions.
Understand? Get up at 7 in the morning to do that shit. At 8 o'clock, I was already 3 sheep to the fucking rim. There was a weed store that opened up at 9 that gave out babies. Studio City, he was a Jewish guy. last night. That's why I was uptight last night on stage. I was wrong tonight. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. I'm gonna drop like 800,000 milligrams tonight. Go down there and torture Joe, get some fucking barbecue.
Yeah, it'd be good. I'll be down there, man. Any chance you move in Austin? Is that just a myth? Joe throws it around,
I tell you what, for my situation now, it makes sense. I miss you. I really miss this.
Yeah, I miss you too. I'm realizing that.
I don't want to wait down here. I don't want to be down here for a week. That's too much. Days, 8, 9 cents. Get back on the way and go home. If I buy, I'll buy a condo or something, a building, just something that everything is there. Like my niece and nephew, everything. She got everything. $200 a month. Everything waits. Music, they can't cook in the building. And if I can find one of those down here, maybe get Troy Conrad in with me, maybe Lee, just somebody, if I'm not in town, they're in town, right? Watching it, enjoying it. They're not watching it. Somebody else will come in. I don't care. That's what I'm thinking. I can't buy a house down here. I don't want to do that. Because I don't want to resettle. I don't want to bring my daughter. She's settled right now. For me to remove her again. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah, I might. I do like going and doing sets, man. I did 24 sets last week.
Yeah, and then just at the other shit.
At the different clubs, 22 sets.
Where'd you go?
I went to
Red Bands.
Mothership. I went to Red Band Sunset. I went to Creek in the Cave. I went to Black Rabbit. And I think that's it. But amongst those clubs, I did I probably did 12 sets in Mothership.
Wow. Yeah, I did 3 last night. I left. I went to get tacos with my daughter. I'm dying.
Yeah.
I went to get tacos after the second main show. I wanted to do one with Barry. And yeah, to get some other Joe. I was like, no, I gotta go home.
Yeah, I went home, dude. Ended up jerking off. I didn't want to, but
I went home, smoked some pot, watched some TV. I slept good. Got up to Orleans.
I hate that shit.
Ate breakfast, went for a nice walk, smoked a joint, went right back upstairs, watched the rest of some police movie. I fucking slept. I got up, I watched that first day, came back. Yeah, I took a long shower, I shaved, making big raises and everything. I got scared in the sink. I shaved my fucking head, I cut my hair. You get out of the shower, you do all these little things. I can see myself as I'm shaving in the shower, putting all those little cotton balls all over your face, right? And you have all this fucking
Crimson freckles.
Oh. It's good to see you, brother. You too, man. I'm out of here. I'm very proud of you. What you've done, you fucking animal. I love that you have a smile on your face all the time. And I will take you up on June 1st. So you're at Beacon that Friday night?
Yeah, I'm at Beacon that Friday night.
Just one show.
Just one show. Just one.
Just one, and then you're free.
Yeah.
You stay in the city.
I can stay anywhere.
Saturday.
Let's go to one Saturday and then go to the fight.
Saturday, perfect.
Even if you don't go to the fight, it'd be perfect.
No. Saturday, we'll go because you have more time.
Yeah.
So you come home.
I'll figure it out early Saturday. Yeah.
Take the ferry right there.
No way, really? Yeah.
Drop down right down the block.
That sounds good. That's JJ Braddock Park. Finish the story about JJ Braddock. Just you, but you met him.
Yeah, he was home. Guys,
Was he still talking about fighting and stuff? Like, was he still like?
he was just, I remember his son, he had a son that was a cop. I think he's still in the town. I think they still own the house. The family still owns the house. But I never saw him box. He never coached me in boxing.
Right. But you got to see him though.
Yeah, I got to see him.
And did people like think he was like a hero?
Yeah, at that time I didn't know his full history.
Right, you were a kid.
Right, and there was somebody in our neighborhood that told us about like, and then they said if you ever go up there, one of his shows, no, never. We went up there as kids. He was outside giving like Danish $10 in his shop. That was it. Yeah, I never really saw that. I had him smoke.
yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
Don't every time I'm alone, I see somebody on the episode. Well, not this time, but 20. I fucking walked out my elevator and walked right into Magic Johnson. And he looked at me like we knew each other. I never met Magic. And he's like, hey man, what are you doing here? The question is, what are you doing here? I go, I was in LA for 23 years. You never fucking showed up one time. Now I'm in Austin. Why you a big up? He's like, hey, I want to go to the road. He's like,
That would have been crazy.
Joe's like, oh, you should have brought him. I bumped into him, started talking to him like he knew me for 10 years. I don't know how that Magic Johnson. Fucking my life. I'm like, hey, we still okay. We don't fucking know.
I know. Coco Diaz, man, I love you, dude.
I love you all my heart, brother. This is the best part of this trip.
Good to see you.
I met you last week. That's how what time tomorrow I was pissed.
Oh, yeah, because I had the wrong wig, dude.
I'm like, what? Fuck, no, you better be what? I love you, brother. Thank you very much for having me.
I love you too, man. I'm more to the book. I want to read it, man. And, thank you, man. And, yeah, I just appreciate the fact that I get to know you. It's been one of the gifts of this job.
You're my favorite guy that way. How fucking happy was he to see me? When I told that motherfucker you were down here, he lit up.
Oh, yeah.
He lit up. He was like,
You're like my favorite. It's like a warm McFish when I got him on. I can smell his breath for a couple minutes.
he had no more flies on his head.
It looked great. Robert looks cool, lean. He was excited about things. A lot more energetic than I heard me in the past. More confident.
Yeah, we all needed that break to realize what just needed breaks and times to realize what just fucking happened. And now we're ready for the next one. I love you.
So get it, love you too.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna change.
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th. Get your tickets early starting Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. local time with code RATKING. General on sale starts Wednesday, June 5th at 10 a.m. local time. As well, we have shows in Montreal, Quebec, Portland, Maine, Spokane, Washington, Belfast, Ireland, Cork, Ireland, London, United Kingdom, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas. Get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to use a secondary site. Thank you for your support. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and duck camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you.
President Trump even says Friday's show is set to millions are joining President Trump for his 40th birthday Easter on Newsmax. All this week, Netflix continues to report on President Trump. It's the facts of the national guard. Cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles
by many as an oracle, as the black crystal ball, I've heard him called. I'm thankful that he came down from the clouds today to spend time with us. Today's guest is Mr. Cat Williams.
Can't crowd this bitch.
What's up, man?
It's time. It's good to see good old Theo.
It's an honor,
The
man.
world loves you.
Well, that's nice of you to say. I feel like I can't believe I'm around you. I think I feel like you seem like a mythical figure.
Right. Well,
Like Sasquatch or like a unicorn or something like that.
yeah, and you'll still feel that way by the end. Like, I won't ruin that.
Yeah, okay.
That's the good thing about people like you and I. Like, if somebody thinks that they like us, and they think they've made a connection with this person on the screen, when they're around us, it's legitimate because it was legitimate. You know what I mean? Like if Theo Von wasn't successful, he doesn't have a different story.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's the same story. He lived that story, and that's why people gravitate to you, because there's nobody like you.
Well, thanks, man. I feel the same about you. I feel like everybody does.
And you have a statue of me at your house.
So yeah, thank you, man. Delia, thank you for letting me even do that statue. What was that whole deal like with Michaels? That's where I got on mine. It was at Michaels.
Yeah.
Did you know it wasn't a collab or what was it?
They just robbed my image and likeness as they could. Because they were doing it for religious purposes.
Oh, yes.
I allowed it to.
Well, thank you.
Wish you a Black Christmas.
Look, I'd be honored to have one. Yeah, man. Because when I met that guy there, he said we got 2 left, man. And there was 200, and one of them was marked down because it had a chip in it. But it's still, man, it's an honor. I keep it up in my house year round, and people walk in and they're like, "No way, that's Cat Williams."
It is. It is beautiful, man.
Thank you. Yeah. You have a new tour, man. I know people talk about touring and comedy a lot, and I want to know what kind of keeps you still doing comedy. Because I think when we start out, maybe it's to be funny, and then some people get to this place where they want to have a message. And do you notice that kind of tone shift in your desire to do it over time?
I don't think so. I always try to have a message, just because I enjoy the fact that while laughing and joking, you might learn something you didn't know, and I've gotten it from a comedian, and I kind of dig that. But everything else is just continuing this conversation with my fan base. Like, these are my friends that I haven't seen since the last time I was here, and here's our discussion furthering our relationship. So it hasn't felt much like work.
And is the heaven on earth, or do you believe in heaven?
Absolutely. And earth.
Yeah, all right. Fair. Touche, man. Dude, I remember when I first, when I was growing up, we just had, you learned about heaven and stuff, but all the pamphlets or whatever I'd seen at church or anything, it always had, it was mostly white folks, so right. And then I went to a black church one time. It was called Greater Starlight Baptist Church. That was in our town. And
shout out to Greater Starlight Baptist.
Oh yeah, it was nice in there. This was in Covington, Louisiana. But Slidell. Yeah, there you go. Wow. Matt Williams in the building, baby. Right. But, and that's when I realized, don't make me go Gert. Everybody's. That's when I realized, everybody's going to be in heaven. That was the first time that I realized heaven was going to be very diverse. I never thought about it. Right. And it blew my mind. I was like, oh, wow, they're going to have black folks in heaven, Asian folks, all types of folks are going to be there, you know? It's truly the only place that white people are a minority. Yeah. Is in heaven. Just because thousands of years with nobody getting to go. Yeah. Just because of fuck shit that they might not have even been involved in. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I guess I don't know if I'm starting to look forward to it. I'm excited about it. But I guess I get caught up in like a lot of worldly stuff, you know, like there's still things I want to do here, that type of thing, you know? Yeah. You still got stuff you haven't done? Yeah, man, I got some things, some different things. I would like to write a book, I think. Don't say what they are, but I'm saying just the fact that you got things that you're excited about doing, that's the joy of life. That's when you're living is so many. That's why it's so difficult for these super wealthy people to be fucking happy. Like they can do everything else, but they can't fucking be happy because they've lived all their dreams. They got everything they were trying to get. They wake up and they can't score a touchdown no matter what. Yeah, it's a terrible life. But guys like you and I that still got stuff to try and taste and, you know, things to feel and people to be around. Like, it gives life a wonderful meaning. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is something that, like, if I stay kind of motivated and I have a plan a little bit, it keeps me a lot more. Like, okay, I want to do this. I still want to try that. Yeah. And I start to think, man, I'm running out of time, too. You know, if you really like to taste different things and smell different flowers and, you know, and see what's in different gardens and stuff, then you start to run out of time. No. You don't think? No, because you had to be in the position that you're in now for you to be able to make some of these things happen. Couldn't have done them at 34 or 24 or 14 because circumstantially you weren't ready. You weren't ready financially. You didn't have the time. You didn't know that's what you wanted to do. Now at this place is when you can make those things happen. Like you can do everything on that list of yours in 2025 with no fucking sweat. And your biggest problem in 26 is I gotta have a new list. Yeah, time is one of the main things that's made up. Yeah, you think? I know. So it's just used as like a mechanism to limit our thinking. Well, don't say limit. You said that you like this thing because it gives control and it puts things in its place. And that's what time does for us, so that we're able to keep track. You know, but the less you deal with time, you realize you have the right amount of time to do everything you gotta do every day, 24 hours. And you could make it an adventure every fucking day. Like, hey, I could die tomorrow. What would that mean I would need to be doing today? How do I, you see what I'm saying? Right. Like, not looking at it like, oh, I'm running out of time. No. Dead people ran out of time. Everybody else alive. Oh, you got dirty swim trunks. Do that for me. You know, now you gonna say you got dirty swim trunks, but you ain't never been in the ocean, Joe Rogan. Bro, thank you for having a good sense of humor, man. That's what I am. I am a good sense of humor. Yeah, sometimes we forget about that along the way, man. You are. How long you want to live for, then you think, Kat? You gotta check it. You gotta. When you ever think about it? I was promised that I won't have to deal with that. So I don't consider it. I do know that, yeah, I don't have any things that I have to do in order to go out the way I would like. So that's a blessing, and about one of the best you can get. Is being okay with the body of work and the legacy and the feelings and the emotions that you left. And I still haven't done my best, like comedically. Like I'm still not my funniest. Like I'm still not working hard enough. Like I'm still not. I still haven't made a complete package of myself yet. So,
do you think some comedians start to feel like they have? And that's a trap.
Most comedians have, though. I'm saying that becomes part of the career is the fact that a lot of guys that are doing comedy right now were funny from 1995 to 2004. They're still working. They're still generating income. They're still, but their best comedy is long behind them. They're not that comedian that was thinking something was funny and writing it down and figuring a way to get this to the people. So, yeah, it happens.
What sidetracks can be? I guess it could be all types of things. What sidetracks them from being fulfilling their
excellence is difficult. But to be mediocre, there's no pressure. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you don't feel like you have to be the funniest person that this crowd has seen tonight, then, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody's going to jam you up about it. You're going to be funny. And for a lot of people, that's enough.
How do you pick you've had a lot of openers, like I've met a lot of your openers over the years here and there. How do you choose them? How do you choose these guys to win?
Whether you're, I have no need to apologize. I choose them based upon whether their point of view is unique to them. I don't care what a comedian's talking about. That's your business. I don't care what jokes you're making or how your set flows. But are you telling a story about me? Can people see this 8 minutes, 12 minutes you're going to do and know you and have a chance to like you? If you do that, then I open for me, because my allegiance is to the people out there in those seats, and I want them to see the very best comedians that I can possibly bring. Somebody they'll enjoy, whether they're male or female or white or black. Just do they come to work? Do they have a show for you? You see? Yeah, that's what I care about.
Yeah, I think when I was getting into comedy in the beginning, I wanted people to know me, right? Like I like the jokes, and I want them to laugh and feel good and see different ways that maybe I think and stuff. But I wanted to sell myself. That's what I always thought. Yeah. When I first started, I didn't think I don't want you to remember one joke. I want you to remember me, right? Like I felt like this desperate.
That's a star, though. See, you knew that you could be a star. That's different than a performer. A performer is based upon the act. What I'm saying is, magicians ain't shit unless they doing magic.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, if I see the bitches, yeah, I feel it.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
But a true comedian is above the comedy material. The jokes are secondary. You know, we like this guy, and we want to hear what this
was my favorite guy.
Yeah, but you date. Are you really?
Your house from DC.
Oh, damn, my bad. Sorry. So, but then he lives in Dayton now, though.
Yeah, he has a lot of. He owns probably $5 million worth of property out there. He's done really well.
They got a beautiful museum out there, I like too.
Dayton's a wonderful place.
They have the Air Force Museum, I think it is out there.
Because we have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
It's awesome. Yeah, they have, I think Fat Man and Little Boy are in there. Or the plane that dropped. Those are planes that dropped the bombs on. I want to say Pearl Harbor in there, maybe. It could be Hiroshima. Little Boy, Fat Man. Yeah, that's what Rogan named his the rooms of his comedy club out there.
He certainly did. The mothership.
Yeah, they really get it over there.
You feeling the pressure?
Of his interview?
No, of Austin.
Oh, moving there?
Is Austin calling?
A little bit.
Trying to put pressure on you.
A little bit. I didn't, like, at first I wanted to do my own thing, like a lot of people were moving there. But now when I'm there, it just feels like it's a fun interview. And there's people on stage, and you can go up and down that 6th Street, and you can do 5 or 6 sets of it. I mean, that's a lot of practice, and it's probably within 800 footsteps or whatever. So that to me seems really remarkable. What's on the new tour? What's it like? Like, what's it like to still go out there? What's it like to do you do it the round? What's your show like? I've been to a cabaret show.
Clearly. And what a blessing. You know what I mean?
That's true. I still have it to look forward to.
Right. We just learned we got plenty of time. You know? But it's like I don't know. It's like a festival for laughs and good energy. And there are different ingredients before it gets to me, and so you get a chance to get an overview of some of the greatest comedians around the country, and get a chance to see them. And it's hosted by Monique, and Monique is a super large figure in comedy. And then after all is said and done, then I come out and I congregate with the people for an hour. Yeah. The best thing I think is probably the fact that you've gotten your money's worth twice before I get on stage. And I think that's probably proudest.
Yeah. Were you, what do you bring with you on the road? Somebody said you bring a sound truck. Is that true?
Yes. That's my work truck.
I have a sour truck. That's why I was curious what you thought about it.
When I'm out home on the ranch, that's my farm truck. I love it.
It's fun. It feels like you're driving an email.
Oh, what?
It feels like you're driving an email. That's what I feel like sometimes. It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get forward.
Yeah, it does feel like a UFO.
Yeah. Like you'll put the gas on Monday, like you'll forward, you'll put it forward. When it stops, it's fucking Thursday. Like it's like it just hit.
Yeah, it's a unique experience. You know,
Like have you met Elon before?
No, I don't generally enjoy the company of billionaires.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I know any good billionaires.
It's not that they're not good, you know what I'm saying? I don't need to be reminded of my inadequacies. You know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What you do for fitness, man? What's your fitness regime like? You got a regime each day, or what's it like?
The ladies keep me fit. I'm heavy in sexual relations, and so
been 7 pounds under in my life.
You that little dog.
I don't. Like, I'm like 150, you know.
On the dime, maybe he'll show up.
Yeah.
He'll fucking checkmate a scale, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think I like, what have I been doing recently? Swimming. Oh, there's you playing golf right there. Damn cat out there.
So, you know, if you can get 222 without your arms ever going above your head and do it consistently where it always ends up in the fairway that you're hitting, you know, 14, 16 of 18 in the fairway, you know, this is, then you can play the game a little better.
Hanging out there, yeah. You can't get them arms. I guess at a certain point, your arms don't need to go that high in the air anyway. I'm trying to think of right.
Well, it would certainly give me more yards and a fuller thing. It's just the rotator cuffs don't allow it. So I started golfing with these 80-year-old guys that, you know,
You gotta wait. You gotta,
like, they can barely get out the car.
Yeah.
And then they come out there and outdrive you. Every shot is better than yours. Like, so they taught me how to play golf under restraint so as to not hurt myself. You know?
and how'd you bang them cuffs up? What happened with that?
What you mean?
How'd you,
I was in the midst of a push-up contest.
no way. Oh, man.
But I was probably at 200. I was doing too much.
Did you want to push up?
Yeah. And toward the cuffs both at the same time.
Rip both them bitches, man. God, boy, you better fucking pull up at a Jiffy Lube and get well, buddy.
And the guy I'm going against, because the way it worked is you could do as many as you wanted when you stop. It's my go and I got a match. You know what I mean? So
we took it to the limit.
he was a horse.
You took it to the limit, right? Yeah, maybe you could probably do some swimming safely. Maybe I can see you.
No, I'm an avid water. Yeah. I'm in the water probably more than
You that dark koi, baby, you out there.
no, I love the water.
Yeah.
I pray underwater, like, because, you know, evil can't access you underwater, you know.
Oh, that's
A lot
interesting.
of people don't.
Is that true?
Yeah. And,
That's why, baby, a child is an amniotic fluid, huh?
yeah, like water's super powerful, like a living being. I'm sure that soon in the future they will confirm for us that water is a sentient being and that, you know.
Man, it's gonna be thinking that.
Well, that's why all throughout history there was always God's water, just because it's such a powerful force.
Yeah.
God's great.
Yeah, I'm in trouble out there. I think I'm just not the best swimmer, man. I don't like to swim cap either. You know, I never like putting that cap on. That just was not something that was not God, you know.
What do you mean by not a good swimmer?
I don't like it, man. I don't like being out in there. I'm kind of a land dog. I like being on land. I respect water too much. I think I get too scared in it. That's it. I get scared in it.
Yeah, you have to have a real respect for it, no matter what, like on a boat or regardless. I guess it's one of those crazy things that, you know, it's beautiful and wonderful and it sustains life, but it has 1,000 ways to kill you. And it houses the scariest in the whole world.
Yeah, I just get nervous.
But what are you like in a jacuzzi?
I'm pretty chill, I think. You know, I'm okay in a jacuzzi, but even then, if nobody's around, I don't know if I trust myself enough not to like. If I'm thinking driving through a long puddle, I'll look at my watch and make sure everything's all right. You know,
But you had a drowning incident in your path.
I think I've just had some probably nervous experiences with it, man. We used to have a neighbor, and this guy was probably
a lot of people here, like one of them big bathtubs they had at their house, and they would make us play Navy or something. Probably yeah, but we didn't know, right? But he would have us playing Navy. And
You have more than 6 of those stories. So you can't. We had claims.
yeah, we had but he'd have us play. But it was just like a lot of
You're looking at buttholes. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, that's fucking wild.
Some of these guys were researching gay.
I don't know what they was. I don't know what they were.
We're sure what they were. You just made it through all the gauntlets, like as a participant.
Oh yeah, bro. I put a juke on a nutsack. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Give me my $4.
Bro, we grew up just at them, but back then they had some more pedophiles and wildness, I think, back then, man. People wouldn't, now it's all documented, you know?
Right.
But back then it was just, people was more, you know? I remember we had a guy, they called, one basketball coach had been like kind of tickling the kids a lot, right? And then the other guy called him, he said, hey,
that's so natural. I said that so naturally. Like that's a thing. Coaches can find themselves.
You're trying to get that 3-pointer out of you, bro. But they had, but they called him and said, hey, this Mr. Sharp, he said, you can't, if you keep tickling a kid, you can't coach him. But that was it. There wasn't like a lawsuit or anything. It was just more, you know, stern activity. Don't do it like that. But we had, I don't fucking know, man. What were we talking about? Oh, it's swimming, people. Swimming, man. Yeah, I think I just get too nervous in water. I know it's too powerful. That's what I know. Yeah. I know it's way more powerful than I am, man. Yeah. But it's so funny, like, yeah, because I could see, man. I think sometimes if I think about you, like, I could see you having like a show at a SeaWorld or something like that, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying? Man, like a cat.
No. It'll be a one night only. Because I'm letting everybody out.
Oh, you're free, bro.
This is wrong.
You're free.
Like, I'm black. I'm not going to stand here in front of a prison and do a show.
You're freeing all the black fish on everything.
All the fish.
Every fish in the ocean, bro. Free Nemo, bro. Till it's backwards, man.
I don't know what happened yesterday. Everyone's gone.
Dude, if they had one night, though,
yeah,
I'm talking a $320 ticket. It's a pricey ticket, but it's a one night only. Cat Williams and the whales, baby.
Right.
Cat, fish.
I got you.
People, bro. It'd be unprecedented, man. You know?
Indeed,
it would be unprecedented. People would love it, man.
I think people are loving the fact that you're sharing these stories.
Thanks, man.
Right.
Yeah, like
So get back to the guy in his big bathtub.
Oh yeah, Roy was his name, right?
Roy.
And he ended up in the military. But at the time, nobody knew that. You know, we were just children, and he got a whistle or something. Somebody brought him a whistle, and so he would just have us like do these like little games, whatever, you know. And so I don't know if kids were violent during that, or sometimes people would be aggressive or something. But I think maybe that made me nervous about water. My sister almost drowned one time. I thought she did drown. She didn't, but she almost drowned once. So I think just stuff like that. We would go swim in a river, and there weren't a lot of lifeguards. So I think that's super scary because, you know, you get caught with a current or something, it's just real. It can be a lot, you know.
Which river?
The river we were at, I think it was probably part of the Chifunta, like a little tributary of it.
Dirty water.
Yeah.
That's scary too.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's that kind of atmosphere, I guess, maybe. I'm trying to think what made me so scared. Hey, you know what? I don't know if I knew how to swim that great. Yeah, Chifunta River. I don't know if I knew how to swim that great, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think, yeah, people could. I would love to see you do a water to show some sort one day, venture out to that sort of thing.
I appreciate the fact that you're giving me ideas of things that are unprecedented.
Yeah, it'd be really cool, man.
Nobody else has a water show.
This episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. Do you love firing on sports? Well, Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $8. You don't win or receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. You can fire on all your favorite sports like the NBA, NFL, UFC, and many more. Instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Each player has a set projection, and you either choose more or less than that set projection. That's what I like about it. That's what makes it so unique. For example, if you think Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for more than 17 completions, you pick more. If you think Jalen Hurts is going to launch more than 22 Cubs, you pick more. If you're smart with sports and you know what players are going to perform on what nights, Prize Picks is the best app for you. With the Super Bowl on the horizon, now is the time to get in on Prize Picks. On top of the play $5, get $50 offer for all new users with code Theo. The Prize Picks group will also have a free pick live for the Super Bowl. That's right, get a free pick that you can add to your lineup. Now's the best time to get in. Use that promo code Theo and cash in those free picks on top. Thank you, Prize Picks. If you love Bitcoin or you're looking to get in crypto, then I've got the right thing for you. I've got what you need. It's MoonPay. That's what I'm introducing you to. It's the easy way to buy or sell crypto using the payment methods you already feel comfortable with. Credit card, debit, PayPal, and even Venmo. Crypto's been on a tear. And if you're thinking about diving into that digital treasure chest, MoonPay's got your back. MoonPay isn't just another player. They've got the experience to make buying crypto as smooth as a freshly paved road. Thank you, MoonPay. I've had my ups and downs with crypto. Once I got so hooked, I was checking prices more and I couldn't even feed my damn baby. I was just too busy checking prices and charts. I sold it all a few times, but like a boomerang, I'm back thanks to MoonPay. Using MoonPay's app is simpler than a one-string guitar, and it's available on iPhone and Android, so you can always have MoonPay in your pocket. So if you're looking to get into crypto, there's no better place than MoonPay. Head over to moonpay.com/THEO, or you can access them in any of your favorite crypto wallets, such as Exodus, Phantom, MetaMask, or Trust Wallet. This is not financial advice, I want to remind you. Trading crypto carries risks, and you could lose your investment. MoonPay is here to facilitate, just like I am, not to advise. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys, first-time boot buyers. Born in Texas in 2015, Tecovas makes it easy for anyone to find their perfect boot. Every one of Tecovas boots are handcrafted with over 200 meticulous steps for broken-in comfort right out of the box. Now I'll say that Tecovas sent me a pair and I'm enjoying them. I like the width of the actual foot. It's not, I had me another pair and it's too narrow. My feet get all nervous and they're all tight, all just like they're just in a very small parking spot. But now with them Tecovas, baby, it's really, my foot feels perfectly settled. Right now, you can get 10% off at tecovas.com/THEO when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/Theo. Tecovas.com/Theo. See site for details. Tecovas. Point your toes west. Were you affected by the fires? Did you have any damage? was talking to him. He said, "Hey, do you want me to go to your apartment and get your? I got a Jeep Cherokee out here, so you want me to go get it in case the winds change it?" And I said, "I think it's gonna be okay." And I said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm going to an audition." And it was just so wild. He had places that were completely disappear off the earth, and then you have a guy who's going to an audition at the same time. Just that there's so many things happening at once in this city. It's like part of it is so affected, and some of it is unaffected. Kind of just was a thing trying to be.
Yeah, I feel that way every time I watch international news. Just you watch another country's news and see all of the stuff that they're going through that we never hear about or know about. It's crazy. But LA is just so massive of a city,
Yeah, it's like a state almost in a way.
Right, like LA is like a collection of 100 cities. That makes sense.
That's a good point. I never thought about it like that.
Hollywood and Encino and Beverly Hills and all Compton, Gardena and Inglewood and also in Torrance and the city of Manchester. And all of these places are fingers and pieces in the body that is LA. So there's no way for 6 or 7 of those parts to be going through pain and the body to be okay. But by the same token, it has to be. You know what I mean? Like, if you break your finger, the rest of your fingers still got work to do. You know what I mean? Like,
Sometimes I think about what it would be like if I were like another ethnicity, You ever imagine like that, like if you was an Asian guy, if you could handle it? You ever had dreams like that when you're Asian?
I'm not sure if you have those when you're black. Like, I'm saying I was born black, so I was born a superior being, a superb specimen, if you will, as far as human creations are concerned. So I never wanted to be anything other than that. I wanted to know how other people felt. So I didn't know.
But you never like thought I want to be that?
No.
Yeah.
No. But maybe some of that is because I didn't think that was possible. I didn't see it from a negative perspective. I saw it from a positive perspective, right? You know what I mean?
Like I'm in the driver's seat. It'd be cool to be a passenger, but I like the seat I'm in. That makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't think that Chinese people were having more fun doing things, or I thought they were doing different things. And I was interested in knowing what those were, but it never dawned on me that they might be better. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I had white friends that were admirable, but I didn't imagine being white, and I didn't think that they imagined being black either. But you have a great imagination, which is what makes you world class. Like, you have to have that. Because I heard you tell the story. Another story.
Yeah, because I think about that a lot, I guess, of what it would be like to be different ethnicities, if I could handle it. If I would think it was fun.
I don't think that you would be as different from yourself as a white guy, as you imagine that you would be.
Oh, you would just be kind of the same, but just a different shape.
Right.
I would like, if they ever, I don't know what I'm trying to culture vulture, whatever, but I would like, if they ever give you, if they do, if they let people, if I get to do reincarnation, I would put in an application under that.
Okay, so let's work this out. Let's work this out because if reincarnation is real, you have some say in it.
Right, that's right, because you probably get to apply or talk to the manager.
I'm saying there's nobody else's opinion that will be more valued than yours, right? So let's decide. So where are you coming back? What do you want to try first?
College, ethnicity,
don't go right to black.
Okay, I'll wait at least around or whatever. I will do. I don't know if what I do. Asian seems so. Because it feels easy to do. I hate to say that. You see it. That's crazy. Sorry. Okay. Yes, I said it. Asian people. Oh, I would be Mexican. Mexican seems cool. You're kind of almost you're like a little black or whatever, but you're just.
Right, what was his name?
Oh. The first Mexican that we ever had in our school.
No, Constantine.
No, Nicholas.
Right. So you at least have some experience.
Yeah.
Like, you know how you could show up. You could be a hero.
Yeah.
Not get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, I would go easy into it. I wouldn't let anybody know that I had been there, that I was, it was my first time. I think you'd have to be, because sometimes I believe you have first times as a human, even like you meet some people, it's like, oh, this is this person's first time meeting a soul. Like, this is a damn newborn,
Right.
And then you meet some people, you're like, damn, this person is a sensei, this person is,
They've been here before.
But yeah, I wouldn't go do black first, man. I would definitely keep that for like I would be honored to do it if they let me do it. That's what I would say.
I don't speak for the entire delegation, but
and I would do my best, man.
We would be again as a black guy, we would be honored to have you come through,
apply
our path. And the only reason I said don't do it first is just because there are certain things that go along with it that you just don't know how you handle it, until you got the dick of a horse, and then you just gotta figure this thing out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you got a parallel park, even probably tougher.
Everything is different.
A little bit different, I'm sure. But yeah, I don't know if I'd go along. I would like to. Especially if I got to bring a friend, I would definitely do it, man. I'm not good.
You don't get to bring a friend. So you make new friends with each of these hills.
I know. See, I want to just accept safety. Same reason I don't want to be in the water. It's just when I feel risk, it makes me. I think it makes me feel nervous.
Right, but nervousness was created for that. Nervousness is a good thing. You're supposed to feel that, but that doesn't dictate whether you continue. And then you can get a hold of that, understanding that nervousness doesn't mean stop. The yellow light doesn't mean stop. The yellow light means be cautious, right? And so when you feel those nerves, understand those nerves mean, okay, don't fuck around.
golfer that looks like you and has the name you gave him, and he's really gonna go out there and do this 18 on whistling straight. And you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Then I go and get in my podium one sim racer and I pick the car of my choice, and I'm an actual racer. So that those experiences located in that console, that's this experience here on Earth that we're all able to share, and that's what would make that reincarnation possible. It just means yesterday I played that game. Today I'm logging in this experience. So yeah, certainly the universal college. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I forget, I get caught up in the minutia of things, you know, and I forget to kind of have this bigger breath of like, this is an experience. It's not an experience in which you're winning, right? And an experience in which you're in a better position than others who have been in this same. You are excelling in a life in which you very well could turn out to be nothing. Yeah. Or another statistic, or just another forgotten body in a ditch. And those were the hazards, right? And you, the Olam, made it through all of that and negated all of those horrific possibilities and are here in this position, the best you've ever been, you know. And those are the facts. And if we tell ourselves more of the facts in our head, then we don't hear so much negative, you know. If we try and just focus on telling ourselves the facts, of how good we're doing, like, we're much too hard on ourselves. Oh, yeah, I feel that all the time, man. Yeah, I feel like I don't know any other way to be almost sometimes. Like, not in a bad way, but yeah, I feel like it's this constant sentence, you know, you gotta. I feel like there's always been this to-do list that I don't even make, and it's just always been there. It doesn't make any sense to you. That's how I feel all the time. Right. Like, oh, I gotta do, you know, stuff to prove, you know, constant improving. This, all winners have that disease. It's self-inflicted. It's for you. It's you doing that. And there's nothing wrong with that harsh management. It's what gets you to the point that you're at. But if you have animals, you know that a relationship doesn't do good if just control works. Just sit and stay, and there needs to be connection fostered, and treats are the best for learning, you know, and so treat yourself with those type of things as well. Like, don't forget to remind yourself of all of the people that you tell stories about, and the fact that that was it for them. That little piece of the story you told, like, they didn't get back. Like, they didn't then change some stuff and go like you did. Yeah. Do you feel like who was like a role model when you were growing up? Do you think you got some of your own influences from? Do you think it was from people like actually humans in the world, or do you feel like you had kind of like divine thoughts that came into your head, or guidance? Like, where did that kind of stuff affect you, like when you were younger? Do you feel like I got it all from books? Like, I got it all from books. What are you smoking, Ken? Sir, mother, you smoke? If it's not pot, I can smoke it. It's right. He said if it's not pot, I can smoke it. It's for certain pot. Oh, it is, yes. Damn. Yeah. Sorry, you needed this. is not even available in this place that we live in. What? California. LA. They don't have Newports here? Yeah, they're not allowed to do methadone. So racist. Yeah, it's weird. You can burn down a whole town. You can't have a deal. Right. Right. And your blackness begins. Yes, sir. Sorry, is that it? Not a lot. Yes, sir. We had some cool black kids growing up in our area, bro. Right. Right. Your basketball team picture is just so wonderful. Oh, thanks, man. Cal Jackson on there, Don Galanis, he had a child. Number 34, our basketball picture. We had a lot of good kids in there, man. Shout out James Gray, his dad rented a car on our tire place. He was in there. There's Vincent. He got all the ladies. Vincent, man. And Johnny, that's Big Johnny, he was damn 11 feet tall, baby. He had birds living on his shoulders, baby. He was up there. But we had a lot of cool kids in our area. That's how we know everything is perception for you. You know what I mean? Because you gave two whole different sizes for two niggas that's the same size. You can see they ain't the same size in the picture, though. He doesn't let that change his story. One of them was 7'7". He was buried in all the trees. The other one was 6'1". Here they are together. Bro, Johnny was so tall, he had windows on the side of his head, but he was tall, man. No, you were kneeling down. Countless stories. Yeah, that's true. Always kneeling down, man. Yeah, but these experience, like, no matter what, like, that dude, number 34, like, we want to hear his stories. Yeah. Like, we know he's got stories, and we want to know if he'll tell the stories, and the fact that that's what you do. That's why. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for the nice words. I appreciate it. You do a great job, too, man. Thank you for all the joy over the years. You just bought a military base, is that right? Yeah, formerly Fort McClellan. Fort McClellan, and was it an active base till recently, or? I think it decommissioned in 1999. What's it like up there? Magnificent. Magnificent. It's going to be one of the greatest things that I personally have ever done. But it's, this is it. That's the front side of the beginning of the campus, which is 30 buildings. 3 million indoor square feet, 4.5 miles of roads. Like, you know, we got the best parts of the base. They had chemical testing and stuff. We don't have those parts of the base. That's Department of Homeland Security. But yeah, we just have a wonderful, blessed base at the foothills of the mountains, and it's really magical. And I was able to see what Tyler Perry was able to do with 200 or 300 acres of military base, and how you could make a movie studio out of that. And so it hit the news recently, but I purchased it years back. Yeah, I've had it, so we've been working. Was that a tough step to like take that? Like, okay, we can get this and we can do this. Like, did you reach out to Tyler Perry? Because I know he has, like, in Atlanta, he has an amazing space. Like, he may have many spaces now. This was 3 years ago. I went to a space at a train or something, and they were unbelievable. No. I wasn't looking dinner now for assistance. Like, we can do this. I just needed to be able to have a home where great movies and entertainment product could be made without any of the shenanigans that are generally involved with Hollywood, and be able to crank them out. And that all it needs to do is be good. If it's good, we're going to make it. And so, even though it might have appeared from interviews of me that this guy just loves tearing people apart, really, we're trying to create something where they can provide a platform for a lot of people to show what they do. So, yeah. So it'd be a place where you can make other people's kind of dreams come true, like with film, television, that's right, where you can just basically have a great script and a great cast and leave your troubles at the door and walk out with the movie. Hell yeah, in the can. You know what I mean? Like, no, I like that. Doing things yourself. Yeah, because they'll let the comedy movie industry die if we allow it. You know what I mean? And nobody in the fan base ever said, "Hey, we don't want any more funny movies." Nobody said that. None of the fans ever were like, "Hey, we're tired of laughing and boo to the cop." No one ever said that. They just decided, we make more money in the superhero action department. Let's just do all those. You know what I mean? And so it'll just take for somebody in the comedy sphere to start producing funny shit. There we go. Do you already have projects kind of on tap? Yeah, we got a slate. I'm not allowed to really answer that question, but yeah, like it's a great location where it is. Like it's an hour and a half from Atlanta, more or less. It's 45 minutes from Birmingham, and I love that area, and they're so thirsty to be involved. That we have equal thirst, so everybody wants it to work, and so it will. Yeah, that's exciting, huh? It is. Well, you have kind of your hand in on most of the projects, kind of like. Is it a weird question? It's kind of not necessary for how it's set up. It's set up in much of the way the grocery store is set up. So my job is just to make sure that all of the food that we sell in this grocery store belongs in this grocery store. These are, I'm saying, good quality. Oh, we get it in there. They love that. Yeah, the cherry plums. Yeah, they love that. And once that barrier is crossed, then we're just trying to make the best project for you and to make your smaller budget be able to compete with the larger budgets. Yeah, because comedy don't need a really big budget either. It just needs to be funny. Yeah, it needs to be funny, but it also can't be under budgeted though. See, it can't. It's gotta be professional. Yeah, it cannot look cheap, regardless, which means it can be. And that goes to the equipment and to the lighting, and that's why you need hundreds of acres of space to be able to have all of have it like they're building an amphitheater, and we have sound stages and a whole auditorium, and hell yeah, that's instead of seeing a view of the cars, that's on the deck, really, like instead of waiting to get dealt the cards, that's like saying we're gonna have something you do well. Hey there, this episode's coming at you courtesy of Blinds.com. Window treatments. They ain't just about keeping your nosy neighbor Todd from peeking in while you eat your cereal shirt. Nah, man, the right window treatments could actually save you some cheddar on those energy bills. That's right, less sweat, more pressure in your pocket. But here's the rub. Getting them the old-fashioned way? What a nightmare. Some dude shows up at your house with a vibe you don't trust, throwing out quotes that sound like he's trying to fund his kid's private schools. Like, man. Well, Blinds.com flipped the script. No weird home visits, no pushy salespeople. Instead, they got these virtual consultations with design experts who can help anytime, anywhere. So here's the deal. Head on over to Blinds.com right now to unlock an exclusive discount. That's right. They're hooking up our listeners with $50 off purchases of $500 or more with any meeting at checkout. Don't sleep on this deal. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. You know the drill. Blinds.com. Maybe they're changing the window game one shade at a time. You know that Valentine's Day is closing in quicker than a box of discount candy canes after Christmas. Let's be honest, we've all been there, rocking a 5 o'clock shadow at noon, looking like we're auditioning to be that scruffy sidekick in a rom-com nobody remembers. Not this year. That's right, this video is sponsored by Manscaped, the brand trusted by over 11 million men worldwide for their trimmers, hygiene, and shower formulations, and premium boxers. Whether you're a first-time trimmer or a grooming guru, the Handyman in the special edition Rocket Man colorway from Manscaped is the secret weapon you need in your grooming arsenal. Set your sights on the legendary smoothness this Valentine's Day and lift off with the Handyman Rocket Man today. Use my promo code Theo and you'll get 20% off and free international shipping at checkout. That's 20% off plus free international shipping with promo code THEO at manscaped.com. Happy Valentine's Day. What, are you married or not yet? I have wives, but no. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a happy man. Yes, I thought I didn't think a lot about getting married, but I don't know if it was just like an outside pressure that I feel, or if it's just like something I would like to have that family, you know, like that. You know, I think you always have like an idea of what a family is, you know. Sometimes I feel like that's something I wanted to try to make happen. You know, it seemed like it would be a real challenge. Scared of marriage, but I was scared of divorce. Like my parents didn't get divorced. My parents are still together. Oh wow! Like so I always felt like you only do this one time, you know. And I was always more happy of the bullets I had dodged and the people that I thought I would have married her. Like I was ready to marry. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you see them years later, you're like, right? You're like, oh my God. So yeah, happiness is what I'm after, not titles or idealistic situations. It's like I just want to provide happiness and be provided that as well. And if you can get that situation, regardless of when it's called, that's you get too stuck on the maybe some of us do get too like feeling like I have to fill in the blanks as opposed to what do I really want to create, you know. Like, or being like, what if I didn't get married? What would people think? You know, sometimes I get that stuck in my head, you know. Yeah, I guess it's normal, but yeah, like like I don't. I would hate to be put in a situation where I have to cheat on somebody, and I kind of feel like it was the boy. Yeah, I don't want to set myself up for her. That's a good point too. I don't want to set myself up for a situation that would be uncomfortable for me, or I would hurt somebody else's feelings. Yeah, that's something I would not enjoy. But remember, in your next life, you got a black woman coming, so things are gonna change. Oh Lord, things are gonna change. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. God. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have you experienced black woman. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I haven't dated just a black. She wasn't our best representative. No. I mean, there's a cute black lady I met at the airport that if I see her again, I think I would try to ask her out, but I haven't seen her again. But I would be open to dating a cool black lady. Oh no, let's talk specifically about this one you're talking about. Yeah, she just looked like really confident and nice smile and pretty eyes, and I was like, man, there's just something about her. Okay, all right, and she was where? That I admired. She was working at the airport. So she was a worker. She liked to work. She doesn't mind work. Hey, they're beautiful. Which airport was this? This was at LAX. Yeah. So she was TSA approved too, So yeah, if I see her again, I would try to. No. We're seeing her again. Okay, we're seeing her again because you have this feeling already. You're only saying it like, well, I might not say that. You're going to see her again. Absolutely. That's correct. Fantastic. She might. No, she's not watching. She might be watching. I don't know. She might be watching. Do you do that? You put things like in. Do you like do that? Like speak things into existence type of thing. I'm not powerful enough to do that, but I don't ignore things that I see in existence. So what I'm saying is, I'm not going to ignore the fact that you're not saying abstract. And, if I saw a black woman that did something for me, I'd ask her. No, you actively saw one. Yeah. This is recent. Yeah. And it's going to be life changing. Yeah. Are black women a lot different? Yes. Like, black guys, right? Yeah. Black women are nothing like black guys. Like I don't want to put so much pressure on this lady at the airport, but she doesn't know we've had this conversation. No, magnificent creatures. Okay. In slavery, black women were appreciated. You understand how difficult that is? Yeah, that's some hard shit to pull off. I hate you guys. But no,
is. Right. We've said it.
We are. We said it.
Yeah.
Well, you had a lot of last year. It seemed like you had a lot of predictions last year. You kind of became this oracle last year. Did you feel that? That people came to you, they almost became kind of like this, like a little bit like a crystal ball.
I'm honored to get to say the things that I say when I'm saying, and because you know that I operate from a positive first standpoint in all things. Like, I assume that it's going to work out for the best, and I understand that if it is for the worst, then I'm prepared to handle that as well. But yeah, so
Did you start to worry any about your own safety and stuff? Because it seemed like you really had some moments where you're kind of, almost channeling truths into the world.
Addressing testosterone is crucial for maintaining overall health and reducing activity. But 100% natural capsule that takes receptors what kind of changes are we seeing?
He came down to say, that bitch, close candy. YouTubers.
Go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer.
Look at his pictures now.
If you need over $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Sell and get cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else. Go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get it answered in minutes. WeFixMoney.com. Up to $5,000. Go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
All right, you guys, we're going to jump right into this with no introduction. There's a lot that I would like to
She
speak
just
with you
does a
guys
live
about.
stream, which is
Can't wait to hear
super
your
impressive.
feedback. A lot of lies that are being put out there, narratives that I would say are half truths or just misrepresentations entirely. And I don't really see the reason for that. First and foremost, to let you know, last week was not a dream. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. And he was publicly executed. I want to make that clear. Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world. And as we're all searching for answers, the ones that are being supplied to us are not making a lot of sense. And some people, I would say, are speaking too much. Or speaking on behalf of other people. I don't like it. We'll say something that I think brought the world a lot of relief, also, sadness. We were grieving with her, was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, addressed not just the nation but the entire world. Her words were very powerful.
Didn't hear.
We just have a very brief portion of her remarks, which you should
I hate that fucking thing in the back, the fucking stretcher in the back.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea.
I'm sorry.
You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife.
No, I like this girl.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
Shema, Yisrael, Adonai.
To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Beautiful, powerful words. Really had just one wife. What we got to see across this weekend is that there were so many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout their lives, and of course have been deeply moved by this tragedy and what she is describing there. That fire, a lot of us are feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I had a very tough weekend. I will say this, my entire life I've not been much of a crier. It is not choice emotion. I'm not a person who bursts into tears. Many people are like that. This weekend, I didn't just cry, I wept. I wept for Charlie, obviously. I didn't make it through the tribute to him on Friday. And for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah, I watched my friend get shot in the neck. That's what happened. I just want to say that he was publicly executed again for the world. The question is why, right? When you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving right now at a lot of anger. The audacity of some people. It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions I'm having, wanting to respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. And it just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And I kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power, and it felt appropriate to reach out to DA, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song. When you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you know you are capable of becoming. Inside of a matrix, when you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song. The question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power? I told you guys that Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation at the end, and all of the usual suspects were really angry that I hinted towards that when he made Charlie say that. They were attacking me, trying to make me fearful, to speak out and speak about things that I know. I'm not feeling very fearful right now. I am, like I said, very angry. And I found, Charlie's favorite portion of the song. I'll show you the text between him and I. because this feels very relevant right now. This is, again, lyrics directly from the song Power, but I just needed time alone with my own thoughts. Got treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault. My childlike creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me. Taking my inner child, I'm fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. That's a moment where he is really speaking about what it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what, and they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself. And I want to be very clear that I believe, in fact, I know that towards the end, Charlie was fighting for custody of himself. I want to say that. I want to say that plainly, and there are lies that are being told and they need to be slapped down right now. There's one person who's been out there acting like he is a widow, just saying the absolute most, tweeting first about what happened to Charlie, following it minute to minute, and doing hits in a foreign country, like making time to do hits on Fox News, 2 of them. Bibi Netanyahu was fighting, I think, like an 84 front war with everyone, made a lot of time for Charlie Kirk. You would have thought they were the best of friends, as close as him and Trump were. But I will say I don't recall Erica mentioning Bibi Netanyahu in her speech. The way he's presenting it is like he was this is just the worst loss for him, but I don't think that is the truth. In fact, I know for a fact that he is misrepresenting some things that happened there towards the end. So let's at first listen to what Bibi Netanyahu just one day, less than 24 hours after Charlie died, what Bibi Netanyahu had to say on Fox News. Take a listen.
We're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son, actually, and his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. He was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place, but he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people. That Charlie kind of made it almost sound like he died for Israel. I mean, Trump's account even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag with an AI used. Like this is just who Charlie was. He says Judeo-Christian values. He spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Again, you would think he was busy fighting this 97,000 front war, but no, he's letting you know that he just randomly picks up the phone and calls Charlie Kirk and invites him to Israel. How did maybe do that? It seems like maybe there's a little more to the story. No, there definitely is a little bit more to the story. First and foremost, across that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences. Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents. That in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech, here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened. Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. First, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that will also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But, like, some of the message you saw, and you've seen how I've been treated by some, not by some.
It's very irritating.
You hear him?
It's been so unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith isn't allowed to criticize Israel.
No.
Both sides, the Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper-paranoid state because they're at war and war tends to make things black and white. And you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's my charitable kind of over-compensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
No, it's sensible to be dumb, and he was increasing amount of pressure, people telling him, oh, well, you know, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were threatening to pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, but Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest. How could Charlie allow these? How could he allow Dave Smith? How could Charlie allow this other position to be the stage? Because obviously when people start to hear the debates, what Dave Smith is saying sounds so rational, but it was up to Charlie to not allow those things to happen. And that amount of pressure towards the end, as you see that conversation he had with Meghan was just a month before he lost his life, really, I would say, reached a pinnacle of sorts on the matter of what Tucker Carlson actually said on that stage. Tucker Carlson, while he was on that stage at Turning Point, brought up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a billionaire, obviously. He's also an extremely litigious billionaire. And Bill Ackman was on Charlie about comments that Tucker Carlson had made on that stage. Tucker Carlson specifically asked the question, where does Bill Ackman's money come from? You know, who is this guy? Actually, who is this guy that has this much influence? And like I said, Bill Ackman was not happy about this. And so I would like to contextualize Bibi. Again, these are things Bibi brought up publicly, which he didn't have to. He didn't have to bring up the letter. He didn't have to bring up the phone call, but he chose to do this less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. Personally, Bibi, I would have appreciated if you guys used all of your spying on us for years. to maybe track down the killer, but I guess this is where you thought it was best. A little propaganda for Israel would be better than us helping us track down the killer. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu, that phone call that took place was a couple of weeks ago before Charlie lost his life. Charlie was in the Hamptons, and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman, because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel, this is not the route that you should going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, quote unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset, and threats were made. That is what I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you, and he did not provide the receipts. And this is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking very sensible questions about Israel, as someone who had dedicated her political life to supporting Israel, many times alongside Charlie Kirk, I was met with the very same pressure. And just like Charlie was being invited to Israel, I was invited somewhere else. And when this arrived to me, it felt like a threat. You know, I gotta tell you that. It felt like a threat. Like, not like, hey, come here and we can educate you because you're my friend. More like, this is your last chance. That's how it felt to me. I can't speak to how it felt to Charlie. And I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment. A ton of money. Even funded, you know. Spent tons of money. Turning Point, I guess, if it needs to go to a higher level, would have gone to an even higher level than it already was at. And I know for a fact that Charlie denied that funding. That Charlie denied, what Bibi didn't include there, he declined to go to Israel for, I would describe this as like, you know, re-education camp. You know, we've seen it. You may not know, but we can help you. You know, we just need you to come out to Auschwitz and take a picture. Yeah. We just need you to come to the Holocaust Museum and take a photo. We just need you to go to Israel, and we can make this better. Charlie said no to Bibi. Okay. Bill Ackman, if you would like to dispute that, I would love to hear what you say happened, because our sources and what we have, it's solid. Okay, there were conversations that took place, messages that were sent at that time, and they are solid. So I decided another person that was there, and I am not surprised this person was there. If you've been listening to my show, Seth Dillon. So I Seth Dillon, and I decided to message him last night about this Hamptons meeting. And Seth Dillon, who is normally very quick with a response, has not yet been able to respond. I'll show you this text message chain. And I want to be clear, I am not someone who normally publicizes text messages. But my friend was shot in the neck, and I'm just not really in the state right now to be polite when it comes to the answers that I am demanding, okay? This is me out to Seth Dillon last night. I sent him Bill Ackman's tweets because, you know, he tweeted, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. I said, any comment on this one, Seth? He didn't answer last night. This morning I said, need a comment ASAP, please. He didn't answer. Then I followed that up and I said, trying again, you were present when Ackman lost his mind on Charlie and when Bibi invited him to Israel and Charlie refused. Text messages immediately following this meeting are circulating. I find Ackman's statement as though the meeting was somehow cordial to be incredibly disturbing. Are you at all disturbed by that tweet? Do you feel, as I do, that this tweet significantly betrays the defined purpose and mood of his, and I presume your, final meeting with Charlie Kirk? Question mark. He was unable to speak to me, but he did place some frantic calls to Turning Point USA. Yeah. You see, I went out to Seth, but I also went out to two other people who were at this meeting, and nobody is willing to go on record. They're all messaging each other, trying to figure out a coordinated response to say that, no, this was all quite cordial, but no one wants to go on record and describe it as cordial because they know someone's leaking, because someone's got a guilty conscience about what happened at the Hamptons. So, I will again put it out there. Seth, Bill Ackman, and to the other individuals who I have not yet named, but who are going to be named later this week, we're at the Hamptons when Charlie was put under pressure, when Bibi Netanyahu called him and invited him to Israel. Again, in a move that would have happened to me, it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, felt to me like a laced threat. I am inviting you guys, I will give you my platform, actually, to come clear matters up and tell us what really happened, because, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to Mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him, saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take the last step, Charlie. He says, ha ha. Speaking about Mary, and typically when those steps start taking place, you stop referring to yourself, as I did, as a Judeo-Christian. Again, it is mystifying why, Bibi is out there doing the absolute most to make sure that Charlie was basically remembered as, I would argue, like a Jew, has not been yet mentioned. I didn't hear that. Erica was very clear that Charlie was a Christian, I believe. Charlie obviously was very much a Christian, and that things are not being told truthfully. In fact, I will also call upon, since we're having fun, Turning Point USA to release the audio of what Charlie Kirk, so I was in communication with Charlie at this time because I knew exactly which donors were pressuring him and why. Exactly which people that they were insisting Charlie allowed to speak at his event and why. Charlie did not necessarily want those people to speak at his event. Okay? I'm calling upon Turning Point to release the footage of what Charlie said to Tucker Carlson before he hit the stage. Before, all of that craziness and the response to Tucker Carlson's remarks played out. Charlie was mic'd. Surely Tucker Carlson was mic'd. I know Charlie was mic'd the entire time at those events, so I'm asking for everyone to just release Charlie in his own words. I feel like that's pretty fair, right? Let's stop saying how Charlie felt, and instead, if you're going to hold up the letter, release it in its entirety, okay? What messages, Bill? It's mine. Let's all just be very forthcoming about what took place. In fact, I'm calling upon Tucker Carlson to speak about that. I know what Charlie said to him, and I'm sure Tucker Carlson won't lie about it. What did Charlie say to you? Dave Smith, what did Charlie say to you? What was Charlie? Did he seem like he was treading in a direction? Like, do we feel like what Bibi is saying is honest, a representation of what Charlie was going through? This is what I want. I think that the thing that we need here, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Now, does all of this mean that Bibi Netanyahu and that this somehow proves that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? No, we have no evidence of that. We can't say that because there is no evidence of that. But I don't like little lies. That's what I will say. Something that I always say in my household is, when there is one lie, there's 20. There's no reason to lie. Bibi could have gone on Fox News and he could have told the truth. He could have said truthfully that Charlie Kirk has always loved Israel. He's always loved Israel as the Holy Land. He's been here many times, and throughout his career, he has been faithful. a faithful supporter of Israel. That's not what he said. Okay. He talks about the phone call and didn't give it the proper context. He held up the letter and didn't give it the proper context. And lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. Lies by severe omission are lies. You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed. Again, my platform is yours, Seth Dillon. My platform is yours, Bill Ackman. Verify it, we can do it. I think that that's what people deserve, because everyone has PTSD. We watched Charlie get shot in the foot. That feels a little bit symbolic. It feels like they wanted us to know that his voice was problematic. Again, I don't know who they is. After we take this brief break, we're going to go through the investigation. It seems to have a lot of inconsistencies and holes in it, and we're definitely not yet at the bottom of what in fact took place. But I do know that I severely distrust people who rush to misrepresent things. And it's not a good sign when somebody has to ask you, as Greta Van Susteren asked Bibi Netanyahu in his secondary hit regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's not a good sign if somebody even has to ask if you did have anything to do with the assassination. It doesn't make you a great person, okay? And that's what she asked him. Take a listen.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder, and I don't believe it for 1 second. But I want you to make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing it's not only insane. I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that they just filed the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they do. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you could possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things. That continued actually up to the Holocaust. And the Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin. We're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of all, the Holocaust.
Well, he's mentioned the Holocaust. Guess we can't broaden the narrative any further, guys. Holocaust, so everybody's just stopped talking about anything. Hey, he's the victim. It's absurd. It's just absurd. The Holocaust happened. You heard him. We're sick of this shit. We really are. And there will be no narrative that I will not applaud when it comes to figuring out why people are lying about the state that Charlie was in when it came to the topic of Israel. Again, you can examine Charlie in his own words. You're starting to talk about topics that you're not really allowed to talk about when you take money and big checks are being written, increasing every single day. In fact, he was the truth even about Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein, his little friend Ghislaine, and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who's obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz-kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. It's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems to conflict with Bibi's narrative a little bit, yeah? Just a tiny bit. I do want to say this. It's important because I am angry. I will obviously, I pray to move on from this space, but it's a fire in my belly right now. To those of you who think that you are going to replace Charlie Kirk, okay? Kings are born. You don't just get to depose and tell us that we're going to follow this individual, okay? I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a shill in Charlie Kirk's chair, in Charlie Kirk's company. You try to tell us to follow that individual. I will be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me, okay? And I want you guys to say, this is not a threat, this is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages, I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now. Don't do it, okay? Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair, okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. Now, I'm going to take a pause. We're going to some sponsors, and we're going to get into what we are being told by the agencies. There are definitely some holes, maybe more is coming out. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this. Every heartbeat tells a story, and at Preborn, they give moms in crisis the chance to hear that heartbeat for free, and that's exactly why I partner with Preborn, because Preborn isn't out to judge women. They're making motherhood possible. They provide free ultrasounds. They share the gospel of Jesus Christ, and more importantly, they stay after the baby is born with real practical support by giving expecting mothers diapers, baby clothes, and even housing and financial help for up to 2 years after the baby is born. That's what true Christ-centered compassion looks like, and that's how you can be a part of it. For just $28, you will give a mom a free ultrasound, one chance to see her baby, and when she does, she's twice as likely to choose life. Preborn is on a mission to save 70,000 babies this year, so don't just say that you're pro-life, you can also live that. Donate now. You can call 855-601-2229 or head to preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also remind you guys about GNO land, built by elites or big tech. What if they were actually built by and for real builders, the people? That's the question that GNO land asked, and that's why they built GNO land. They started with Golang, which is a language that real world developers already use, and they built a platform all around that. It's transparent, intuitive, and it makes sense. Not some confusing system of ones and zeros. It is open source, so imagine GitHub, but designed for on-chain collaboration and composability. Builders actually get credit for their work, and they get rewarded, so every time their code gets used, that's the real value in this. It's not likes, it's not clout, it's actual rewards. GNO land rejected proof of stake, which is a system where the rich really run the show. They went with proof of authority instead, a DAO where contributors and not bad actors actors or Silicon Valley actually call the shots. GNO is open, it's fair, and it is pretty unstoppable. If you're a builder and you're a freedom lover, or you're just tired of great platforms, check out gno.land/Candace. Again, that's gno.land/Candace. Also telling you guys about Just Thrive, because the biggest health secret is that's not being talked about. I think you know that is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting a silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you breathe. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. And that's what makes Just Thrive sport-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or a berry flavored gummy for their award-winning probiotic.
One seed is for a leak or a cabbage according to Rabbi. Again, people don't want to be matriach themselves with one seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is a revius in order to need clay.
With promo code Candace, you'll see the difference yourself, or you will get a full product refund without any questions asked. So take control today with Just Thrive. Again, that's justthrivehealth.com. Use promo code Candace. Okay, let's get into what we know about the Charlie Kirk assassination thus far in terms of what the authorities are telling us. First, I just want to toss it to Michael Savage, because the energy of this, what Michael Savage had to say about everything that we're hearing, is pretty much all of us right now. Take a listen.
The so-called FBI, something's wrong. I know I shouldn't do
Shabbos
this.
Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add prayer to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically, when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mekabel tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling that has cement, wood, etc., not mekabel tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax, or the hair of a goat, or different type of hides, they are mekabel tumah. The Gemara learns that out from a Ger Shabbat. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 strings. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood, wood is not mekabel tumah. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the uriyas, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mekabel tumah because there's a hekish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer u'kishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and kach. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mekabel tumah ba'ayah? What was the suffix? The suffix was the Moshe Rabbeinu used non-kosher hides to make the tachash. What was the tachash? Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishnah.
Because what we have so far, obviously,
so what is this tachash?
I feel
the Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, tala ilan, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rothschild says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marishaim, the carbon, the bull that he was makir had a single horn, because the Torah says, meat carrot. It was a one-time thing, it was nizdam lefisha, it was necessary for that time, but after that, it was nignaz, you don't have tachash anymore. that the Gemara is still masupik whether Takash is a Chaya or a Behema. Because even though the animal with one horn by other Mauritian was a Behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a Chaya because there's something called a Keresh, and a Keresh is a Chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning Chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a Keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single. Rabbi says, since I can make a tzad hashavah, you take two things. You take sheretz and saras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Saras has the chumrah of besi, it's mitama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that's mitama with a very small amount of kadasha. But the tzad hashavah later between the two of them is they are mitabel tumah. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, it will be mitabel tumah if saras develops on it, and it will be mitabel tumah if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is mitabel tumah, but oil hametz. Comes Rabbi Mibanish and says, no, sheretz and the goyim and saras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are makabel tumah, are metama with less than a kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be makabel tumah, that gives off tumah, the oil, it has to be at least a kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Mibanish says he learns the kabel chomer from the izim. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat. And it's not mekabel tumah from saras, as we said the other day. Saras, when it comes to beged, has to be setter upishka, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is mekabel tumah by olames. So, the hide of an animal that's tameh, which is mekabel tumah from saras, that's in the Torah, or mekabel tumah from saras, certainly it should be mekabel tumah the oil hametz. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to lefesh shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is it coming to add? The Gemara is coming to add that the ritzuos of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, halacha Moshe Messina said the ritzuos have to be black, but the halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to to tell us that the parshios of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal. We said yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's halal, and his halal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshios of tefillin, it says in the Torah, whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal. That we know from halacha Moshe Sinai, because you have to make a shin, and that's halacha Moshe Sinai. So the hide has to be from the kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshios with the hair of a kosher animal or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, halacha Moshe Sinai. That you have to make square tefillin, also halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing, you make a wick out of it according to the Lezer, it's tameh. Why? Because it still remains a beged. The beged is tameh. Says Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tameh. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a four-step halacha. Therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 feet, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on a Friday, and we hold like hula that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. If you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes muktzah. So it's also for you to light this on Yahweh. Now, according to Kiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
Of how he was able to do that so quickly. An unbelievable amount of hunters, guns, people that reached out to me. That just didn't happen. They had exactly as Michael said, That did not happen. There is no way that happened. That cannot be accurate. Then, and this is obviously the craziest part of everything, we have decoy boy, right? So it happens, and suddenly this guy George Zinn gets arrested.
I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos, be safe and healthy. Going back to the mission we had yesterday, you take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a whip, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Kiva, why it might be tummy or tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another time. Rabbi says, the Rabbi Eliezer says you cannot use this whip on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How to explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? Is a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. Going to Rabbi, we have to say another shot. He's talking about Filmo. And it's not like this. What constitutes a beggar? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, you have a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov, and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is nylon. It was just born today on Yom Tov, and therefore it's mixed according to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rabbi Shimon it's not. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. But when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's nylon. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even let's say a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood, yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's nylon on Yom Tov. Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no nylon on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Rothschild tells us, Rabbi never said this halacha before us. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Rabbi, who was Rav's uncle, told Rav, he saw him eating a date, and he had a pit. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on nylon. And Rav didn't answer. Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? So here's the story. Rav was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. So Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to eat and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called nylon. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? You add more wood. That's not muktzah. I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a whip, a garment and making it into a whip, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains common. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole or to clean or to hold a hot pot. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% fine. According to everybody, even really few. If he takes it and tosses it out of the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not common. It's not a bad thing. What happens is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door, Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beggar, it remains common. Rabbi Kiva says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not common. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. You know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the Chabad. You're making the fire last less. That's what happens. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same account because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time. Because I removed the oil from the egg, now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. The view this in all these cases is good. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my Ferris is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. Gemara does the Yehuda was in Nitza. It's the name of the place. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbat. So the Gemara is different because in this Nitza, there were reasons, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says, the Rizal ben Elazar gave Musar, his Mochiach, his Moicha, to Rabbi Abba. Famous Machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's the Isser Charisha. She says it's not a problem, the Hashem is Kavan, I don't have kavanah to do it, it's mutter.
I know you heard that before.
Rabbi, he's dragged bench over a marble floor. It's impossible to make a guma. It's impossible to make a groove. Yeah, Rabbi Yisrael was Meichel and he said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome.
Can you tell us anything about that this morning?
The Gemara tells us a three-way reflected parachute. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's extra. It's constantly with extra. I can lift it up, but I don't want it. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon always said his halacha is very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome.
You say he admitted that.
And we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about he say the sapso that mentions the chair, it's not a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. The Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, the Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? It's talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, it seems it's mutter, very heavy and light, the Yehuda says is possible. We're asking, from a person who's selling clothing in the street, says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him and he's not having any benefit from it, it's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. Efshar, it's possible for him to get away from the whole problem. Yet we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a kasha Rabbi that says that in a situation of Efshar, allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. See you tomorrow.
So Governor Cox came out and told us that there were messages about the rifle drop point. Okay. Discord says not the same thing. Let's listen to Governor Cox say that on this social media app, Discord, they were discussing the rifle drop point. Take a listen.
Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made it
Shabbos Daf Lamed, we're starting the mission on the bottom of that Chavches. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the Goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our mission goes to the point of Yehuda that holds Melacha Shein Tzricha L'Gufa Asur, where Rav Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's the Melacha Shein Tzricha needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's the Melacha Shein Tzricha. Therefore, the person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot. He wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayav. On the other end, he extinguishes the flame because he has a chayil shem. According to Rav Shimon Uvi, potter, because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. The Gemara tells us that He asked Reb Tanchum, are you allowed to extinguish it
He changed
if
out
you have a
again.
chayil sheish b'sefan?
Clear
And he
white,
went into a
clear
huge
white,
tangent
yeah,
of a
back
guy.
on
The next
33
4
hours
are
later,
Fagad.
just like shower within that
And he
time.
started by saying
I did
there seems to be a
receive
contradiction
contact
in
from
Shlomo
one of
HaMelech between himself and his father.
classmates, and they
On the
said
one
that
hand,
was the
Shlomo HaMelech
strangest part to
says,
them.
"V'shabech
They
Hanis
told
HaMesim,"
me
I have to give
that
praise
was
to
the
the dead.
strangest part. But 33
And he
hours
says,
putting on an
"Kila
outfit.
kelef chai hu toiv
And
v'narei
yeah,
hames."
33 hours
A live
early
dog
because
is
they
better than a
described
dead
him as
lion.
remarkably tidy.
But
Tiny
HaMelech says,
individuals.
"Lo
That
yamesim
flagged them as weird.
The dead
Just seems
can't
like a
do
little
anything. They
extra
can't
work
praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu."
and unnecessary.
Says Gemara 3
Completely
shot.
unnecessary. You're getting
When a
nothing
person
out
is
of your
alive,
outfit.
he could learn Torah
We
and he could do
have
mitzvahs and he
a
could
statement
accomplish.
Discord, which
Once he's
kind of
dead, he's
speaks
over.
that.
Chashi, he's free from
Discord
mitzvahs
says
and
in the
Torah.
forced power integration, we
On the other hand,
identify
when Moshe
the
Rabbeinu
Discord
davened for
account
on
associated
Klal
with the
Yisrael,
suspect,
Ego,
but have found
he
no
davened and
evidence of
HaKadosh
the
Baruch Hu
suspect
didn't listen to him.
planned this
But when he
incident
mentioned the
or
Havais,
promoted
the
violence
Schus
on
Havais,
Discord,
HaKadosh
the
Baruch Hu listened to him. So you see
spokesperson
that
of the
the
state.
dead are greater than the life. Another pshat.
Again,
If a ruler
maybe they
makes
need
a
more
decree
time.
in our days, sometimes people
And
listen,
they're gonna
sometimes
get
they
more
don't.
time.
But when Moshe
They're
Rabbeinu
gonna
made
get
a
a lot
decree
of time
thousands of years
because
ago, he
they
made
will
decrees
be
to learn
there
the halachas of
when I
Yom Tov
let
30
this
days
go.
before Yom Tov.
It will be
Or inventing the first bracha
absolutely
benching,
never
he
gonna let
decree.
this go.
That
Everything
lasts
just
forever. A
spiritually
third
feels
shot.
very
David
wrong here.
HaMelech
Yeah.
asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu
It feels
that he
like
should show him a
they're
sign.
trying to
The
buy
Chaishol should
you.
know
I'm not
that he
sure.
was Moichelim on that
There's
Bashan.
good guys,
HaKadosh Baruch Hu said,
of
I
course.
cannot give
There's
you the
always
sign
good
when you're
guys in
alive.
government, but there
I'll
are
do
too
it
many
after
bad
you die.
guys in government for
In
me to
fact,
feel good about this.
Shlomo HaMelech did
So,
Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Aron
we
into
are
the Kodesh
obviously
Kodashim.
going to continue to follow
It was
this
too wide,
to
he couldn't fit it
tighten
into the
up
door.
this
So he davened
timeline
24
with the
Trucking
most
off the hill,
up-to-date
and he
information
wasn't
that we
answering.
could possibly
When he
have
mentioned his father,
about
David,
everything that we could
then the doors
possibly
became
learn
wider, and Klal Yisrael realized that the
father.
Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous
As a
passage of the same
this,
Shir Yoy,
yeah, I wanted to
Su
know
Sharim
why the father
Sheikha.
is being described as
The
a
Yadai
hero,
Melech
turns
HaKavod.
in.
The doors
Okay, I
thought
don't trust
that
anything
Shlomo
right
HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king, and they want to swallow him alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem is referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara, when they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk, and the Gemara dashes the pasuk Vayichol Aleim. Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives with the harem, and then it says Smeichim, they had Hannah from the Zil Shechina, V'Toiv, each and every one became pregnant with a boy, and then it says the David Abner, that his Baruch Hu forgave David, the Yisrael Am, and his Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, he got awarded Gan Eden for eating anything. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. The Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on a Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already in the book of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday, it says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said it to him is better than 1,000 oilers that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn Torah, pasuk from Megillah. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavis took out the stair. He fell, and from falling, he got scared. He stopped learning for a moment. In that moment, Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech sent to the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed it? Is a mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? And he said, yes, you can give the nevela, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead agav the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that they asked Rabbi Tanchum, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk b'chai b'hem, obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Chodesh B'Sefana, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim, so he wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like the neshama of a person candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, the person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, the Gemara says 3 pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he's equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? As it says, "Toiv kas mitzchayik," anger is better than laughter, and then it says, "Laughter is great." It says so. The Gemara says that Hakadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averos, and when he's happy with Rishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their mitzvahs in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to be happy with tzaddikim. Shabakti Sani Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shel Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. Simcha Mazza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy with something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or b'tzchayik and kalas roish, l'tzanas, or sicha, just talking, barbatailing, things that are important, things that are not important. Only by simcha shel mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah is shayra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, "Bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have the shriyas hashchina." Two Lashonos. One says the Rabbi should be the simcha, but his talmidim should be in fear. Another Lashon is the Rabbi should start off with simcha, and his talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a musa de bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, "Look, you wanted to bury Koheles, and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei." It says in Mishlei, "Al Tansil, don't answer a fool," and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And some of them laugh and they prove that, look, you see a chicken lays an egg day. There's a slab that gets fruit off every day, etc. And then when the fool said to the Chachamim, "Your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer," so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine. And they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
They help him expand chapters across the nation and strengthen his mission moving forward. Here's how you can take part. Go to tpusa.com and make a donation of any size. Then simply forward your receipt to faith@skincare.com. Again, that's faith@skincare.com. And Maybe will match it dollar for dollar. Charlie's impact was bigger than any of us could have imagined. Though he was only 31, he inspired millions of Americans of all ages to think critically, to courageously stand for truth, and to live with faith and purpose. He welcomed us.
The Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel, and not with habganos, with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one would upset Hillel? One of them put the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, "Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel." It's a lashon of the Zohar. That's not how you talk to the God. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up and says, "How can I help you, my?" And he asks him, "I would like to know, why are all the ducks' heads round?" Asking a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be round. Oh, goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again, "Is Hillel here?" Hillel comes out. "Well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Talmudian's eyes are red." It's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. Gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out. Well, comes out. How can I help you? Why are the feet so wide? That's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need 5 feet to shower again, and he calls them out. There's a lot of questions. Says Hillel, "Sha'al b'ni Sha'al." He says, "Are you Hillel?" He says, "Yes, I am." He says, "Alavai, there shouldn't be anybody like you again." He says, "What did I do?" He says, "Because of you, I lost 400 zuz." Says Hillel, "It's kedai to act like me. You should 800 zuz rather than you." The Gemara tells us 3 goyim came to Shayin Hill at 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Parish of Itzav. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, he made him a ger, taught him out of it. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Kuf, Shin, Reish, Kuf, etc. He says, "What's going on?" Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, "Well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, there's a Parish of Itzav." Another guy came to Hillel, and this is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, "I want to be a ger." teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give it to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel. Hillel was Megayer him, and Hillel told him, "My dialogue sani, what you hate, don't be." That explains it could be fun, and it could be in other averas that you don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of averas. Don't do it to them. And the rest of the Torah says so is just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Bigdei Kahuna, Koshim, the Ephod, and he found out that the Kohen Gadol, he says, "Tell Shammai, I want to become a Gersh, I can wear the Bigdei Kohen Gadol, Shammai took the stick, the Amma, Shapim, and he shoot him out of there." He went to Hillel, and Hillel was the guy, and then Hillel said, "Listen, you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first." He learned the halachas, and he got to the puzzle by Zar, part of Yumos, and he made a Kabbalah Chaimer. If David HaMelech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I, Ger, cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Shammai and said, "Why did you tell me the puzzle by Zar, part of Yumos?" And he went to Hillel, and he said, "Because of Yahweh, I was mistaken for his father." Why does it say? Because of Shammai without on this opportunity, or because of Hillel? Why doesn't the Shija Sidney Mishnah are hinted in the puzzle of V'hoya emunas itecha? Emunas is right that you have emunah, you believe that the person took Meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the Mayadim, the Moyed, the Yom Shayvim, the Chaysim. There's a Lashon of Yerusha. That's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have a Yerush. Yeshua is Nezikin. They will salvage you from having to pay money if you know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachmas is considered Kachem, it's Chachma, and Das is Tahara. The Gemara says, the situation of Pasuk is, Yiras Hashem here, Tzaroi, but Yir Shamayim will bring you to the Oitzar, you'll remember Parish for that. Rabbi, famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, first thing they ask you is Nasatov and Atadu Emunah. You do business with integrity, and that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah Sitecha. What's Sitecha? Chovat Itim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Kuruvu, and then comes the Yeshua, and then when you follow the Chachma, you understand Zavar Zavar, it's all about Torah. And then Yiras Hashem here is Tzaroi, and the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, "Take this wheat, bring it up to the attic," and then he asks him, "You put in the preservative," he says, "No." He says, "So why? Whatever you did wasn't good enough." In other words, you need Yiras Shamayim in order to learn Torah. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without Yiras Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the key to the Oitzar HaMelech, for all the jewels, but you don't have to get into the building. You have the building, so what good is it? You need Yiras Shamayim. It's another much he built a doorway in the middle of his field, and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? What I said, in Shimon Rav Elazar, they saw Rav Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, "Let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Shamayim." The other said, "He's a big Talmid Chacham." So the other said, "What good is Talmid Chacham? I'm saying Yiras Shamayim is much stronger." The Gemara says that must have been Rav Elazar. Rav Elazar holds, damn girl, that the Bible doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling passage. It says, "Al Tir Shahar," but don't be a big Russian. Be a small Russian. So the Gemara knows. I am. If a person doesn't have anything, how you living? Don't despair. Don't say, "Oh, I raised the oil on this."
How old are you? How old are you? How old are you?
Yeah, Mom, you're done.
How'd you find out about me?
Hey, talking to
You, big dog.
Oh, so scary, yeah.
How's your day going?
Yeah, boy, yeah.
How old are you?
How's your mom?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, you want to know how old I am?
Yeah.
Old enough.
That's good. Are you from Australia?
No shit, jackasses.
Where are you from?
Australia.
That's what I thought. All right, cool, man. How's your day going?
Yeah.
No one can hear what you're saying. Worst person ever. It's like,
I was Michal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire Torah. It doesn't work like that. A person can do an Aveira and be true for that Aveira and be a great Yid.
Lawyers, I'm sick of it. I am.
Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Misa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says Gemara, it's like as if they have this caleb on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know they don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chai. But he extinguishes the wick, then he's chai. Says Gemara, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Huda, the malacha, if you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chai. But he holds that if you are soiser, in order to demolish something, in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be the exact same spot, you are right. So extinguishing a flame is soiser.
how are you, big dog? Oh, this is just the worst. I give that motherfucker one more try.
I'd be on TV right
You're demolishing, you're ruining
what's happening here, and I'm shaking my
However,
head.
it's in order for you to light it up again.
Was moved by his
And
passing.
the wick is considered a spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. If you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. That's why in a lamp, or good, you hold your portrait. But when it comes to the wick, another shot will be up and says,
I can't believe this bitch does this shit live.
because he
That
wants to
is the
save
most
the wick.
impressive thing.
In other words, he wants the extinction of the
Me.
wick.
That she put
Therefore,
together a
it's
very
called
British
Santa Monica. Fixing the wick. Fixing the wick is
Yeah, I know. I've been a little snippy because
Have
it's
a
really hard to
wonderful,
see people,
wonderful day.
especially going back into like every message that Charlie ever shared that did nothing but try to destroy him. Like just the pretense of nobility stresses me out. It does. But every week I will get better, and I'm trying. I am trying to be gracious and not angry. Anger is my choice emotion at this moment. Divine Counsel writes, Candace, I have joined you as a voice for truth. I changed my channel the day of Charlie's murder, and I took my
Shabbos
mask off.
is not Flamet Bays. The Mishnah tells us that there are 3 causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful. The nida, chala, and the looks on there. It explains since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. Lila explains, the Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of Revi's dam. He said you have to be careful with that Revi's dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis harisim seichem. He calls us, so we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. The Gemara gives us 5 Mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So a woman is giving birth, it's a time of danger for her. Second thing people say, if you beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the chet of chava. Once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food. Everybody is punished. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? You check them out when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that.
Do you have any more information?
Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that has a guy on it. Perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because of the guy. Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy on the boat that Baruch doesn't punish two nations at the same time. Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be Samech on an eggs, because if you are Samech on an eggs, there's a concept called Menakim Tzuyosef. Because Baruch uses your skusim to pay for those nisim, and that's not a good thing. Reb Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until the tzara happens, don't wait until a person is sick. Daven that a person should not be sick, because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come, then you have to use a lot of skusim. As it says in the pasuk, people hanoifel mimenu. The person himself, mimenu, you need his skusim. But another drush the Gemara gives us from that pasuk, people hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Me'Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides who's going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, say people, just like a person is taken out to death because he's over on Israel, that there's a fear of me, he says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die.
He's got some
If a
bonkers
person
ideas.
goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. That's similar. That's to imagine to himself that's as if a cop, a police officer, grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if you're already handcuffed. He's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning a good person, he'll be safe. The person has 999 malachim that say bad about it. But there's one malach, echad mini elef. One out of 1,000 will be safe. Gemara says, there's another malach that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, one malachim, 999 reasons that he has one reason for it, 1 in 1,000,000, that will be matzah. Rabbi says that women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. Some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying Karan Chodesh, they say Klaz. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim died because they called her Chodesh, I don't know, which is a closet, and they'll call a shul a base on, just a regular folk house. Because he says there are 3 b'dikos, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that the woman goes through to see if she's fighting Misa, Nida, Chala, Alogas. There are 3 debit, 3 glues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, Chala, Nida, and Alogas. And Shimon says that Huk Egdish and Meiser and Trumas and Meisers are the Gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain nemanos, we believe, Aretz, that he took Trumas and Meisers from the Deraisa, although the Rabbanan, there's a concept called Mai, we don't trust him. And we trust Aretz that he wasn't Magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nassim says that because of the Aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, unless it's tzedakah or any other, a person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said that, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because the person's not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in people Torah, and the machlokes is based on the question: if you learn a pasuk, 1 pasuk back, or even 2 pasuk back? Because the pasuk says the man you want to live longer. What the pasuk right before is Ksafta. Mezuzah. From that mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about mathematics. Teach Torah to your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah are just mezuzah.
right?
Because you're ready to review though,
Charles Kirk
if
gets shot,
it's
suddenly
mezuzah or
Civil
tzitzis
War
that
Man
causes
jumps up
the child to
and
die, the
creates
Shlavish
what
says
is obviously
that
some
someone
sort
who's
of
careful with the mitzvah
distraction.
tzitzis, lots of love, will
In
have
our eyes, we can see that that's not
2,800
normal.
slaves.
Creates a distraction. So let's just
10
take a look
per
at
nation,
this
there's
clip of
70
him
nations
being
on
arrested
each corner.
in
That's
the
700
aftermath
times
of the
4
shooting.
corners. And the Rabbi says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah can a person will fight his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And the person who is not careful won't see a bracha, there's oil on his wine, and will plant the other people eat from it. And the person who is not careful from a meiser, there won't be any rain, and you won't have any traffic, and he'll run after Parnassa, and he won't achieve it. Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, Trumas Maestros, you'll be punished in the winter, but if the person does Trumas Maestros, he'll have a lot of bracha, like the Pasuk says, by replacing love from bracha, and we learn, actually, you until your lips are numb from saying, die. Wonderful day.
And everybody does it. Give me an obstruction of justice. Let's go fuck yourself. What is that? Obstruction of justice? Suck this dick.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up chas v'shalom eating their own children. The pasuk says parais habashan, the fat cows. It says Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The avera of Iyun, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkuladin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't, or for the avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chereb, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the avera of shua, shav, and sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past, or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by shua. It also says chilul by chilul Shabbat and by chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts, they'll come and eat the livestock. There'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the avera of Ritzicha, of murder, the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shechina was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the avera of Gilai Rais, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shemitah and Yovel, there'll be gullus to the world, and we will lead our country, and others will take over. For the avera of Nivel Peh, the lashon of the Gemara is this tzaros, rabbis, gzeros, kashos, terrible decrees, terrible tzaros, and the young bachurim will die. The orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and He won't answer them. Everybody knows why a cow gets married, but if you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a machal, also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokain. Hidrokain comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayas. That's usually when the Gemara says avera, it's referring to arayas. When a person is in a starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kisho, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayas. So Kadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of his broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was a oinus because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinas chinam, you could tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinas chinam. If a person has gases ruach, the sinner for that is that he becomes poor. Similar for a person that talks Lashon Hara is askura, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe any longer. The Rabbi Yossi says askura comes because a person eats tebel without giving trumas and ma'aser. When Chacham went into so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Rabbi were sitting there, and they asked him, why is it that askura starts from the intestines and works its way up the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Rosh Hashanah with Chol Makam. He starts answering every place as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel, and Rabbi says because of a bittul Torah. Women who are not mevatel Torah, why they get asked about? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? This is the Gemara because they're mevatel their father. It says Rashi, when they come to ask their father for candy while the father is learning, that's their aveira, and that's why they get punished. These kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the dar has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the averas of the dar. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the avera of the dar. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Rosh Hashanah Chol as you mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Rabbi, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zaydas in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi is supposed to say that he was a chashuv person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Rosh Hashanah because he gave praise to the Romans, because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw it's Tzipori, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Chai. In the story of Rabbi Chai took flight to rent to the Samedrash where his wife would drink bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. So he ran to the cave, and it was an ace that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bears fruit. It actually grew there. That's nice number one, and it bears fruit. And there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Yochai's son, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon were both there, and they went into the mud. They took off their clothes in order to save their clothing. They put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliana came and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everything that they saw. And the pastor came down and said, "What are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave." They went back into the cave. And he made a calculation. He said, if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, a pastor said, yes, you can come out. Wherever Rabbi Lazar and Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Lazar, what are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos they saw Ahu Saba. Many times it says where it says Ahu Saba means Aliyah Navi. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, what are you doing with this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. But why 2? He said, one for Zachar and one for Shamar. And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, Kama Chavivim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Chavivim, the mitzvahs. And he calmed down. It says Rabbi Ben Yair was either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his mechutin. He said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud. And he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, the wound, and it caused him to be uncomfortable and scream. And Rabbi Ben Yair said, I cannot bear see like this. And Rabbi told him the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rishon by Yochai. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rishon by Yochai would ask Pinchas Ben Yair a question, and Pinchas Ben Yair would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Pinchas Ben Yair would ask Rishon by Yochai a question, and Rishon by Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
Suspect after this shooting took place, that there was a police officer who immediately looked upward and realized he had heard the sound of a rifle, knew that it was obviously coming from, obviously then crawling through the footage, began crawling through the footage to see what had happened. They tell us that this discovery led to an intensive review. Let me go actually back up to the
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet.
Surveillance.
Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chol Hamoed, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow. We'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was solid, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of this Torah. He said, let me give back to the community, and he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether their bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, when Zakkai took Trumasim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were Truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a Kohen, he wasn't concerned about the Truma there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery. And therefore, halachically, he could exhume bodies. Rav Shimon bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, he took Trumasim, and he spread them around. And by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a Kohen could walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard, was a place a Kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Rav Shimon bar Yochai. He said, Rav Shimon bar Yochai was Metar of Beis HaKvaros, the graveyard. Rav Shimon bar Yochai took offense. He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect. Will do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerib, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him, he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, did you take Meiser? The Gemara says he must say it in Kusa, he should say calmly. You want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly, which says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them, did you make an Eruv Techumen? That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're praying a shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Techumen is D'oraisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Techumen is D'oraisa, at least it has a smachta on the Torah, there's a parfait in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, he tells them, like Shabbos Shalom Shalom Bayis. Bein Hashmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove Meiser from the fruit that is a certain petal fruit that you must take Meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove Tumah from a tea by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over into their rice. However, you're allowed to take a Meiser from the Maya. That's fruit that you buy from an Amoret, that it's only a Chumrah, the Rabbi, that you have to take another time Meiser. And you're allowed to do Eruv Chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Erev Chatzeres, where two people share a common yard, so they participate as if they both own that yard together and they carry their own shops. And you could bury and hide hot dish. It's not considered vashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person, does two acts, and we treat Bein Hashmashos as two different days. Now, for instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Bein Hashmashos, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Bein Hashmashos is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person, the Eruv, he started it on Bein Hashmashos, but the Eruv must be on Friday, so we say no, Bein Hashmashos is considered Friday. And it goes into night, then the dog ate it. So here we say Bein Hashmashos is Friday, Bein Hashmashos is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Bein Hashmashos is a suffix, and since this is Erev Rabbanon, we say this is okay. Rabbi says, you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos.
Okay, they detailed that.
Because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, you might light the fire. But Ben Hashmoshes is okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmoshes. Because Ben Hashmoshes, there are usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now on Friday, it's other to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmoshes is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 sheets. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmoshes. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that go? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nehemiah says that Ben Hashmoshes lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmoshes is the air of time like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not carry, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. He has a lot of a carry for that day, becomes Torah at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara to any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between it, or in consecutive. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission, Ben Hashmoshes, Sunday night? And then he sees another emission, Monday night, Ben Hashmoshes. Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmoshes is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmoshes is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyahs because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmoshes is both Sunday, Monday, and the second Ben Hashmoshes is Monday and Tuesday. And therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to be a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tamei, and he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect if a person only saw 1 Riyah Ben Hashmoshes. Perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah, which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a Zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. A wonderful day.
He planned to take his own life. Now, his parents were then able to convince him to meet at their home, not to do that. And as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied as the way he was here, that he was the shooter, and stated that he could not go to jail and that he just wanted to end things. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained that there was too much heat.
Shabbos, Daf Lamed Ches. They asked Rabbi, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's ain't a roof of tumah. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Shumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi says that the person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what do you mean? Are both mutter or both usher? In fact, it's machlokes. Rabbi said he meant that both shadi and mazid are mutter to eat. Why is mazid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mazid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mazid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brisa that differentiates between shogig and mazid, and says mazid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi. Rabbi Yisrael, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shogig and mazid are also to eat if you left it on the flame before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So he said, even when it's by accident, also to eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. There is, there are 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's also to eat food that was left on the floor. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi, Beis Hillel holds you can do shehiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos and Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying according to Rabbi, it's even a tafshil, even cooked food. You need to explain that on the Lamed Zayin we're talking about lechatchila. Somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell him only hot water. But if he went ahead and he did so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel you can do shehiyah even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds according to Beis Hillel only hot water. We need to explain that on the Lamed Zayin we're talking about when somebody removes the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the kiyah. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to the Chachamim and was over and he did shehiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before the Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shehiyah is also. Perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be also. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did already, you are allowed to eat. The Gemara says that Sheshis holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, saying you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the coat off the flame, for instance, you know that he's going to put it back on. He needs it for the next day. Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Sadai and says, I need a qualifier. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. And there's a machlokes what Abaye says. According to one lashon, Abaye says you need 2 conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those 2 conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back. Another lashon in Abaye is that Abaye said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. The Gemara remains in a suffix, in the Teiku, these following questions. What happens if you didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if you put it on a table, on a bed? What if you hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say you're not allowed to put the pot back on the flame? We're not take it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now we're talking about a kira that has 2 flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kashrut vava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You can put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot, because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as 8, as real fuel. Rav Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of a tanur. I can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues and says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong, that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, there's a brisa that says exactly what Abaye says, that it's also the sign of on the top.
Bring back Grandpa's
A
rifle.
kupa.
I don't know if it had a serial
It's
number,
in between a kira and a tam.
I worry about
It's
bricks.
just like a
I had to leave it in a
kira,
bush
but
or
only
I
has
changed
one flame.
outfits.
It's large enough for
Didn't
one tam.
have the ability or
So
time
it's
to
hotter
burn
than a
it.
kira. It
I might
retains
have
the heat
to abandon
more than a
it.
kira,
Hopefully I
but
don't
less
find
than a tam.
bricks.
And
How
therefore,
the F will I explain
if you
using
use
it to my own
straw
hand?
as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside.
Only thing
If you
I
use
left
real
was
fuel,
the
like
rifle,
wood, or the
routes,
leftover
and a towel.
olives or pits, it's also fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
You're worried
Halacha
about
is always in Tumah. If
explaining
you take a
losing
flea and you break it,
the
it
rifle
becomes
to
tough.
your father.
So if you have a kira
Not worried that
that's
you left the
split in half
rifle
to
and
its length,
therefore it's obviously going
it
to be
becomes
found
tar
out.
because now you just
But
ruined
the
both
only
of the
thing that you
burners.
left was the right, like the
But if
murder
you split
weapon.
it to its
This
width,
is weird.
you just created
This is
two
weird. This
burners
chain is
instead
weird
of
to me. It's weird to me
one
that we don't
large
know what
kira,
time.
and therefore it
Don't
remains
know what
pumped.
he means.
Whereas a
Where is
kupa
he
only has
stuck
one
here, guys?
burner.
You know,
So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful
That's
day.
the town. Okay, that's the town. I'm stuck here for a little while longer. It shouldn't be long to come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. So is it lockdown? And he tells him to check under and to see, check under quickly and see. And I took care of it, and he's where? And now he's giving him an accounting of exactly what's taken place, which means if this is right after, and they're still in lockdown.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Ischatas. Similarly, in the case of somebody very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemara Halacha. Even though it's not completely cooked, that's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you fast. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because it ain't bishul after bishul. You got cooked food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water. If you didn't do so, Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's also to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing, and Rabbi says it's mutter. The Gemara qualifies it. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter. Because that's not the derech people, that's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the holder of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody that's awesome deraisa. It's the holder of fire. The whole machlokes is the holder of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun we said is 100% mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, it's machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook. You confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So to make a gzera, Yossi says there's no gzera. Yossi agrees that it's usher to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remnants and ashes of coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, be digging on Shabbos, and that's their rights. What's the difference between the two spheres? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern. According to the Rab, we're not talking about sand. We're something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Bryce says you let a cook, boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. It should have sand. According to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us the story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of. And Chacham said that's awesome. L'chayra, that's a riot of Chachamim, that say that a holder of the sun understands that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a cold of the sun is also. Says Rabbi, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are told of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no raya from the Mishnah. Because it says, since Chachamim said in the Mishnah that Chame Tveria is Asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Dava Mitzvah Hevel, hiding, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria Mutter. Says, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yontif for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water is heated up before Shabbos. Like it says, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have a mayor that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water. It says if you heat it up on Shabbos and it's also to bathe yourself in this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Rav Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. Or you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody that's also, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule, the Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man omar is a compromise, you go like that man omar. However, it's possible that that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a brayso. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule, that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise, is like the sugya we had earlier in our Masechta, the kuli matlonias. A person takes clothing and he clears it to be a shmata. Rabbi Akiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, that was not like Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that Allah is like Rabbi Yeshua. Have a wonderful day.
Allegedly, his parents kicked him out junior year of high school because he was problematic. He just had issues. And at that time, they kicked him out. That wasn't exactly what they are saying. People couldn't have done that. But again, he went to live with relatives and he has issues. They say that he allegedly has a lot of issues with drinking that
Shabbos Daf Mem, the two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two braysos that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. It seems like any other limb would be also. Rabbi will explain, the brayso is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two braysos seem to contradict Rabbi, because those braysos say the only way to bathe yourself is on the other ragla, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body in this one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Manachmeni, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, used Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb? Says Abaye, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rabbi Yosef ask Abaye? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rabbi said, besides three things. You had it in the beginning of the Sefta, that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you can light a ner Chanukah one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav asking like Reb Shimon Begreira that you're allowed to drag bench, provided you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says I don't hold like that. But in everything else, you get exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rabbi. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, Allah is not like Rabbi. Allah is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. Which rises just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hanav, Yodav, if you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another shot is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Abraham, Rabbi Akiva sat in the steam house on Yom Tov with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. Some say you don't need to cover hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeirah that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the Mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra clothes before Shabbos, but there's a problem of kitui. So he said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Avaryonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using steam, but in fact, they were bathing. So they said, allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Hamifera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third Zera. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Hamifera, when in fact you're coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Hamifera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized that people cannot be oimed. They can't stand the Xeris. They weren't able to accept the Xeris. So they said, Hamifera is mutter. Let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot. But you're not allowed to steam. You're not allowed to use this.
This feels to me like conspiracy.
And you see from here that a person who's over on a Derabanan, on this Zera is considered an Avarion. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avarion. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's pretty wide and large because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But it's a smaller one, like in a small fire in a village. It's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. You're allowed to take a hot to relieve pain in the stomach, but you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem. If water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakhama says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as an amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal state. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and Zaman says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? Tanakhama doesn't mention oil. This is Machlokes Amoraim. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef say that according to Tanakhama, it's 100. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yitzchak takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher, even to warm up oil. That's the way you mavashel. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another two shittas tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that Yatzilas is usher, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mother because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it in your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? You're saying the same thing, basically. You're not going to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's usher to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even kalafar yah with the side of your hand. According to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi lettuce, it's usher to warm up, and if it's not yatsi lettuce, it's mutter. The Gemara does it. Rabbi Hadimi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, "I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamik bathhouse, the Chamik area, and warm it up." And Rabbi said, "You're not allowed to do that. You can take sheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that." So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from that. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you water out of the Chamik area and you make it, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him about this? He's in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing this, you're allowed to, like you see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir in the bathhouse and he wanted to mop the floor for him. And Rameir said that is usher, that's a shui gumas, that's considered boina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
Go ahead and check out gno.land/Candace. Again, that's gno.land/Candace. Something that my team and I are always craving are beef sticks, specifically the ones from my friends in Rothschild. Gila Valley makes their beef sticks with 100% grass-fed beef, sourced from small-scale regenerative American farms, so you can feel good about what you're eating and what you're supporting.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them have to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamik Feria, which we said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of the Chavesh Shel Shayatim. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has gidude, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool, they're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat Rashi, gidude, it has a lip, it looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. A different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his private. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is also. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes. Kibaleshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, Kibaleshes, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers, and you're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own life. Don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. There's no concern. So too over here. The Bavo was walking on the bank of the river. He was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirur. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Israel, as the pasuk says, you should remain in the Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about the Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumped into Rabbi Yehuda would make a Zera on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. He said, let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda, and he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchat. You're not allowed to talk and learn. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchat. And he said, tells this guy, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my nesser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouth when you're in the Beis HaMerchat and inhale the steam. because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not halacha, but advice. Says if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchant. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the merchant, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchant itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchant, you need to let it penetrate with oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amas, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of fire. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyar, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, you did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. It would have this compartment in order to ensure that the flow, similar to what we have in a car today, some water to cool off the engine. That water is moist. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water, and therefore it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another shot is, it's a double-decker dough similar to the muliyar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. So that's the drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Bar Masan, the pshat of the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you remove all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. You put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Rabbi, we say that Dovashenim Skavin is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm it. We all like Rabbi Shimon that it's mutter. As long as it's not a secretion, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Abaye's shot, you didn't remove you removed this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water to be added to that pot would be awesome, because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, the Shein Miskavin is awesome. Rav says this whole halacha, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed to not be inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be more if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues that even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically, Shmuel doesn't hold like Rav. In another halacha, in a malacha shein tzricha l'gufa, as we discussed, have a piece of wood, a coal, blue red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, also to extinguish it. Even though shein tzricha l'gufa, you don't need that piece of wood as coal, you just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Shmuel says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's usher. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Rav Shimon. Shmuel says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzricha L'Gufa, he doesn't hold like Rav Shimon. But Dovashenim Miskavin, he does hold like Rav Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say in our day, a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah.
Okay. I followed
With the
Charlie
Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas. Stop and walk 4 amas. That's the Rabbanon. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelis, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanon, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
How the weekend event came together, and he even provides us with a detailed itinerary of that event. I mean, I don't know if you need to hear the itinerary. He gets so detailed, and he even has this sentence here where he wants us to know that it was even, quote unquote, punctuated by meals. Okay.
Shabbos Dafman Beis. Yisham may say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold into hot water, because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter, because you're not cooking the cold water. They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is also, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Rabbi Menashe says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also awesome. But there was a Havamina that Rabbi Menashe wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admits you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Abaya says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, you need really hot water. It doesn't have halacha like an ampatia of a bath that is a kli rishon. In fact, a klisheni, since it's a klisheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatsi lettuce, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like the Chazanish or 114.8 degrees like some Zaman Oyerbach, it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom hot water and it won't cook it, and that's more. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to Sheni. He said you could pour cold into hot, and it has a raya from the Bryce. The Bryce says ma'ara kitan, you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into Sheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now removed from the flame. You're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. Rabbi Yehuda is more made. He says spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice could cook in a kli rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a cliche. Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees to Rabbi in the second lashon. And that's why Jesus says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in the kli rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being mevatel klima yechana. You're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. You're not allowed to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you're being mevatel the klima yechana on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed to. Chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg. People won't crush it. The Gemara says though, the only time you're allowed to do that if it's hatzola mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzola mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos, and basically we'd have to say on these questions that they're considered as solid. For instance, Gemara asks, "How is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine? You didn't eat Shumas and Maishers on. You let us save a Shabbos by putting another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. You say that it's talking about Tzola Mitsuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the Masechta is you're allowed to take a flea to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So you must say that the sparks are at some point it's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine, we won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Yeah, turn around immediately and say you're
Shabbos
anti-Semitic.
Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had the sheet of Chisda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it. You're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rabbi says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it and it's molten. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took Shumas and Maishers from, and it breaks, you're allowed to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's tevel, is muktzah. So Gemara, it's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took Shumas and Maishers on Shabbos, he'd be yaitz. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that from Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? You must say because the sparks are no mamashas. They're not visible. So the clean never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you can drink. There's not halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben HaShmashos. Then we say, Migid is Katsoy. Ben HaShmashos is Katsoy the Kuliyayim. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with Yerkes, and he says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of a item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah to hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. We must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with Tzarech Mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was fitting. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. It could carry a lot of force, a lot of pounding. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with the kli that you started carrying with the heter of the Tzarech Mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelas, a reed, and put it on top of small stones. But the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelas and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. They're not mostly, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelas? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. You're more good. It's probably talking about the winter and the summer. provided that you leave space for the bees to escape. You don't want to trap them. You don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is only according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, the other shame is skaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun, unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches, and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring the oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the Zayin HaMeitz. The first eitzah is to use kikar retina. You use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav, you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed till you get to the place that you need to get to. That's Tzitzum and Aksad. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar and tinoi, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a Manda Omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is Baal al Mesa. He's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the Eraisa of extinguishing flame. So we rather him flip him in the Rabbanon and not the Oiver. And the halacha is like Yehuda. Rabbi Shimon says, today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Rabbi Shimon, he doesn't hold the Skatzoy ben Shmoshes, it's Skatzoy ben Kuliyim, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
And Charlie's honest ideas are starting to change, maybe add more color. And now he's getting financial threats. He's being called names. He increasingly, he's being told who and what he's allowed to speak to. And he's taking a stance. He's taking a stand privately to these people. And then it doesn't matter anymore because Charlie.
Shabbos Daf Mem Daled, the Mishnah tells us that the Tanakh review the whole of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Miyos. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue, and therefore people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rather in the box, it's not disgusting, so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called the Muktzah Machmas Miyos, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's also to move. Rashi explains the Havamina of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskana of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis of davar also. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Rameir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since a flame is asur, therefore, migu diskatzoy ben hashmashos is diskatzoy l'kuliyah. You have the concept. Since it becomes muktzah during ben hashmashos, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that isur remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was muktzah for that moment of ben hashmashos. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, because the concept maybe is katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy the kuliyam, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol. A small candle is also avol. Even a big one is. It say small, large, there's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say aval? Marzutra to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Aval, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept meaning the skatzoy ben hashmoshes and skatzoy the kuliyayim. But in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Rabbi Shimon agrees in this case. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, holds like his father Rabbi Shimon in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios, and there's no muktzah machmas isur. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kiboy, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. There says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil, so it's not Moses, it's disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmoshes, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda both agree you can consider ben hashmoshes, it's considered kuliyah. But if it's not lit during ben hashmoshes, according to them, it's mutter to be metallic. Gemara talks about a bed. Similar to a table, one wants to put money on a bed. Gemara says as follows. If a person designates this bed and says specifically, I want this bed to put money on it, all in his head, but into having it in his head, he got condition number 2, that he actually put the money for the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Places points out it's even also to move the gufay mechaymer. Typically, when muktzah klishim alafter l'isra, for instance, the hammer, you can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufay. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or you put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during ben hashmoshes, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child moves the money, it remains muktzah. We're very interesting. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you plant it before Shabbos but didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. The Gemara's question is from muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during ben hashmoshes, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because the muchni goes according to Rabbi Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rab, goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what is a muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but tumah doesn't transfer from one cleat to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha: if a wagon or any cleat it's not a kabel tumah, how do I measure it? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 saw of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 saw of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 saw because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, basic farce over a table. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, that's halacha, that the Gemara brings as a question if there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a key. If the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually the pula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rav, however, on Yom Tov, you're not going to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day.
Or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Also tell you guys about Demi Skincare. You know I love them. Look around. You will take a note of who is standing by Charlie in this terrible moment, and you will also notice who is silent or who is in chariots. There are many businesses who refuse to say a word about this cruel act. It's not left or right again. This is about humanity. The silence speaks volumes. Now is the time to release about
Shabbos Daf Mem Hey. Rav holds like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Hanukkah and the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that Chabarim will catch him, after Ben Shmoshes, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. The Shas Chag, it's a special halacha. The famous saying goes, when it comes to an emergency like the Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Rabbi Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Rabbi Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and grapes, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon, you need two conditions. The chiyuv b'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not roy lachilo, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're you're setting it off to the side. Rabbi says, when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called muktzah machmas mitzvah, which Rabbi Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light candle for Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire chalamayit. According to Rabbi Shimon, unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Rabbi Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You would also not allow to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, when according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it at night. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruit, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry, and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're fruits and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you receive das from it. You don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi's son, Lazar, asked Rabbi, what does Rabbi Shimon hold when it comes to Parsili Kmar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rabbi the question about Rabbi Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rabbi subscribes to Rabbi Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Rabbi Shimon hold about Batzili? But he told him, even though Batzili Kmarim are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a mission that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shech an animal that's yours, But if it's yours and it's in the midbar,
this is the case.
and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining. In other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rabbi, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shachayah because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rabbi holds of muktzah. The Rabbi is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. The Lord gives three options. Either he holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular has light raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, you're going to be a time you that I don't want to see you anymore for a year, and so it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer is the Rebbe never that he holds like Reb Shimon. He was just answering what Reb Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds like Reb Yehuda, and he was answering his son what Reb Shimon would hold. Another shot is that Rebbe was talking in the opinion of Reb Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Reb Shimon and Muktzah. But don't you agree that if an animal comes back after a year, that it can be considered a domesticated animal and you could shut it out? You don't agree to that. Reb Shimon and Muktzah. But there's no Muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that chicken coop is muktzah? You must say that it's talking about a very specific case, that the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not royal achilas kal, because a dog won't eat of egg peel, and it's not royal for a human. You have a dead chicken there, we can't eat it, it's straight. Nor would it go eat. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold of muktzah machas gufo, something like money, stones, have absolutely no other use to them, and this egg with the chicken side has absolutely no other use, and therefore even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. And why didn't he just say that the egg there that was born Shabbos, and Reb Shimon holds that it's noilad and it's muktzah? Because there is a shita that holds, Rav Mitzvah holds, that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a noilad on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rav Mitzvah. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandama that holds in Reb Shimon that you can use that dead chick, you can feed it to your animal on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandama that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds a smuktzah, because I never thought about it. I was going to see it back. Another mandama that says that it's Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. And why did he have to say so? There was a story that you can learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held that, like Rabbi Yehuda, that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe's Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here, the Rabbi Yochanan holds of muktzah. So Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kaveh Muktzah. It has a very specific spot, similar to muktzah machmas starting place. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, designate an area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area. That's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
His sacrifice deserves eternal recognition. You always can as well. The decision is not up to me, obviously. And what I do know is that irrespective, the response to this globally has been amazing. And all of you guys, the tags that I'm seeing all over the world, the football players, the singers.
Shabbos Daf Menvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi, and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah. Yes, since it's a large item, has a designated spot. You don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Gemara, but what do you do about kasana? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tetach, so we don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. We let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how do you touch it? It's muktzah, fiyas makah. You see that there is no muktzah called fiyas makah. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it come apart. They made it zero on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that could come apart, machlokes. Rabbi Yochanan says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be gozer on a small menorah. And Rothschild says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart. And you don't want to He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always paskins Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Mukning that we had the other day, the wheel that detached, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmashos inside, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. On the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Rabbi Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan paskins like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Reb Zera, we must learn, even though it's a better count, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during Ben Hashmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during Ben Hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Reb Yehuda that says, "Migid Skatzay Ben Hashmashos, it's Skatzay l'Kuli Yard." Rishon Levi said that Rebbe said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben Ner. Meaning, could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not, Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer lit. So, in other words, the menorah is lit. Or he said two statements. A candle is more. The Gemara remained in a taker. The Gemara tells us that Ramalkia, different time, Yosef Lila, both acted like Reb Shimon. There was no muktzah in front of the Rabbein, and both the Rabbein were making on them. On the other hand, Reb Avo, even though he himself held like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect to Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be metal. But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machmas mius, because Rav Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah machmas mius. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle, because it's disgusting, therefore it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machmas gufa. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metal, a lamp that was used with neft. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Rabbi went to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of mud on his shoes. And he sat him down, he said, sit down on his bed, and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi Via with questions to punish him. Some server has a beautiful pshat. I should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him, because you could use that for another use, cover another kli with it. So in the world, they're very much, but you could use them to cover kalim. Says the Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. Allah says that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry. She might show it to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Hirach Rachman, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Avi. The halacha is that the person has a firstborn animal, cow, sheep. It goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, then the kohen could shecht it outside the Beis Hamikdash and says to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Reb Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp that Reb Shimon says is not muktzah? Says the Gemara, there's a big difference. Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal, a bechar, there's three reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavua, permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can shech it? What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos, could be mefer or matter the neder? What if her husband doesn't agree? Because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das for her husband. And what about a man? How can you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find 3 simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learn that according to Rabbi Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Rabbi Shimon says it's smoked. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar asur. The lamp supports the flame, which is mukta. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we're concerned perhaps he will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Rabbi Shimon holds the davar she'eino miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's enough community between the Iraisa and the Rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is the Iraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only it's in the Rabbana. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the Iraisa, Rav Shimon say it's awesome, because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Rav Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even in the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have kavana, Rav Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
To be in a position where you can still go make some stuff happen. That's what you have in common with every hero of every story, of every autobiography, of every. Is that it's how much happened to you that should have broke you, that did not break you, so that you were able to then fucking ride. Amen. Did your I'm trying to think of some of my favorite books when I was a kid.
Shabbos that from Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar asur, a support to something that's asur like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's asur together with something that's muktzah? Basis l'davar asur v'hamuktzah. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. But we're carrying 2 things, muktzah and asur. So the isur comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Rabbi Zera asked Rav Asi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Yishtoimeim kishol chadam. Rav Asi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar ha'asur v'hamuktzah. Well, Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very wealthy, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned, when it comes to Tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an onion, 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an onion. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rabbi. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grapshal rain, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrement, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it out of your room, out of the house. So it says it's not, there's no comparison. A grapshal rain is an open cleat. Machta has a net, grapshal thing, ashes of incense. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburned wood. So again, it's a basis of davar, hamutter, ashes, va'asr, the wood. And the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. The Brisa says, both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, Chloikis, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But you have a basis of davar, also about mutter, should be mutter. Says the Gemara we're talking about in Galut. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar mutter. Taisa says it's very interesting. Taisa says that Galil, they have so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped from a 20-year low. The Gemara talks about a mita shetarsim. This is a bed that comes apart. You let it put together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a issue there, right? So you chai v'chakas. Why? This is Rashi, you're making the package. It's finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like them. It says that if you take the final part of the menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together, you're chai v'chakas. If you have like an extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's patur aval asur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're patur aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chai v'chatas. 100 Shimon Gamliel, and this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold it. He says not only is it not patur aval asur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rabbi Paskin the halacha, if you have one of these beds, you let it pick it up and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is, you let it put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks, and it's not considered mevatel kli. Funny that you're canceling this kli now for Shabbos because the sparks invisible, so you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any. Now to add liquid to the kli Shabbos. If it was on Shabbos itself and you kli and you brought it to the sparks, you big sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, guys are not to put water even on erev Shabbos. And with that, is Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Lamed. We learned the issur of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef level, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that it doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry, and those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. Where does this halacha? If you have a box that's not moist at hevel, doesn't have heat, and you have food inside, you mat on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. You know, it'd be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chunk pot and cover it with a blanket, and the blanket is not moist hevel, but underneath you have a blech, a plata that adds hevel. The top is not moist hevel, but the bottom is moist hevel, and that's why it's awesome. The Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our Mishnah is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of atmani, even burying in sesame seed. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives. but in general, it would be also to be mapping in anything. Have a wonderful day.
The timing of that was they wanted to like use other people allegedly been involved in some of his circles they wanted to kind of use like, okay, you can be next unless you help this political plan. That's how
Shabbos Daf Mem Ches. How's it? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not atmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi said and said, don't do so. What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him, he said, don't do so. Reb Zer says, what did he do now? He says, Rabbi, wait and see. And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also, it's libam. Says Reb Zer, but what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something. Says Rabbi, that's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so. There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas sisur. You set it aside, you say, I'm not going to use this. Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of chisarnitis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isur muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muktzah machmas chesaron kis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muktzah. Komash malon, it is muktzah. You take a pillow with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff. That's makeh b'patish. Mishnah says that's an isur d'oraisa. However, if you already have it, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one, the handle and the axe, the handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys, you touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer and you sew them with kishtam, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer the time of one to the other. But over here, it's different than the axe. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying Anything that's attached to something that has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir. He's talking about a kira, a stove that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself? It's for tumah. Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware. So the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, it becomes tameh ma'avira from the ear space. Over here we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only with the rabbanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on a rabban tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tameh. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because with the raisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chacham said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both. But by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
Right. The sequel, that's almost a surprise. What does it say like that, man? That was a good time. When was that? That was late 90s, I think. Did you ever get to
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Psuris Chodesh this month. We had to listen to Mishnah of different products that it's also to do at Mono if they are moist. Now, there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichen is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produced its own moisture. New Mishnah, the Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfiyona, pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful fight. Dust and fine flax. Rabbi says that tishkan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is moist of hevel. It produces additional. But when it's thick material, thick tishkan, then it's mutter. Gemara tells us tefillin requires gufnaki, like Elisha Bal Knafai. Since he had this that's upcoming, Avi had a gufnaki. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abai says have to be careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rabbi says, careful from sleeping, because that could lead to hafacha and could lead to keri. The story is that the Romans said, whoever wears tefillin is going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Bal Kofayim didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, what's in your hand? He said, I have the wings of a pigeon. So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, with pigeon wings, he had a nest. Gemara says, but why do you say pigeon wings? Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. The pigeon fights with his wings. So too, Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you can perform hatmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do hatmana with wool shearing, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tiltul l'achriyat. It's with shinui. Rosh Azari says, once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot, because the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you tilt the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Rabbi Yosef ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. They're designated for schayra, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned through the different kara, they're usher. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are mikabel tuma are hides that are tanned and finished. And Taisus points out that they are finished hides. You don't need to think about designating them; they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah, because he's makbid, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion, why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yossi Lakunya says, because the Torah mentions the word malacha, melachtoi, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count for different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. The Gemara says, for instance, and the Gemara remains in Al Teku. The pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef HaTzadik, he came home. Last 6 melachtoi. Melachtoi can mean works, a malacha. It could also be referring to the Aveira with Espetifar. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk V'amalacha Haisa Dayam? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha could refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim, add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Manda Omer, that says that 39 malachas are neged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Yitzhak, going from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, from the ground to the wagon, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, because there was a strip of Rishus HaRabim in between. Have a wonderful day.
I just want to imagine if I had friends. Just got 2 or 3 spells going on in a minute. You gonna get in there. He's a purple superhero and he's the king, man. I in real life, yeah.
Shabbos afternoon, we learned that you're permitted to do hakmonas, insulate food, with easy etc. for shearings of wool. One shot according to Rabbi, he holds like Rabbi, as long as you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but you designate them and say, I want to use these shearings for hakmona, for insulation purposes, they're no longer muktzah. Or the shot is, if somebody sets these shearings aside, he says, I want to sell these later on, that automatically makes them muktzah. But if it doesn't want to sell them, they're not muktzah. We learned about the concept of muktzah machlufa, something that doesn't have usage, like a stone that is not a kli. Or in Gemara's example, you have a branch of a palm tree, it's for firewood. Muktzah machlufa. How do you switch that into not being muktzah on Shabbos? Because you're trimming on Leon and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Machshava. Say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some Shainim, for this particular Shabbos. Rabbi says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with Chanina ben Akiva, he always told me them in a time of an emergency, either Sheva Brachos or during Shiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that we want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, he held you have to take action. But Rashi says you don't have to take action, but you have to sit on that branch. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-multiple purposes. There's actually a price that says that if you have cotton or wool that you want to put on a room, so you need to dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over and mix up. However, if you use it in that fashion before Shabbos, it shows that's how you want to use it. It's no longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building material. Then you're not allowed to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your hand. However, if you used it before Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed, I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand. Sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. Those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile, it was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it becomes bubblegum to the floor and it's muktzah. It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan agreed in dirt. Because dirt, you can't actually, you can't tie dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, the Gemara says you can shine a kli on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with harder, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can do that. You can say that you could use sand and nectar, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another verse that says you cannot shine your silver with nectar and sand. So what do you do? So there's three explanations of the Gemara. Either this group is like something that's like sand, like nectar and sand, where you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's the mahoik, you can do right. Or, the question is, the famous mahoik here, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver, and that's the mahoik. One brayso that holds this muktzah goes according to Shimon. The problem is, according to Shimon, it also says in the brayso that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. It says that a nazir is not allowed to cut his hair, he's allowed to use sand and nectar for shampoo, even though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to the that says Dam Shani Asr. It's actually it's a technical thing. Does this product, this powder, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver? It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? It might remove the beard. So let's say we're talking about a woman or a saras, a cotton, people that don't have beards. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take crushed bricks and wash your face with it. We're not going to assume that it might remove facial hair. Rabbi Yosef says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rabbi. Rabbi Yosef says sesame pulp. There's something called barba. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might risk. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mutter. The Gemara tells us that our Meimer Rav Ashi used this on the face, and Mar Zutra didn't. And there's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man could use beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it feel that you ever said, are you acting like a woman? According to Mar Zutra also. According to Meimer and Rav Ashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. That to take care of your body, hygiene is very important. And another challenge actually is that when people see a beautiful person, they give shut up at those powerful. There's a Vera to master food, to destroy food. So the Gemara had a question: can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting. There's all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread. It doesn't become moles. Now, originally, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah said that if you have a hachmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you tilt the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah is concerned that if you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's us to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the Kizei Tzemer, the shearing of wool, will fall in and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If they fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you can put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called Sikusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out on Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in a wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of boina. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do loichek, you're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be ever fly, or he'll plant them on sneaker. That's not considered planting. So what he's doing is he's not hiding the mice, he's destroyed. The worst problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara remains, and it's have a wonderful day.
Because all of your stories are true, right? But the whole thing is, when you're telling the story, we ride by on these white lights. For a few seconds, really, this is $1.5 million worth of Can-Am spiders.
Shabbos doesn't know. The Mishnah tells us
200,000 apiece. Me and Shug going down.
but don't do so one Shabbos a day. However, says the Mishnah, if you covered your feet and then you uncovered your feet before Shabbos, you needed to cover it on Shabbos. Another element of you have a culture, you want to from the sun, you let it insulate, as we said. And in reverse, you have a hot tree, now it is insulated from the cold. Once ready for Rabbi Yossi constantly said they let it insulate the culture. So he retracted his own sheet, which was also insulated the culture. And the culture is even Rabbi Yossi, right there from the Yossi subordinate himself. Rabbi, nevertheless, Rabbi accepted Rabbi Yossi. Why? Because they treasure each other, they coddle each other. And the Gemara of the page says that there's a shita that actually holds that it's also to insulate. Not what we want to tell everybody about what it is. And not only that, he said you're allowed to use water that was boiled up by the tug. Anything that's you're able to keep before the Bishalakum. There is probably Bishalakum. He's supposed to serve the daughter, go ahead and do those things. And Rabbi Ami was very upset at he held that other people like Menachem, not acting that the other people are going to take it as if you're letting make a Allah. It's also to let money with some mess of people. You're not letting insulate ice. like the pieces, salt, and other things that we mentioned the other year. If you're doing a kamana with something that's not nice, you already did a kamana, you're already insulated. You're allowed to add another layer. Not only that, you're allowed to take off all the layers, and we don't say, oh, you just started over, and that one time you put on a much thicker layer, it's not considered hatmana. It's true. Only this serve of hatmana is in that original pot. So take the pot and you pour it into another pot. You're showing that you don't care, that you're cooling off this food anyway. So there's no sense in saying that perhaps you're going to go ahead and boil it up again. It's already in the process of cooling off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the box, and the box cover is looked up, it's also to take the food out. If the box is slightly ajar, slightly open, then you're allowed to take the food out. Obviously, if the box is not looked up, it is looking to take the food out. Or it tells us you're allowed to take a metal urn and put it on top of an earthenware vessel, even though the earthenware vessel is much hotter, as long as you don't want to increase the heat, you want to keep the heat in the urn. And of course, the opposite is also true. You like to take earthenware, the metalware, and you like to put metal on top of metal, and earthenware on top of earthenware. And then finally, for this paragraph, it's also to defrost ice cubes in the sun, defrost snow, but it's looking to take ice cubes and put it in the food. Because the defrosting happens on its own, and that, how can I love, how can I love? And now we're going to start this paragraph. And this is the right so nothing is true. Animals keep shopping. Animals that play with the love of just you're not allowed to do. The animals not allowed to carry a child. What kinds of species carry? Walking around Kohanas, going from what is a chain that you protect your animals to carry is a knife, some sort of jewelry that wear beautify yourself. What's considered carry? The Mishnah. You deal with the animal. If you go out with the opposite of a culture, that's how you control the typical sound. It's a very wild sound called a knock. A white female knock. The only way to control it is with a nose ring. For that particular camel, nose ring is not considered carry. You have a lugu donkey, an Egyptian donkey, a very special donkey. So it's more difficult to control than usual. You need a bit, a metal bit, and you put it in some typical horse, which is like a typical dog piece. You put it around the neck. If one of these chain devices becomes to my slaves, you just sprinkle with the Torah, and you do so even though it's unnatural. And you may put the whole animal's head in the mix up, and that's enough. You don't have to take it off the animal. The Lord just tells the story. The lady wanted one of these little donkeys. He heard that it was really good, so he sent money to a very distant place. And he said, it's difficult for us to send a donkey. It's a 6-month journey. Therefore, take these barley. They send him a bag of barley. Just feed your donkey barley. That's all it means to feed like a little donkey. He said in front of Rabbi that if you have a very wild donkey that knocks the camel, and instead of giving it a nose ring, you give it a halter, which is not really going to control it. That's considered carrying the child. Also, give that to the animal. It doesn't do its purpose. What about the reverse? What if overdid the shmira, the saver? Instead of giving it to a camel, an halter, you gave it a nose ring. Is that considered carrying? Is it surprising that says that a little donkey go out with a halter where typically you give it the bit in its mouth, give it even lesser. This explains it can go both ways. What about a calf? Where typically you can control with a very thin string, give it a very thick string. It's much lighter, since that's considered a shmiri, so it's more than necessary. That's considered carrying for the calf. The Lord just tells the story that the lady's donkey overtook Rabbi donkey, and Rabbi he sat in that Levi would overtake him like that, even though he was more cautious than Levi. So Levi wanted to tease him, and Levi asked him this question, which kind of explained what happened. He said, what's the halacha regarding my donkey not a very well-behaved donkey. It overtakes people.
Like to
Like
compromise
you,
themselves
on
sexually
Shabbos,
for
when he's approval of
entertainment.
getting his man. And he said, yes, in fact, your own father taught you, and you know that holds that any shmiri Sarah, any additional guarding of an animal, giving a rosary to an animal that doesn't need a rosary, is not considered carrying a wonderful
Politics, religion. Some of this is human. Were there things that you didn't take in your career that you feel like were
Shabbos Dafnul Beis. How's everybody doing?
like
The other day we were learning
are there things
about
to look out
different
for? You
leashes and
feel like
collars that an animal will let it go out on Shabbos, but it's
that I knew I wasn't
typical
gonna take it, but
carrying
I
on
didn't
Shabbos.
want to get
And
off.
they were discussing
You
books.
know what I mean?
The court has a very narrow path where you would put an officer or holder on
I had
it,
to get
easily
to a
squeeze that
certain
out of
level
it,
to
and
get
therefore
to
it
see
doesn't
it.
accomplish much.
You
It
know
doesn't
what I mean?
accomplish
So
much. That constitutes carrying
I
on
was
Shabbos.
that shocked.
Therefore, it's not put an officer on a good If you want to put an officer on a good on Shabbos, what you must do is put a hole through its horns and put the officer through it, and therefore you won't be able to get out of it. The Lord remains in a suffering and fake. What if you pass the leash that the goat's beard? Very interesting question. On the one hand, it's very dangerous for the goat to get out of it. But on the other hand, if you really wanted to, you could shake back and forth and he'll get out of it. The Gemara remains in a suffering.
You follow what I'm saying? Let's just figure
You
out
were to
some
take
way, right? So
a leather
I thought that
piece
didn't
and
apply
tie
to
it between
me
the
because I
horns of
don't
a cow.
care about that.
If you did this for decorative purposes, according to everybody, that's considered carrying. Nobody in the right mind wants to support a cow.
Like they was playing
However,
cards,
if you
and I
put it
was
there
like,
in order to leave the cow, that's my point. Rav says it's also, and Shmuel says it's not considered carrying. This travel to Rabbi, Paraduma. Rabbi Paraduma is not allowed to put any kind of weight, any load on top of the Paraduma.
no, my personal
Another halacha is
yeah,
that if you put a leash on a Paraduma, that doesn't constitute a weight, it's not a load. The question is why? According to Rabbi, you're not allowed to go out on top of the
situations, I don't even leave it up
that
to
should
me.
constitute a load. There are three answers given. Rabbi says we're discussing a case where you're trying to transport the Paraduma to another city. In that case, it's the norm to attach a leash to guide them all the way to the other city. Rabbi says, that is extremely always expensive for the story government is seen. And therefore, it's the norm to add an extra level of protection to this other way, and you hurt, and you add a leash. Or, you're talking about a crazy Paraduma, or really wild, therefore, to attach a leash to a wild cow. We learned in the Mishnah that a horse goes out with a share. A cow, now if the color is there to lead the horse, everybody agrees that's it. What if you put the collar for the court? According to Rabbi, that's okay. If you go out with something like that, and according to Shmuel, that constitutes carrying on Shabbat. In fact, Rabbi Huna showed and did a Maisa Rav. He got his horse, the piece to show him to do so on Shabbos. But the Rice says exactly like Shmuel, that's in fact also to do so.
Was he a super guy?
There's two types of wrapping a leash. Wrapping a leash all the way around
That's a great place.
the horse's neck, and that is there to the horse, provided that you leave enough room for your hands to grab it over. Another shot of Rashi where the leash is slightly longer and you can grab that. And then you have a leash that's just a long leash like you have for a dog to lead the horse. There are three sayings when it comes to rabbis. One is a saying that they said, Rabbi, who said that there are four types of animals that go out with a halter, and one of them is a mule. The other saying is Rabbi's mule went out with a halter, but it's not clear. What do you mean? The decorative one or the leading one? And then you have Reb Shmuel and the name of Tanina that says, in fact, Rabbi's mules went out with a decorative. The bottom line is, from all these sayings, you see that Rabbi's mules went out even with the decorative. You learn in the Mishnah that these bits and halters that become common in last name, you can sprinkle them with Paraduma. And you could dunk the head of the animal in the mikvah and they become hard. If you shot them, what kind of rings became coming? One shot is that it was a human ring that came coming and was given to the animals. That's how it became coming. Another shot is it was an animal's ring all along, but since it serves a human being, it's like a human ring, which is Mechabel Tumah. Whereas an animal's ring is never Mechabel. We learned in the Mishnah that you dunk the head of the animal in the mikvah and it's Mekar that ring. What about that? That is the Mekal. You shot either. I didn't do that by cutting it out. That doesn't remove the tumah either because it was a human ring and remains a human ring, or according to the other shot, it was a human ring and became an animal ring. Just widening it is actually helping the ring, and therefore it doesn't remove the tumah. In order to remove the tumah, you need to be mekabel, you need to destroy. Another shot is that we're discussing a ring that had to it to begin with. They fit very loosely, and the water was able to get in between them without widening. When it comes to a ring that fits on a finger that's made out of metal, that before he got scared, metal, it's for a finger. There's no difference between rings. You can't find a difference. You have a ring that's semi-wood, semi-metal, that is not Mechabel. You have a ring that's for a belt, for the back of your garment, or your sleeves. That is part of it, but it's not for the finger. And as we said before, a ring for an animal, or a ring that fits on a board, some sort of vessel, you know, like you think of a frying pan with the ring, so the ring is removed from the frying pan, that ring is not Mechabel Tumah. On the frying pan, it is Mechabel Tumah, it's part of the frying pan. For Shabbos purposes, for Muktzah, a ring that has a signet to it, if a woman walks out with that on Shabbos, it's a Issur Right. If it doesn't have the signet to it, then it's an Issur Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's Mechabel Tumah. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's Mechabel Tumah. If you never made a hole, you never made the eye for the needle, and you're planning on making that hole, so right now it's not Mechabel Tumah, it's not a clean. However, it's not Muktzah because it still serves a purpose to remove splinter. When it comes to Shabbos, to take it out from the sister's stroke, if it has a hole, you're chayav. But if it's for support or a woman to put a pin and it doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it. Have a wonderful day.
No, I don't think did you get to go to Bernie Mac's funeral? Did you have a big funeral? Steve Harvey was at his
Shabbos Daf Gimel. I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us there's something called a Rabbi. A saddle. It's wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that. It provides for the donkey. So therefore, the donkey's allowed to go out to Rabbi with the saddle cloth. Provided that it's tied to the donkey in the saddle or walk in the saddle. So Shmuel, and you must tie this before Shabbos. Bryce tells us Merdas, walking animal is surrounded with Merdas, but not with a saddle. The saddle is also to put on the animal without letting him walk out. Shmuel says the saddle also provides some heat, not as much as Merdas, but provides heat. Provided that we have straps on the front and the back that prevent the saddle from slipping forwards and backwards if it goes uphill or downhill. That looks like you are trying to get it ready to carry a load. A saddle is also to take off an animal in Shabbos. And the question is, why the saddle Muktzah here is a saddle cloth? It's not Muktzah. One reason given is saddle, you can make the animal walk back and forth and it'll shake it off by itself, whereas Merdas. The Papa says that the difference is that a Merdas provides heat. In other words, to take away the discomfort that an animal has, and that's Muktzah. But to take off a saddle, that's to give it pleasure. It doesn't really mean you know, saddle, it's giving an animal pleasure or taking away all discomfort. According to this shot, it's also to put on the saddle on top. seems like it would be much better to put on a saddle on Shabbos.
Yeah. And if
There's
you
something called a
consider that
transport, which is a feed bag. You put in a bag and tie it to a horse or a donkey.
okay,
Is that mutter
the second you
to put on an animal? Much like it's according to Shmuel, it's usher because it's only a pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to come down, but it's not to prevent the discomfort. In fact, Rabbi said it in the New Year's Resolution, where he's a very good Russian, saying, hey, you will have to argue with the lion from Babel, in other words, the Shmuel. But Rav says that it's mutter to put a feed bag on the animal, and when Shmuel heard that Rav said this, he said, after Rav says, Rav doesn't have any clue when it comes to the shot. A horse should not go out with a chicken with ornaments such as a fox's tail, which prevents ayin hara. A dog should not go out with a pouch to catch the emissions. A goat should not go out with a pouch on its udder. We'll see much more about that later. We had it in the mission. A cow should not go out with a muzzle, because all these are considered massive a burden. A shoe on a cow is also because it might slip off. When I'm talking about a horseshoe, it's stronger. And this shoe halacha is performed by an animal that you don't have to pay. Because obviously a person could go out with an animal should not go out with a tomato, which is an amulet. Even if it's tomato, proof itself is promoted by human beings. If it's human, it's not necessarily good tomato amulet for an animal. A human has a nozzle, has a mouth that goes with it, and provides for it, or goes to Shemayim to be kind of it, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is permitted to go out with a bandage and a splint and a broken bone, and the center has a bell that is stuffed with a clean. Let's say that the young horses not go out with a captain or feed bag with a shoe. Seems like fighting in your own backyard. It's mother. The Gemara says you must explain that we're talking about providing something that takes away discomfort, not giving pleasure, but taking away discomfort. Young horses are very difficult for them to bend on. Therefore, it's considered discovered and similarly to Merdas, which you are allowed to put on the shop. It says that you're not allowed to take off the scalp of an animal. You must say we're talking about a field scalp, and this is for pleasure, not for discomfort. Again, another Allah. An animal is not allowed to go into water. It has some sort of blood clot, or even you let it go for cold water. So it's not because of discomfort, not discomfort. It's a different question about just sending on people might think you're giving it medicine, and you come to dry herb medicine. And that's also affects my place whether this there is a humming, and the money applies to an animal. There's another side. A humming make it zero. Let's say, when you're about to use money, let's say your animal will die if it goes to cold water. Another example is, let's say your animal went out of the coat. Are you letting it fall into you? You're there, you might have to grab it, and that would be awesome. But perhaps not easy. You're allowed to use that case because it's not talking about that at all. It's within your coat is just the animal out of the coat of the shepherd. This is my focus. As we mentioned before, about Shikha Shalom. Let's jump further to the contradiction of whether or not a goat go out with a calf on its head. There's three ways to explain the contradiction. There's a version that says it's also a version that says it's not because it's adhered very strongly and it won't fall off. We don't have a chance to pick it up. Other says it's not adhered strong. Another way to explain it is that the Mishnah itself is not like it's not a common when Rabbi explains it. Means that the Mayor holds that couches on the others of the goats and Rabbi says that it's also. A third explanation is that there's a third bundle of our now Mishnah that makes a distinction between the couch that's there to stop the milk from flowing, and that's actually considered medicine for that animal, for the animal's benefits, not to nurse. Versus if you're just trying to catch the milk in a bucket, where that is not for the animal's purpose, it's for your purpose, and therefore it is awesome. What tells us a mice that it was an animal that had very large udders that were scraping on the ground, and for that, that's prevent discomfort for the animal, and that follows everything he said. You're allowed to provide it. One of the most incredible stories in the Shah is a story where a person's wife died and left him a child nursing. And the father couldn't provide the child an appropriate relationship. The father didn't see the child, and Mar says there's two ways to look at it. Look at race as one that's appropriate relationship, or look at this provide and to save people, but not to give personal things, not to add fruit to your storage facility. That doesn't do. And here it did that. That's not very good. Another incredible story. One to remember today was a person who married a woman and never realized until the day she died that she was missing enough. The Gemara says, look for the solution. So the Gemara, perhaps she wasn't a sinner. That's the job of the woman. And especially because she had a hide from her husband. Look how Tsanua he was. He never looked at her in a way that he noticed that she was missing an arm. The Mishnah says that a Zafar goes down to the Reuben, meaning one shot is that it's protect his heart from the wolves. The wolves like to attack the heart and go after the males who stick their nose up in the sky, and it is a threat to the wolves, so they attack them. Another kind of the Gemara is that it's to tie up your zafars so they don't move. Similarly, the opposite is shifuzah in the Mishnah, and that's to tie the female tail so that it will be easy for them to have a wonderful.
Times in your life where you struggled having God in your life, or what's that been like for you? Practice that you use kind of to like one of my goals this year is for me, I'm just trying to like times where I stop and pray, like even someone's going to like hip hop, man, like you should hit your knees right now and pray. And some of us don't do those. I just go and keep going about my
Shabbos
day.
doesn't
But now
allow
when those hit me,
the
I'm
list of
just
things
make
that
sure I do
animals
that.
committed to
You know,
their
just
actions
like
rather
because
than
it's like
what's
the
not
intuition that I
one
have,
of
you
the
know,
things
because
is
I want to have a
the
stronger
meaning
practice.
that you wrap the
And
tail
understand
downwards against the male from making
the reason
the lesson of not producing, not having
it's
heroes.
special is
Shema Melech gave
because
Hiram a gift of 20 cities. Hiram to
only
20
you're
cities
gonna know
heroes, meaning they consist of
that is
wealthy
working
people that are spoiled and those
There's gonna be
giving
no
in
evidence
society.
other
So
than
that
the
means it says
evidence.
it's a lesson of
You're gonna know
salty dirt,
that.
kutman, that you put in to
Like I
preserve your meat. In other words, it doesn't
talked to
produce.
God
It's soft, and when you
5
step
6
into it,
times
you sink up until you're equal and
he
you
has
can't
an
plant it.
accurate account
Which
of
just
how
says go
feeling
out.
about
Who knows?
everything.
Who knows
I
means
think things
it's
are
a code
going
that
what I
protects
feel like I'm
the will from
going
the day
good
that
at,
you
what
were
I
born,
feel
so
like
that
I
it
need
remains
help with.
perfectly right.
These are our conversations.
True rights, as we learned yesterday, can either mean to cover the udders,
I don't
to dry it out
wonder
from one
why
point to
stuff gets
capture them.
moved out of my
Not
way
Haskins like
because
the
I
Yehuda.
asked for things to
It
be
depends. If you're
out
trying
of
to
my
dry
way.
out the udders, then if you go out like that,
As
you're
they're
trying to capture
like,
them.
aren't you
Do not go
scared?
out.
Like,
Shmuel says, like the Yosi, no matter what,
because
it's
I'm not
awesome.
counting on
Some people say that Shmuel and Haskin like the Muhammad that says you have to make it zero. In fact, to dry out the udders is okay. But since people don't know how to differentiate between the two, therefore they will blaze out everything that is awesome. The difference is that if you're in a place that they never try to capture the that you only dry out the udders, then there will be multiples nobody's going to make on the stick. The Mishnah says that a gummo should not go out with pellets. The first kind of Rashi, that's the one he likes the most, is a piece of leather that's strapped underneath the tail of the camel, and on top of that piece of leather, you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from causing injury to the camel. So a camel cannot go out with this strap. It might fall down or it might pick it up. Unless it's also strapped to the hump of the camel, and therefore it won't fall off. You're not permitted to tie camels one in front of the other like a train, because that looks as if you're doing it to the market itself. You're allowed to grab all their ropes, their leashes, and hold it in your hand, provided that you don't wrap it around your hand and make 2 knots. A double knot would have to rely on shatnez if you have ropes of samer and tishna. To put a needle through one piece of cloth of samer and the other tishna, that's not shatnez. If you make a single knot, that's not shatnez. You have to make sure that when you hold these ropes in your hand, you don't have the kefach coming out from the bottom. So that will look as if you're carrying the rope. And the rope is between your hand and the camel should not drag down and come close to the ground. A kefach, below that Allah is 2 tefachim, or maser 1 kefach. The halacha is that a human being can plow with an animal. Just 2 different species of animals that are not allowed to plow together or pull a wagon together. Mishnah says you're not allowed to do something called ruggle. Ruggle, according to everybody, is no place in this meaning. You take 1 foot of a camel or an animal, bend it upward, and tie it like that. And now the camel only has has to be. The question is, what is up with this? There are two stuff. Either it means that you tie the front and the back leg like Kahidas itself, or it means you tie the two front legs or two back legs. The third shita means all three options. And Rabbi Yehuda said the middle option means the front legs and the back. Learned in the Mishnah, it's also for a donkey to go out with a redas, a saddle if it wasn't tied onto the donkey before Shabbos, because if it wasn't tied before Shabbos, to explain, there's no proof that you're putting on the redas is heated up. And use that called the last. And a belt, even if it's stuffed with wool or something, doesn't make a noise, it's also go out with Shabbos. You cannot put a ladder by the animal's neck, which will prevent the animal from turning its neck and licking its wound. What if it falls, you might carry it. There's a certain bandage that is put on the bottom of the donkey's feet to prevent it from knocking each other. And chicken, tie some sort of string to the chicken, between your chicken and your chicken. Or you tie the chicken together so that it doesn't give pebbles and break dishes. The male sheep has a very long tail that spreads around, and sometimes you put wheels. That is also possible to do on Shabbos. Chanunah is also for Shabbat. Either it means there's a toothpick of some sort of wood called and you put it in order to create what you see, and by that it squeezes out the worm in its nose. Allah then says, right side. Another shot is that after you shear its wool becomes really cold, so you put a compress of oil on its forehead. And says, if so, you just made a sheet of market, meaning you made it important like the opposite of the older person. Other shot was, when it gets bird, you put a compress, you put it on its head, you put it on its wound. You're not really making like my white gal, but so that it doesn't make sense that people treat sheep like that. The shot of follow that it's a piece of wood that goes into the nose. That makes sense. That fits with the word chanunah. But the other three, you have to say that you were acting with chanun, with rachamim, compassion towards your sheep. A calf should not go out with something called the tunoim. It's a small yoke. It's a training yoke to teach the young calf to bend its head down to be able to cow later on in its life. And do not put on the udder of a cow the skin of a hedgehog, which has sharp thorns, spikes, which prevent struts and rats from breathing in it. Mishnah says, the cow of Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah had a decorative piece that was important to him. And for some word habitat, the word explains a little bit of Elazar ben Azariah. In fact, Elazar ben Azariah, so many cows, that every year you have 120 people. For them, you give 12,000 mice. So you didn't have one cow. Mishnah says, the word says it's talking about the cow of his neighbor. And it's a field where he has himself. Someone who does Navera. And since he shares your food, this for lady neighbor, it's as if he himself was a favor on Navera. Because when you don't rebuke your friend, it's as if you yourself is on Navera. Have a wonderful day.
So TBD, huh? What are some of the other animals that you have there? I have heard that you have horses over there. The donkeys are the stars over there. But yeah, we got a lot of, we have cows.
Shabbos definitely is. The word tells us that the person sees somebody sitting in the area and he doesn't come to call, he doesn't teach them, he doesn't teach them what's their, or if he sees his family from the city, flying stroll, if he has the ability to king, he doesn't and he doesn't teach them, it's as if being subsistent. Shmuel, if the Lord is women in prayer, but you do this comment says, heavy, it's impossible. You don't listen to the poor at the end, they won't listen to you. So Shmuel, Rish Chodekai, your Rebbe, who's myself, Shmuel, is Chodekai. Your Rebbe's Rebbe, Shmuel is your Rebbe. He's in hot water, he's in charge, he's not president, he's in charge. There's an amazing crisis in the life of He's sitting up and yelling at him when he's turning around. The says, because of this In Shomayim, Rabbi Yehuda is a top Shmuel the Rebbe's name.
And do you name
On
some
the other hand,
another name?
Shmuel in fact answered in what? It wasn't himself. But the fact that he didn't repeat his own Rebbe Marukah. And that's why Rabbi Yehuda says, you must repeat somebody who doesn't pick up and not careful except the Muslim. If this person doesn't accept the Muslim, he points out, not repeat something. The letter on the forehead of Tzadikim to indicate the malachim not to kill, and a cup made out of blood on the forehead of the son of Tzadikim. Says the Mesa of the Prophet, what's the first thing to say? But Tzadikim had the basis for the and that
I think some of them just so nervous about New York. They seem like such a like. It almost seemed like something that came out from Mount Rushmore to spend time with us today. So I think that's like the sneak about you. So I think some of them don't know when it's like okay to joke around and stuff. You know, so you just try and figure it out as you go. I hope that is not correct.
Destroy your break
I definitely feel that.
These are the sure. Rothschild. Why did I choose the letter T out of all the letters? Because it stands for you're going to live before or the signature of the book is the word Emes. The first letter now is the last, and the middle letter now is the next.
Yeah, because
all the way to the last letter is a cup.
Everything.
When did the specific stop?
No, but here's the facts. The facts are everything we know about history.
No one in this world dies unless they sin. No one in this world receives pains of affliction unless they sin or makes it on purpose.
And so to be
he has to explain. Other Rothschild created death and kills and bones. That's all that says. The reason Moshe and Aaron died because they also sinned. They should have listened to Baruch, and they should have hit the rock and not shoot the rock. However, there's a bomb question for the Bryce. Bryce says that there are 4 people that never ever sin. And the only reason they died is because of the Kabbalah and the Rishon, and they are young or the Shvatim. Amram, father of Moshe, he was Yishai, the father of David, and Caleb, the son of God. He knows that he died without sinning, and now they're going to the Lord goes through a bunch of different judgments and generations. Whoever says he's a sin, that he should sin, is mistaken. And one person says, Ishkab is Bilah, doesn't mean necessarily.
I mean, we should do it.
The fact is, the verse says he's one of the 12 tribes. He's one of the 12 tribes. The verse says this, that after that,
Everybody has autism.
of it, he took out Bilah and put it in the tent of Leah. Some say to this
Last question for you. Can't do how many Native Americans here have been in here over the years?
What's in the law says it's possible that in later generations, Reuben's descendants are going to stand on Haribo and scream out, Aru. First is the one who's over his decision, while their own grandfather the verse says, Yaakov told even Chachas Hamayim HaKoshim. Chachas is a
several times.
What exactly is it?
Several times. But the whole thing
is. But as it says, it's the word Chachas you are liable because you little, referring to Bilah. Yeshua says, Sak al Das. Ramble on the law. The Pasa you sing, Zonisa, Will says, Lauta, David, that it shouldn't happen. Lauta, which is such a powerful that it couldn't happen before it happened. Therefore, Zarfa Timoska, David shine. Well, I'm going to say, let's flip the word part-time to Zion has faith, and that stands for Zazato, you tremble, too bad, and therefore the sin didn't happen. Rabbi says, you remember, you called what the ownership is. When you size with a crazy God, you make yourself sick, you sick to yourself. Open the Siberia not to be other than and therefore wrap them bring from sinning. It says that the sons of Eli are crazy. Although it says impossible, the congregation said, I say, you're with these women in the doesn't mean necessarily. And since the prayer function, Lord says, you are the linker as a prayer. Therefore, it's impossible that he goes on to some of the orders on the systematic descendants that bring the brothers of his leader. That's why. Why does the third say the women didn't allow the women to go back home and hide? They didn't do it for bunny because the women didn't go back to their husbands, so organizations. Finally, Nathan says that they were his son, wicked sons. In other words, because he's also says the Lord. Talking sinner. But because Christos didn't give him most of the Papa, it's as if he was himself position. All the infants in Mississippi, wonderful. So, you learn what's out there, and then you try to accentuate what's already out there. And 300 deer, like, and niggers running around everywhere. Shab is definitely involved. How's everybody doing? We're continuing with the theme. Sometimes it seems like from the prayer that soon Balaam sings, and in fact, it's not a sing. Ruben, he didn't sing. Today we're saying, whoever says the sons of Shmuel sing, because it says in the Pasuk, by you two up there, what's the cook, bribery, you're mistaken. What happened was they weren't like Shmuel, their father, who went around to do their prayer. They stayed in their place and they sent the messengers, and that's considered Bata. They try to fatten their salaries, and they received the return, and therefore they weren't as great as their father. Rabbi says, since they were Levim, they were entitled to the Meiser, but they demanded the Meiser, and since they were Goyler, the judges to take the Meiser, and in return, the other Levim were affected. Rabbi says they would give their money to the Halabatim. They would give back their money without giving the Halabatim any crime. But in return, they showed favoritism during Dini prayer, and that's wrong. Rabbi says, takes the Toyah would force extra Meiser stealing. Yosef says they took the massive spoon off and also stealing. Famous Gemara, whoever says David Amel sing, Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, is a snake, making a mistake. Rab says that Rabbi, who was the descendant of David, tried to find for his forefather a way out. It says in the Pasuk, David only intended to do bad, but he never sinned. As the Pasuk says, it's real Hakika. Mara says he was supposed to be somebody quoted so even though Mara says he was a word, but not deserved to die because he said to David, Adon Yoya. He called Yoya the master rather than David. 4 points closest. He didn't listen to David and told him to home. He deserved to die. The David should have blown him. As the Pasuk says, just like Bnei Amma. It's not that it's over. The Bnei Amma is true. So here, it's a deal to die with the fall. Let's still a capital of the his wife as her own wife. As the verse says she was a wife, that means she was held.
Today's guest is, he's the GOAT.
Rab says on the one hand,
he is an iconic comedian. He has a new tour going on right now called The Heaven on Earth Tour. He is labeled by many as an oracle, as the Black Crystal Ball I've heard him
But
called.
he saw
Thankfully,
signs
he
that
came
the
down from the
fire was
clouds
ready.
today to spend time with us. Today's guest is Mr.
Then
Ken
went to search.
William.
The descendants of Saul. And he found one of the servants of Saul. Oh, 7 princes of the son of the grandson of the son of They told him that later, the Irish didn't say, he was saying, he's not a common prophet, he doesn't know how to learn. But when God found the Biblishes, he realized, the Loisa, this month of says,
It's an honor the world loves you.
Rabbi, the Loisa, but with the
That's
Irish
nice of you to say. I feel,
when
I feel like
Melch later
I
died,
can't
ran
believe I'm
away
around
from
you.
the light from
I feel like you
the
seem
son of
like a
Paul. But the Tzipah, he says, where's the Biblishes?
mythical figure.
He's rebelling against.
Right.
David accepted that mission.
You know,
But
like
he saw that Tzipah's a liar. Why did he accept it? Because he saw the Biblishes as Tzipah. The Biblishes didn't bathe, didn't shave, didn't consider himself coming to the king of David. Biblishes tells David, I'm not upset. I don't feel upset. Why did you give like a warning? That might be wrong like you and I.
like if somebody
The moral of Baskin came out and said,
thinks that they like us,
fight with me, just like your grandpa spoke
this person
about
on the screen,
says what
they're around
the woman
us.
says, Robert Abel,
It's legitimate because it was legitimate. You know what I mean? Like his deal wasn't successful. He doesn't have a different story. You know what I mean? It's the same story. He heard that story. And that's why people gravitate to because there's nobody like you. Well, thanks, man. I feel the same about you. I feel like everybody does. And you have a statue of me at your house. So yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for letting me even do that. What was that whole deal like?
Just like
Michael's. That's why I got mine. That was at
says,
Michael's.
Yoshio,
Yeah. Did you do it? Was it a call I had or what was it?
who's also the Shafat, the Torah says a nice thing towards the Shafat, the Torah also says a not nice thing towards the even though he didn't really look.
Because they were doing it for religious purposes. That's why I allowed it. One night you guys shoot a black person. I'd be honored to have it.
What was so bad
I'd be honored to have it. Yeah, man. But everything got there. He said we got 2 left, man. You know, and there was 200. One of them was marked down because I had a chip. But still, man, it's an honor. I keep my eyes here around. People walk in and they're like, no. Wait, this Cat William. It's beautiful. You have a new tour. You know, I know we talk about touring and comedy a lot, and I want to know what kind of keeps you still doing comedy. Like, did you because when you start out, maybe it's too funny, and then some people get to this place where they want to have a message. And do you notice that kind of tone shift in your desire to do it over time?
Money to every single one of the
I don't think so.
from his
Like,
own money. Rabbi argues this is
try to have a message just because I enjoy the fact
and
that
Rabbi says in our generation,
while laughing, joking, you might
you came to reach goals.
learn something you didn't know.
Otherwise known as
I've gotten it from a comedian. And I kind of dig that. But everything else is just continuing this conversation with my fan base. Like, these are my friends that I haven't seen since the last time I was here. And here's our discussion furthering our relationship. So
much so that it became sick. Eventually,
I felt much like work.
needed money. And
And it's the heaven on earth for me. Do you believe
gave her
in
the money and controlled himself. And because he controlled himself, he became goals. One moment,
Dude, I remember when I first, because when I was growing up, we just had, you learned about heaven and stuff, but all the pamphlets or whatever I'd seen at church or anything, it always had, it was Muslim white folks on the right. And then I went to a black church one time. It was a Greater Starlight Baptist Church that was in our town. And shout out to Greater Starlight Baptist. Oh yeah, it was nice in there. This was in our but yeah, they had about 13 miles. Yeah.
18, we already hold the 56 documents. How Christ lies rather parents. Okay, she gets it. Next week, Shai discuss what items a woman is not permitted to wear. If it's shrouded, the concern is if they are jewelry, she might remove them.
That was the first time I realized
And if
it was going to be
the first few items in the Mishnah talking about braiding one's hair with a strand of wool,
black folks in heaven,
that is
Asian
concerned.
folks,
The woman has to go to the mikvah,
types of
eat,
folks that
since
here.
water is not
It's truly the only place that
strand in the hair, she must loosen it. And she might remove it and walk 4 kilometers and just around it. The mission of this verse, strands of hair that one breaks in your wrist. And it says that according to everybody, one uses strands of human hair, not human hair, in order to create your own hair. That does not create a
I'm excited about it.
The water will penetrate.
Like there's still things I want to
The
do
only
here that time.
place is in my place if you're whether or not it's a place.
That's the we haven't done.
That review the whole
Yeah, man, that's the things. Yeah, some different things. I would like to write a book. I'm gonna say what they are. But I'm saying just the fact that you got things that you're excited about doing. That's the joy of life. That's when you're
very
living.
tight around the neck.
So many. That's why it's so difficult for these super wealthy people to be fucking happy. Like they can do every day of it. They can't fucking be happy because they lived all their dreams. They got everything they were trying to get. They wake up and they can't score a touchdown no matter what.
And it's not hard.
It's a terrible life.
It's very smooth.
Guys like you and I that still got stuff to try and taste and, things to feel and people to be around.
And therefore, that's for us who create a tzitza. Now, there's no problem. She might take it off.
Yeah, that is something that like if I stay kind of
scam will be exposed. She won't remove it to that. For that's
okay, I want to do this. I still want to try that.
The mission says a woman cannot walk out with this.
And I start to think, man, I'm running out of time too. If you really like to taste different things and smell
it's a
different
headband that
flowers,
goes from here to here
and see what's
around
in different gardens and
the
stuff,
forehead.
you start to run out of time.
But Yosef said that it's some sort of amulet.
You don't think?
But Rabbi says it's an amulet, and it's a multi amulet. She's permitted to walk out with that.
Position that you're in now.
A woman is permitted to go out
You to be able to make
sort
some
of
of
a
these
dating
things
tab,
happen.
what we call today a
Touched up
smooth.
at
That's
34,
golden
24,
smooth.
14 because
It's more like
circumstantially you weren't ready. You weren't ready financially. You didn't have the time. You didn't know that's what you wanted to do. Now at this places where
or start dating.
make things happen. Like you can do everything on that list of yours
There are
in
paths that she's
2025.
permitted to go out
But
with
you
because she
fucking
won't
sweat.
remove
And your
the
biggest
smooth. But then
problem
her hair will be exposed to public and she
I
won't.
gotta have a new list.
Saritin is a headband like what we girls wear today. Also goes down to the jaw.
That's made up.
The poor women were decorated with colorful strings, and the
So it's just
wealthier
used
women
as
were
like a
decorated with
mechanism
gold and
to
silver,
limit
some were
our
shining
thinking.
gold.
Don't
A
say
wealthy
limit
woman
you saying that you
decorated
like
with strings.
this
There's no concern that she might remove the show her
because
friend,
it gives
because
control.
the opposite is true. She doesn't want to show that to her friend. She wants to show her friend gold and
That's what
silver.
time does for us. So
The
that
two
we're
women
able
also
to
hold.
keep track.
There's something called a covenant,
But
especially with the Gemara. Today, we're holding that
unless you
covenant
deal with time,
like a yarmulke made out
realize
of
you
wool.
have the right amount
And
of
since
time
a woman
to do
doesn't want to
everything
remove
you
that
gotta
because she
do
might expose her
every
hair,
day,
therefore
24
she can
hours.
wear that
And you
in
can make it
just
an
the opposite,
adventure
not a wrap.
every fucking
And that
day.
is because you don't want to avoid
Hey,
all
I
of
could
it.
die tomorrow.
But it's got all that.
That mean I
It's not just disgusting in the eyes of her husband.
how do I, you see what I'm saying? Like, not looking at it like, oh, I'm running out of
There's
time.
another
No.
piece of fabric
And
that comes to
people
cover
ran
this
out of
runaway
time.
gear that sticks out
Everybody else
on the
up
bottom
behind.
of the cover. That is also an issue for some
You got 30 swim
and
trucks
therefore
in that
it's
room.
really go out and get it wrapped. The three halachas the Gemara says concerning Islam. The way an Islam is made is felt. And felt is not Yeshua covered the night. It's a fabric that's put at night to be woven
That's what I
and
am. I am a
a piece of fabric made out of thread.
forget about
And
that.
this one is basically
How long you want to live for? And you think, yeah, you gotta check
flat
it. You gotta
and wool, but you press them together rather than making street. And therefore, there is no shot. This is no shot. It's not considered begging. And if it's not a begging, then there's no halachas of turat. So you're fine. The funny color looking thing on your baguette, green, red, whatever the color, it is not ceramic because this is not considered. Other outfits, you're not allowed to go out with it, which is ceramic stuff. And finally, the Shimon says, although this is for a town of clear ladder, ground on your head, this camel is a cow, therefore she's permitted to go out with it. Cow is permitted to wear one of these, having wonderful
being okay with the body of work and the legacy and the feelings and the emotions that you left, and I still haven't done my best, like comedically, like I'm still not my funniest, like I'm still not working hard enough, like I'm still not, I still haven't made a complete package of myself yet, so.
Do you think some comedians start to feel like they have? And that's a trap.
Most comedians have, though. I'm saying that becomes part of the career is the fact that a lot of guys that are doing comedy right now who are funny from 1995 to 2004.
Shabbos not much fast.
They're still working.
That a woman is not
They're still generating income. They're still
doing
their best comedy is long behind them.
Today
They're not
we're learning
that
about Shmuel says
comedian
it's
that
referring to a
was
slave.
thinking something
Slave,
funnier right
so
now.
lions that the master wears an emblem that says slave. Some are made out of clay, metal. Sometimes they're worn on the neck.
I guess it can be all types.
Coated by the master.
Sometimes they're trying to make the fulfill in
Themselves.
their
Shmuel, we're talking about slaves that made their own emblem, and therefore the concern is since she wasn't forced to wear it by her master, she might take it off in order to feel like everybody. If the owner, the master made the emblem, and it's on the neck, it's made out of clay, there's no concern. She can go out with that. She won't remove it because she's fearful of her master. And even if it falls off and breaks, it has no value, she won't pick it up and treat it that something. If it's on,
how do you pick up? You had a lot of openers,
then it's
like
also
a
to walk
lot
out
of your
with
openers here and there. How do you choose? How do you choose these guys?
Holding it up. Holding up a coat and carrying it on Shabbos al-Rabbos is an issue of the rights. For the same reason, in those days, those who were Huffle had the shape of a lion to repose their words. Stating the part of the Rosh if they didn't wear one, they began to trouble from the Rosh police. Therefore, it's also to go out with it on Shabbos, they had to pick it off, hold it up, etc. If the emblem is made out of metal, it's always possible to go out with it, because if it falls off, you might come to pick it up, because it has value a bell is made for a slave is a capture important, and therefore it's supposed to go out with it on Shabbos perhaps for long and be carried, unless it is woven into the clothing by a professional. And we had a statement yesterday regarding who says that even if it's woven, who's no clear today, that statement is said on something else completely regarding a bell woven into the clothing, there's no concern that it's so woven and therefore will let it carry it. An animal is also to go out with a bell because it looks as if you're doing it in market. In order to sell something in market, you want to look good, dress it up, sell, an emblem for a slave is not
When I first started, I didn't think I want you to remember one joke. I want you to remember me.
What has to be
I felt like this desperate.
an emblem is either
That's a star, though.
it's
See,
made to create a slave, and it's not made to beautify them. Bell is a Kabbalah even without
What I'm saying is, magicians ain't shit
and
unless
that
they
is
do
the bell
magic.
for a slave because it's for a toxic, for an ornament, and therefore it's power.
But a true
For an animal,
comedian
on the other hand,
is a
it's only there for the nose. So without the clapper, it's not the Kabbalah, but it's
the
no longer
jokes are
a clay.
secondary.
With the clapper, it's a piece. designed to service the owner, know where the animal is, and therefore it's compatible.
The topics of his
A bell
shoes.
has
That's
a door, it's not about the door. The door itself is not part of the house, which is part of the ground, not the compatible. If you thought in your mind you want to take the bell off the door and use it for your animal, then it is susceptible to in order to make something susceptible to all you need is enough trauma you need to think about it. But the reverse. If it was a bell for an animal and you thought to make it a bell for a door, it remains valid because in order to take something away from susceptibility to trauma, you need to do it really nice and you need to change something in the bell. And just by hanging it up, screwing it and nailing it into the door, that doesn't change the bell itself. It changes the location, but not the bell itself. Any bell that was designed to create a sound, such as a bell for an animal, a bell for a child, a crib, a bell that you put on a bib, all these bells, if you're only finished once you attach a little bell to the clapper, if you didn't attach the clapper and there's no malacha, it's not considered the best. Once you have that clapper in there, and you take out the clapper, it remains a Why does it remain tummy? Rabbi says it remains tummy because anybody can take the clapper and reattach the bell. You don't need a professional. The question is, in order that if you have scissors that come apart, then they are only mekabel on one part to the other. In other words, if you cut part A with the ferret, part B becomes tummy only while you're using the scissors. The same thing for the carver. Only while you're using it, you touch the metal, does the wood become tummy and vice versa. So if you put it aside, even if they are attached, one part does not make the other part tummy. Certainly, by a bell, if the clapper is attached to the bell itself, they should be considered one. Therefore, Rabbi and Rabbi have the reason why the bell itself is tummy, where the clapper itself is not the bell itself, but the actual bell. The reason is because the actual bell can make sound even without the clapper. You take the bell and you bang it against something else and make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that it makes, but nonetheless, it is a sound. Similarly, a basket. You have a basket that holds a very large hole in it, but if you pull out of it, it's still without a tumma that holds pomegranate. In other words, it might not serve its original purpose, but it has some other purpose and got a tumma. So to this bell. And tomorrow we'll see other reasons that are wonderful.
Before it gets to me, and so you get a chance to get an overview of the greatest comedians around the country, and get a chance to see them. And it's hosted by Monique.
Shabbos Davin Pets. How's everybody doing? As we learned yesterday, the bell becomes tummy. Even if you remove the bell, the clapper, we don't consider the bell as a broken piece. It remains tummy. The question is why. So yesterday, Rabbi says every single person put the clapper back in. Just as if it's a complete piece. Replacing Rabbi says, since I have been used the outside of the bell as a cup to give water to a child, even though it's being used, it's considered tummy. However, Rabbi and Rabbi both have in order for something to remain tummy, you have to be able to use it its original designation. Therefore, they say other ways. The reason why the bell remains tummy is because you can take that bell and bake it on something. It'll make the sound of a bell. It might not be the original sound, but it'll be a sound nevertheless, and therefore it remains tummy. This is a really holding this concept in order to
feels like you're having an email. That's what I feel like
because
sometimes.
the Tumas measures, that is,
It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get floor and just
you sit on the chair,
like you put the gas on it, like you're floor, you're
coming Tumas measures,
but it stops.
even if you're not seeing directly on it,
It's like it's just
things that are on top of it, and it's a really strong Tuma of concept. Allah is this is in the future. It's actually something that's designated as we take a bucket of measurement to measure something, or to mop the floor, to flip it over and sit on it and say, now it's a chair. That's not enough to make it to my schedule, Hashem will come home and say, I'm Lloyd, but that's my flavor. Stand up, let me do my job, let me mop the floor. Therefore, it doesn't come to us. Let's hold that I'm not submitting. We don't take this time.
I don't need to be reminded of my inadvertencies.
Whereas, by too much like I'm looking at my flavor. There's one. In order to be susceptible to it, you need to designate that item as
like you got a regime each day.
and the second thing is, once it does become
The ladies keep me fit.
all you need to do is, let's say you have a mess, you talk to me, you said it's no longer coming to us, it's no longer sure. So the purpose of saying, you must serve the business, man. It's 1.5 by 3. It means coming to us later. Working on that, since it doesn't say that you're doing your best, all the companies, since they're living the item needs another case they're living that I've fit an animal with metal shoes. Animal shoes. They become this, they're susceptible. The religion says the reason is a human being in a real need, in the middle of war, when he's running away, he might use that to serve the original purpose for you. Therefore, when God says, because it serves another purpose of water, when anything to fill up, it's disgusting, people won't use it for water, oil it out, to run, or really heavy, they won't use it for running, they might use it for water and for oil. Going back to the mission, you look at the mission, women cannot be loud, eating till death. The secret of what is it? You learn it's talking about the kitchen and the lighting, it's really similar to what made it on the lighting rough story about his wife. One day, he had money, he will make her figure she's on, and so he did. There's a theory in my place, a woman who goes out and surrounded with beautiful love, according to the latest original words, is this their right because it's a burden, it's a load, it's a nonsense. The only reason people wear it is to show off their wealth. It's not even a support or a generation that's here for the it's true, actually, it's true, and the issue is, you might have to take it off, and rather than show your friends, they report it. Also, you know, it's only this is the Rabbi. Nevertheless, we're not concerned that a woman is who wears traditional stuff.
I was in the midst of a push-up contest.
We're discussing the which Hollywood wears.
But I was,
according to Rob, it's also the guy for the time, and says it's smoking. According to one lawsuit, we're talking about a solid piece of gold. And if it's a solid piece of gold, the reason my colleague comes to everybody is awesome. The reason my colleague is going to out of time, and there's studs of gold in it. The question is whether or not they take off something like that to show their friend that it's touched enough to show it. Another lawsuit is, under a that if it's made out of fabric, it's going that's what you go out and do. I think that all for sure. Stuff like this is in a solid piece, and the question is, maybe where is it? A noble woman that don't get off the shoulders. Rabbi says, Paskin, like Rothschild, that Akila is mutter. You might tell the story. When Rabbi was on his deathbed, he told him, I want you to be the Rosh Hashiva. After Rabbi was lived there, he said there's an office of being salty to everybody else, so we have to do it. But he started speaking going to this country and lived with the lady. When they told Rabbi that the very tall, touched the top of coffin, and he was limping, Rabbi knew right away it's a lady. And he said it has to be that Rabbi and therefore this company said, Hanina became Rosh Hashiva. It can't be either. Hanina was considered because lady would have been subordinate to the office. And the fact that Rabbi said, Hanina, he should be Rosh Hashiva, sounds like place like a coffee and time and it Rabbi came and he made a question and said, Akila is mutter. Most of the Shaitim learned that he said all things, all the items, whether it's solid or fabric, and that day that he made that Russia, 24 women in our Rabbi Barabudachi in the Haiza, and two more came out of one courtyard. Times all these courtyards in Haiza, many more people had England and the places we had in our land. A beautiful bell, that are aware of Shabbos, one Lucky says, it's made out of fabric, and it has stuffed gold, and it's like a talus made out of gold, which is a top shit. Nobody will take that off. So when you take off a belt, your clothing might fall off, and one won't be. Another luxury, and it's a solid belt. And the reason why you let it wear it is because you like the king. All kings wear this to the bush. If you put one belt on top of another belt, that's already a burden, and it's awesome. A pure set, because it's totally around the body. It's a chance. Tied, it's tied well, won't blow up, not tied, it's awesome. Halfway, we discussed already, we took this, some, Nizamin is a nose ring, but earrings. The woman is not partial to take it off, too hard to get to. And then we learned about a ring, which we will go on tomorrow, Ben Hashem, explain the studio of the ring, as a signature for the
I think they had like one of the big bathtubs they had in their house, and they would make us play Navy or something called Navy. We didn't know, right? But he would have us playing Navy and we had but he'd have us playing, but it was just like a lot of
Shabbos Daf Samos. We learned in our Mishnah that a woman natural attitude with a ring that doesn't have a signet. And that's the secret of when the guy from the Mishnah doesn't have a signet, and it's also even in the very right. The problem is that the Mishnah came tells us that what's considered to be a ring that has a signet or doesn't have a signet. You see, even though it has a signet, it's considered jewelry. It's considered jewelry. Rabbi normally also the Rabbi. Says Rabbi, perhaps the Mishnah came to be read as $200. If it has a signet, then it's jewelry for a man. It's not for a man to use a signet and sign it. Not the other way. If it does have a signet, it's jewelry for a woman. We're not going to get too sad. When it comes to Tuma, all you need is a clean vessel. And if it has a signet, then it's a clean and it's not attached, it's not jewelry, and therefore it's not a Tuma. When it comes to Shabbos, what we're looking for is this still considered jewelry or considered a burden, a master. As a signet, it's considered a master, therefore it's also to go out with it. The Mishnah tells us a woman should not go out that doesn't have a home. What is the needle that a whole serve? Well, if she takes the needle and rests her here on it, and then takes the needle and puts it underneath the spahar, the covering of her head, we're not concerned she's going to take it out of her. We should show her here, and that's how it sleeps. The needle that she's using for part of the ear, then it is also. According to Rabbi, this particular needle has on the other side a foot, and therefore during the week she cover here, and on Shabbos, jewelry, she puts it into her head. Therefore, it's also using Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, there's a very interesting area that you're not allowed to walk out of Shabbos with sandals that have nails in them. Why? Because of a Maaseh Shahada, there's a story that the Jews were hiding from the enemy. And they didn't lose. Like in Corona, if you come into a house, you cannot leave. And if you leave the house, you cannot come in. Or the king. And they noticed footsteps leading away from the king. In fact, what happened was, somebody was walking in this room and he was wearing a sandal of sumo backwards. He put it on both legs. Men Zera did not walk out on Shabbos with sandal of sumo. And since the story happened on Shabbos, Zera is only on Shabbos, and Yom Tov, which is very similar to Shabbos. There's another Zera. By many classes, the ashes of the Torah Aduma, they once shipped the ashes over the Jordan River on a ship. And they realized later on that it was a kazayis of a person there, which is the time they ruined the ashes, which was very valuable. They made Zera that not transport ashes over any body of water in any form. It doesn't matter if the ship is this way. Something from one of our activities has to be exactly like the Zera. only over the Jordan River and only in a ship that is swim across the Jordan River to pay and to use a ship on any other river. It's also in our case, many of our people with exert also relatively private or so similar. Xera is only exactly like it happened in the shoe that happened, the story that happened over there was a sandal that had nails to strengthen the sandal, but not for the core. So if you use nails as the core, it's mutter. And any other shoe that's not exactly like Xera would be mutter, as we're going to describe in a minute. Rabbi Yochanan says like Rabbi Uriah, which is you're allowed to have up to 5 nails per shoe, 2 on each side and 1 in the back. It's also possible that Rabbi Yochanan holds you can have 7 in a case where you're using these nails to lift up the shoe. So according to Tanina, because if you're Muslim, you can have 7 per shoe, 3 sides and the back. And according to Rabbi, 13 on a shoe that you're trying to raise, and 7. If you killed a piece of shoe and you sewed it into the sandal, that's multiple because it's not like Xera. The Xera without a piece. The Bryce says also to wear one of these sandal shoes on Shabbos, you can go from one bed in your house to the other. These following cases we're allowed to do. We're allowed to take a sandal sumer and cover another vessel. We're allowed to take a sandal sumer and lift up the bed with it. Rabbi Lozer Rashid says that's awesome. Although it makes a lot of sense, but since it's one against men, you don't pass it. If it covers the whole bottom of your shoe, look, that's not what Xera was. They use a pass, narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom of nails. It's like what Xera was. Are worn out, but you can tell that there was nails there. So that's not how it's created, that's not how you make it. Look, if you have 4 nails on a very tight shoe, or 5 on not so tight, look. Rabbi says, if not for the fact that people call me a person that's making it, I would say a lot of things. But he's saying, to put this one out, it's really saying, cement to the shoe. Now remember, he went from Bala, and so by that time, he must have lost 2 out of his 24 males, and therefore, he said, wonderful male, wonderful on the horizon.
Now is the next picks. On top of the play $5, get $50 offer for all new users with code NEO. The prize picks will also have a free pick live for the Super Bowl. That's right, get a free pick that you can add to your lineup. Now's the best time to get in. Use that promo code Theo and cash in those free picks on top of that. Thank you, Prize Picks. If you love Bitcoin or you're looking to get into crypto, then I've got the right thing for you. I've got what you need. It's MoonPay. That's what I'm introducing you to. It's the easy way to buy or sell crypto using the payment methods you already feel comfortable with. Credit card, debit, PayPal, and even Venmo. Crypto's been on a
Shabbos Daf Samach
If you're
Aleph.
thinking about
We look at the
diving into
Mishnah
that
that a
digital
person
treasure
has
chest,
one shoe. It's also for him to go out of his rather he doesn't have a concern as according to Rashi. 2 possibilities. Either the concern that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might make fun of him that one shoe and then remove that one. It's not for the Mishnah. If the person does have a rule, he's permitted to go out with one shoe. Now, like this is, on what foot is he wearing that one shoe? According to Rav Huna, he's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the 2 reasons. Since he has an injury, and since Rav Huna holds that the reason why you wear a shoe is for protection purposes, not for comfort purposes. He won't remove the shoe when he's made fun of. And people are not going to think that he's hiding a second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Yavarav, wears the one shoe on the foot that does not have an injury. And again, since they see him looking, they realize that yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe is according to Yavarav is for comfort, and not for protection. He's moving, and therefore doesn't have a shoe on the injured foot. They won't make fun of him. Or the reason is because they may think that he's carrying second shoes. They won't think that because they see that he's limping. The other one once asked for his shoes. He was given the right shoe. The shoe for his right foot. And he commented and he said, Asise Maka. He made it as if I had a good foot. The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot, and the other one holds that he has to put the left foot on, therefore he does not put on his left foot because he already put on his right foot. You're going to think that he has a injury on his right foot. Like a rule that says you're supposed to set the shoe on the foot that has an injury. But perhaps you can say, no, Asise Maka is not referring to the foot that he just put his shoe on. Perhaps it's referring to the left foot. You made my left foot an injury. The other holds that a shoe is like, just like a right foot is put on the left foot. So when it comes to shoes, put the left shoe on the foot. There's a Bryce roll that says you're supposed to put on the right shoe. Therefore, the Gemara says, if your minute is like the right shoe first, that if you want to put on the left shoe, or the left shoe. In fact, the Gemara says, Rabbi saw that Sahana didn't mind. He put on either one first. The Gemara says, however, that a Yerusha Mayan to be Yaitse both. What do? You first put on your right shoe. When you tie the left shoe, and then you tie the right shoe. Of course, if you have a slipping shoe, you put the right arm first. The Bryce says you put on the right shoe first, but when it comes to taking off shoes, you take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, you bathe the right side of your body, your right arm before your left arm, your right foot. Where you the entire body. You start from the head. The head will hold your limbs, and you start from the It says in the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos with your children. Rav Stanford said, one of the things he said, this is going even to the Umrah that says that Shabbos is a pure form of Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside because perhaps you have to go to the bathroom and you have to remove the tefillin and you'll be carrying Daladam to the Another way to learn Rav Stanford is that it says in the Mishnah that if you did go out with tefillin and other people in the house, Shabbos says, even if you hold like the Manon says, Shabbos is not a during the week. It's in the Mishnah, but a person should not go out into Rabbin with a kamea that's not among them, with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. It's written by a professional. You go out with this Rabbin. Even if it's a professional kamea, meaning that the person that wrote it is a professional. Certainly, if the kamea itself, the amulet itself, already heal people, you can go out with this Rabbin. It doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's words. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, even if he's not even sick, just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have a particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. You can wear a kamea, you can tie it and untie it in his Rabbin. As long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a Marasimon, people might think that he's carrying it as jewelry, and that's what exactly is the commandment? There seems to be some confusion in the sugya between the Rishonim. Even within Rashi himself, there seems to be a contradiction. We're going to go according to Rashi based on some Rishonim. If a person wrote 3 kameas, 3 amulets for 3 different diseases, and they all work, this particular person is able to correct any kind of kamea for any disease, and you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. If he wrote 1 kamea, which would work 3 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular kamea is a mukha. In other words, anybody in the world can write that exact kamea, and it will be considered a kamea mukha, and you can walk out with it on Shabbos. Remains in the case. What happens if he wrote 3 kameas for 3 different diseases, but for the same person, and they all work? Do we say, look, he knows what he's doing, he's a professional, he's able to get disease? Or perhaps you say, the person that was ill, he has a special mazel that he's kameya. He means in a second. But kameya and brachas, so the brachas of Shemon Esrei and Shana, even though they have the name of Hashem and Psukim, you don't save them from a fire on Shabbos. However, obviously you have to bury them Geniza, just like you bury even a leg of a table that has Hashem on it. If a kameya is covered with leather, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's made out of herbs, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's a chayla that has a sakana, his life is in danger, you can go into the bathroom even if it's not covered with leather. But for somebody that's not a chayla with a sakana, if it's covered with leather, you may go into the bathroom. Even a chayla she has with a sakana, he's in danger. He's not allowed to walk down with kameya. Fill it. It seems like they are covered with leather, but since they have a shin, and the shin is part of Shem Hashem, because you have a dalet on the back of your tools, and you have a yod on the tools, together they spell Hashem's name. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with having a wonderful day.
I had white friends that were admirable. I didn't imagine being white, and I didn't think that they imagined being black inside. I heard you tell the story.
Shabbos Daf Samach Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos, that Isser D'Oraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's a burden, a ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet, that's Isser D'Oraisa. Fula says for men it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet that's normal for it to run around with a ring with a signet, but a ring without a signet is not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be a Isser. Ula holds that women are a nation themselves, and therefore what's considered a beged, clothing for a man, is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, then all men are permitted to go with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out, the safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save another pair. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that this Mandama holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah asation as man grows, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered chalach. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rav argues, he says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in a box, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to please bring the ring to a repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger. Then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues, one is not permitted to go out with a food. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close the blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing. It's considered secret. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. It says that if a woman is with these things, key on her finger, the mayor holds she's chayav achatas. This is the right. The Chum say the whole issue is the rabbanon issue that she might take off her friends when it comes to spices with her nice and beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the rabbanon, and she's not chayav achatas. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out with because only women wear these bottles, and such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Thomas Bates. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, is considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnants of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food, rather he's carrying a vessel and he's chayv mid'oraisa. Rav Ashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore perhaps the kli is buckled with whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros that we should remember the Korban Habayis, and they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, kindness and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do that after they feel good. Therefore, so anoint yourself that's pleasurable, but it doesn't bring simcha. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure, but not simcha. And therefore, it's Muslim. The Gemara, we're going to Agata today. The Gemara brings Psukim. Hashem Mamite Shed. It's referring to Klai Yisrael, Yerushalayim, that they put their beds together and they were over on the they were switching couples. They left the Shikha Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed. It doesn't mean he's dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way in a place where he typically doesn't do it, it could be in front of his table, and he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach, Rashi explains, that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. If a person has zilzul and tilas adama, he doesn't care about tilas adama, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the pshat that he washes with ruvias and doesn't wash his hands carefully. Or Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her, and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. The Yeshaya, the Navi tells them, because the women who are married women, they try to entice the men, they would go with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says, since their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They'll put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys, and the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they walk by the boys, they hang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mat. Would put the eris into the boys, they bring them in Sahara. What was their punishment? Connected me. Everything they did, they got punished. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their job, enticed the boys, they became bald. They were everybody that had put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the guy take us. We're beautiful. And the guy took them, and immediately Hakadosh Baruch Hu made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of damida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. The Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in a remez, they were referring to his nose, and they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for his nose. Do you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-basula? Do you have white wine or dark wine? Do you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Korban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimtzumai. Have a wonderful day.
choice an actual racer. So that those experiences located in that nose, that's this experience here on earth that you're able to share. And that's what would make that reincarnation possible.
Shabbos Daf Samach
It just
Gimel.
means
The Mishnah tells us that according to the Chachamim, the disciplinary ranks of the one kind of Rabbi with war gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a claw that fall at them with spikes, a bolo. It's not considered jewelry. Nobody shows off with it. It's disgusting, actually. According to Leather, people like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only also in Rabban's Torah. According to one Lashon of Eliezer, when Mashiach comes, we no longer need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as jewelry. He argues with this Shita on Shmuel, who holds that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be in Golos anymore. It's all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. There are going to be wars between the Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another Lashon, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckles for Klal Yisrael, and he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on why does Eliezer holds that these tools are considered normally captured jewelry? Because it says in the Pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute, the Pasuk is referring to the Torah. So the Gemara, yes, it's referring to the Torah because you cannot look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of what it says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished Shas. I knew all of Shas, and I didn't know this concept of being until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Torah, Ligmar, the other Lizbar, and then only afterwards go into the depth, go to the love, try to understand it. First, you have to know all of Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of chabrusas. They're learning together, and they're on different levels. Two come into the Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha, with Torah. So the Baruch gives them hatzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning for Gaiva. And then they'll be zoicha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, Oyref and Yamin, the Yamina, the Smoila, says the Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you learn Torah with the right, in other words, you do everything to the end. You'll only get Arichas Yomim longevity, and you won't get Oishim. It means you'll get longevity and wealth. But if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down to its depth, then you'll be zeichet to something. You'll be zeichet to wealth, but not to longevity. If two Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, they talk in calmness, they listen to each other, so Midah Keneged Midah, they both will sit down and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Midah Keneged Midah, the Baruch will listen to them and answer them. Just like you accepted me, the Baruch will accept what you're asking from him and give it to you. But if you don't do that, you don't listen, you don't separate your the Baruch will lead. If two people get together to understand Torah, then the Baruch loves them. Says, that's talking about a situation where they already had the seed. They heard some of this Torah, now they want to elaborate. And they don't have to teach them, so the Baruch loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an item, he couldn't do it, the Baruch considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah rab. And even if the Baruch makes a gzeira, you can do the gzeira. The Lord tells us, what's better, give a poor person alone, or to give him a gift? The answer is to give him a loan, because a gift will be embarrassed. A loan, he'll be happy, he thinks he can pay back. It says Gemara, there's something better than both of those. And that is, doing business with a poor person. Giving somebody money and invest. And you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something, he's accomplishing. The Rothschild says maybe he'll get even more money because of that, and therefore it's bad. A Talmid Chacham who has bad midos, does if it's revenge, he's making a knife like a snake. It's better to be his friend because you learn something from the Torah rather to be an Amaharet's friend. And Miramis' friend who could steer you wrongly in the Torah, even though he has beautiful midas, he's a pious person, he's a chassid. Pasuk says, "Smach b'chura b'chor b'yalutzecha." In other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart. And that same pasuk, the Torah flips around and says, "That you should know that from Eden to Yafa should know what be a good one." What's going on? One shot is the Torah is talking about the Yitzhar heart type, and then the pasuk goes to the Yitzhar heart, or vice versa. The Torah starts with the Yitzhar heart, and then moves on to the Yitzhar type. What the Torah is telling us? You learn as much Torah as you can. But when you learn, you do the Daf Yomi, you minute, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it. You have to apply it. You should know it. And Baruch knows that you know the stuff now. You better apply it to your life. The beautiful mashal of the Dubno Maggid who says that there was a poor person who didn't have to take his name, and he went to Shul to look for a meal. And the guy said, "You know what? Why do you need to order a meal? Come with me to the hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you want." He goes to the hotel with the guy. He checks him into the Ritz Carlton. And he stays there for a week. He was about to check out. The person at the front desk says $7,700 to $1,100 a night. He says, the guy told me it's free. The guy liked me. He didn't know what to do. The guy in the lobby, the guy told him, listen, you told me to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month, stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for long as you says it's in the money. The person wakes up at big life and says, what did I do? I did all these I heard. Let's do truth. Says the HR, don't. That's not a good idea. Stay in. Don't check out. Keep on doing your Rabbi. That's what it says. Every day you let us know. We're learning who knows how much currency you do learn. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who Gemara is discussing dogs and shouldn't be a gadol for a bra. If you had a dog, it chases away the poor people, you won't fuck us. Says the Gemara, a woman walked to his house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, why are you so scared of the dog? I took out his teeth, he doesn't have claws. She says, it's too late. My pregnancy is over. In other words, be careful with the bad dog. We had in the Mishnah, Beers. Beers is a belt that goes around the sock, make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Beers is one belt, and a Pavel is it's two belts. And according to Rabbi, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do you use chain? So that in certain families that had very large steps, in order to prevent them from having large steps and being pursued. And Rabbi agreed to that shot that he said, he woke up from his sleep, he heard it, he said, when you found it through the soul. That is wonderful thing.
That's the front side of the beginning of the campus, which is 30 buildings. 3 million indoor square feet. 4.5 miles of roads. Like,
How are you all doing?
We got the best parts of the place. They had chemical testing and stuff. We don't have those.
Even though it's not
part of the Homeland Security, but we just have a wonderful, blessed space at the foothills of the mountains, and it's really magical. And I was able to see what Tyler Perry was able to do with 300 acres of military base. It's amazing. And how you could make this studio out of that. And so, yeah, it hit the news recently, but I purchased it.
It's not without years.
I've had it. Was it a tough step to like take that? Like, okay, we can get this and we can get this. Like, did you reach out to him because I know he has Atlanta. He has an amazing space, and he may have many spaces now. This was 3 years ago. Went to a space at a train or something, and they were. It was unbelievable. I wasn't around for assistance. Like, we can do this. I just needed to be able to have a home where great movies and entertainment product could be made without any of the shenanigans that are generally involved with Hollywood. And you crank them out.
We're by both people.
That all it needs to do
But
is
by
be
us,
good.
by sharing the links, we have a
We're gonna make
word.
it. And
Then
so,
because both
even though it might have appeared
have a
from
package.
interviews with me that
But she was
this guy just loves tearing people apart, really, we're trying to create something where
What question
we
would
can provide a
say,
platform
well, it's not
for
running out
a lot of
sheriff,
people to show
why
what they do. So, yeah.
sheriff is
So
so
it'd be a place where
even a
you can
small
make other
city
people's
sheriff
countries
decides
come
to
true.
work
It's like my film television, that's right.
whereas by the way,
Just
there's a lot more
basically
you wouldn't hours
to have
to
a
support
great
the
script
this is so
and
fun.
a
The
great
worst
cast
part
and
that lasts for
leave
7
your
days.
troubles at
Whereas
the
by
door
insurance, it only lasts for 1
and
day.
walk out.
But lucky us, we have extra
Entertained.
work, very hard. I guess the Chubbs not ask.
I like that, doing things yourself. Yeah.
But not great. It's
Yeah,
further
because
not sure.
they'll
The
let
price will come back to the war.
comedy,
One thing, pardon, one thing,
the industry die if we allow it. You know what I mean? And nobody in the fan base ever said, hey, we don't want any more funny movies. Nobody said that.
And it
None of the
says,
fans ever were like, hey, we're tired of laughing and yeah, boo to the cop. No one ever said that. They just decided, we make more money in the superhero action department. Let's just do all those. You know what I mean? And so it'll just take somebody in the comedy sphere to start producing.
says Guevara, Rabbi says, I don't need it. I can learn from the actual word in the bus.
You already have projects kind of on tap. Yeah, we got to say,
This is a play.
I'm not allowed to really answer that question, but yeah, like,
At the commanders of the army,
it's a great location where it is, like it's an hour and a half. Atlanta, more or less. It's 45 minutes from Birmingham.
Don't worry about it. When you not a single one of us,
Hair is so thirsty. That
didn't sink this.
we have equal thirst. So everybody wants it to work and to it. Hey man,
Not really
that's exciting.
It's listening to us.
Well, you have you got your hand in on most of the projects. I was like,
3 of them are out of
those are
Nova.
weird
4 of
questions.
them
That's
are
kind of,
private.
it's kind of,
Private one and the exposure.
it's kind of not necessary for how
The same way that
for how it's set up. It's set up in much the way the grocery store is set up. So my job is just to make sure that all of the food that we sell in this grocery store belongs in this grocery store. You see what I'm saying? All of the people get it in there. People want to see that. Yeah, they love that. Yeah, the cherry
That's
pumps.
what
Yeah,
you
they
out with
love
the
that. And once that is, once that barrier is crossed,
Animal
then
hair
we're just
certainly
trying to make it the best project for
will
you
not go out.
and to make
However,
your
older woman who has white hair,
smaller
red hair,
budget
certainly
be
not
able
weird.
to compete
Younger woman
with
dark hair because then people make fun of her and she comes to take it out. The young girl, she's never weird, white hair. That's not
just needs to
concerned.
be funny. Yeah.
As we listen to the first
Funny,
one,
but it also can't be
one
under
goes
budget.
over the
See, they can't look professional. It cannot look cheap.
tells us that it's so intense for the hat, it's not
Which
concerned.
means
How
it
does
can't,
she become short?
and that goes to your lighting, and that's why you
That's not
need
concerned. She won't be.
hundreds of acres of
However, she
space
says
to be
couples
able
and
to
ten
have all that.
Jacob,
Have it like
one is permitted to go in the
building an
private domain.
amphitheater and,
Some
we
have
have
made
sound
assumptions
stages
that a
and
woman
a whole
should not be
auditorium.
disgusted in the eyes of the
Yeah,
others.
that's just trying to see if you have the cause just on the deck. You know,
Ramana
instead
says
of waiting until the court just like saying,
also to go out of the
we're just saying you're gonna make sure that things can happen. It's like you have a podcast. It's like it's almost like a brain, like it makes, yeah.
Ronnie says that
You can pull off.
these are
Something that you know you're invested in. It's something you know you do well.
all the
blinds.com. Window treatments. Ain't just about keeping your nosy neighbor dog from peeking in while you eat your cereal shirt. Nah, man, the right window treatments could actually save you some shit on those energy bills. That's right. Less sweat, more cash in your pocket. But here's the rub. Getting them the old-fashioned way, what a nightmare. Somebody shows up at your house with a vibe you don't trust, throwing out quotes that sound like he's trying to fund his kid's private school. It's like, man, blinds.com flip the script. No weird home visits, no pushy salespeople. Instead, they got these virtual consultations with design experts who can help anytime, anywhere. So here's the deal, head over to blinds.com right now to unlock an exclusive discount. That's right, they're hooking up our listeners with $50 off purchases of $500 or more with code NEO at checkout. Don't sleep on this deal. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. You know the drill. Blinds.com, maybe they're changing the window game one shade at a time. You know that Valentine's Day is closing in quicker than a box of dishes.
Shabbos Daf Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You could go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it smells, and we're not concerned to pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that most, it is still considered most. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explains because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's also. When Rabbi did it, the entire generation of him, the Gemara tells us that a woman could go out with peppercorn in her mouth, she'd use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order tooth pain. Other things that we're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, what to go out with or not. A person has a false tooth. If it's made out of gold, concern is, according to Muhammad, a woman might take it out to show her friends what it is. Rabbi says that's not a concern because that'll cause her an embarrassment. She won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go with a false tooth. That's only if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. This is part of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. I learned earlier that if a woman wears a slave lighton, it's a full flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. Other Malachim, Rav Shimon ben Elazar, he says that anything under the svacha, the wool cap, a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svacha, you're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a wound on the bottom of their foot, what they would do is they would take a coin, a selah, and put it under the foot, and that would heal. Because it has three attributes. Number one, it's hard. Two, it has moisture. And three, it has a form to it. Those three things together heal the foot. This matbeah is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear. They would pierce their ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in threads or even a toothpick. You're allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, Abu the Shmuel didn't allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something you show your friends. Women in Arab lands can wear, you realize they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Modai they would wear proof voices. Basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button, and you could tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that if it's a coin, you miyached it, you designate before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin. It's muktzah. you might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful with air, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a strange body next to them, and then they'll have a taiva. And he made a mikvah for them in the days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a mikvah. Rainwater you can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roy, and in the Nahar Pras, in the Euphrates, there was rainwater then the spring water, and therefore was usher to tribal it. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put mats there. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taisus, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even the Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that it can only be table in the Har Pras in the day of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rainwater. There's a shaila in the Gemara. If a woman could take a nut and pretend that she's making a button out of it, do the proifring, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, but her real intent is to travel across the Shusarabah. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do trickery? What's the question? You know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing and trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mother, according to a measure, you could do trickery, you could wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if we don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire over the rice. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over the rice to get a nut and candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's tiltul kulachiyat. That's not the natural way of carrying. Carry a nut in your hand. You don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. So perhaps it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not going to ignore the fact that you're not saying abstract. And, if I saw a black woman, you actively saw one. Yeah. And this is recent. Yeah. And it's going to
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav. Happy Lag Ba'omer. There's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic leg, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purposes, then he could go out with it on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Rabbi Yossi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smoichos are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos. And they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair, and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash, but we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshat in the Gemara. 1 pshat is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another pshat is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kelim. They don't serve a purpose, and therefore they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mikabel toma, and you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. The maskana. The way we learn our Mishnahs, like we said, Rabbi Meir is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's asur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word asur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his talmidim say that Rabbi Meir is the one that says it's asur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, you got to flip it around. Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his in our Mishnah because a Yavama could do chalitz on a Yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see a shoe could be wood. Other Alavas that he said, that and he brings a raya from our Mishnah that Rabbi says wooden shoe is considered a shoe you go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if a Yavam wears his left shoe on his right foot, you can do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, you can also do chalitza. Rav Huna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shel sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe, it's made out of straw, it's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it, it becomes Tomikilas Medras. V'haidulai, who's V'haidulai? Rabbi Meir says the Gemara who holds that wood is good shoe, says a good shoe. And who didn't admit to it? Rabbi Yossi says that it's also, or Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri also says on a mat made out of straw that you lay on, he says the straw is not considered wood, and therefore it's not Mekabel Tumah. The other one says it is Mekabel Tumah. Why it brings Taisvis? That there's a shita that says Adam Rishon ate from Eitz Hadas, which was made out of wheat. So you see wheat, which is straw, considered Eitz Hadas. Says the Mishnah, this shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a base kibble, it has a place to put the soft material, then it's considered a kli, and it's Mekabel Tumah. If the main purpose and design of a kli is to lean on it, then it could be Mekabel Tumas Medras. Tumas Medras, when the Zav and the Zava lean, sit, lay on something, if it's Mekabel Tumas Medras, only if it was designed so to begin with. If a kli is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes you use it, says Abaya, it's not Mekabel Tumas Medras. Rabbi says, it is Mekabel Tumas Medras. Says, Rabbi, I'll prove it to you. There's a halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's Mekabel Tumas Medras. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a raya. A walking stick that you don't lean on to be. The halacha is, it's not Mekabel any kind of tumah, even maga. It's a pshudik it doesn't have a base keel. Says Rava, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed for walking straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy should go out with kesher. One shot of the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, they will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the Bnei Melachim, the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the Bnei Melachim go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal, of a chicken, or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. You're getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick. Before he goes away to camp or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and straps it on his left hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then it's a sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot before, and you put it on an intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shtikas hamamanim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You can take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap him up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You could do that on Shabbos and you can burn his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper, like, this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it down in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. If somebody has misplaced, like displaced the vertebrae, you can hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye, who was a Yosem, he was brought up by Rabbi's wife, and he used to say, "On your old mother, my stepmother told me." And basically what she says are important things in the halachas. And she says, wait, she was the one that said 5 and 7 sharp. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring the halacha All the Mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara, from Amrli A, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear Eden Tikuma, which is a stone within a stone. Rameir says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: could you take the second stone and weigh a third stone? Will it work on the third stone? Only if a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something and you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot, you go to the river and you say, river, lend me some water. You take the water and you go around your head 7 times, and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease shall leave. Have a wonderful day.
It's fuel for your imagination. It's like, that's how you get your head, right? But I didn't want to use my imagination. I wanted this imagination. I wanted to know Huckleberry Finn, and I wanted to know what they were doing.
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin, Happy Life Ba'omer. We're back to the sugi of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. A person has fever every 3 days. He has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beams, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirts from 7 different ships, and cells of cumin from cumin. And here's a one: 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You pile together, put it in a strand of hair, wrap it around your neck. That's the school of 4 roof. If a person has really high fever, you take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, a sneh. Put your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, "Vayalach Hashem Elav." The second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over there, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, "Vayar Hashem Kisar Lira," as Hashem saw. The word "sar" means go away. And the third day, you notch up the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, "Don't come close to me. Go away, disease." And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why the Baruch was mashing the shechina on you is not because you're such a great treat. The opposite. It's because you're so humble, and that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it, and you cut down the sneh, and you say, just like the fire ran away from Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah by Kishon Eish, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has a shin or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Mesa Kisei, Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, like Ba'omer, says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells, and you go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we said, you cannot go out with a bell, you can turn no fall. He's royal. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothes. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of earache. Machlokes whether he can go out or not, we'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, that wakes the person up. If he's sleeping, if he's dead, it's good for Yitzamia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this tooth. The nail, a person that was hung for a wound, according to a mayor, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Chaman, that's darki amoyer. The same way Seleichud is a deraisa to act like a guy with superstition. Abai and Rabbi say anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darki amoyer. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darki amoyer. You're acting like a guy. If a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are 2 things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit of the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this to get them to daven to you. As it says in the Torah, the Torah calls out Ayin Tameh to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. The matter that says you take a cluster of dates and put it on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. Rabbi said all the halachas of a Murray, that's Interceptum, Perizayim Ches, that discussed in Murray, they're all false, you're not allowed to do them. There are only two. And in fact, the Maharil brings, these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, Daf Samach Zayin, which are Badim Menu, so they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone, let's say it's a chicken bone, you take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words, and if you have a bone of a fish, you put it, you do the same thing, you say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered documentary. The person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God Yodin. The view that says that lashon is worse than documentary, that's actually a bizarre. The person switches his name with his wife. At nighttime, he calls himself, his wife's name, and she calls him her name, his name. That's also documentary. If you say, my barrel should be stronger, he uses a lashon of Dan Yodin. That is documentary. Rabbi says once again, Dan is a lashon of Zara, completely awesome. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieky, and turn your tail, and everything will be good, that's documentary. If you see a chicken acting wrongly, in other words, the chicken instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut it because of that, that's documentary. Same thing if a female chicken, like a male chicken, if a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of a kutak, which is, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people, don't talk loudly when I my lentils, or she says, let's scream so that the people, all these things are documentary. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass. That is scientifically proven to work. Chachamim say, if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is sakana. You don't want to really eat glass. Not a very good idea. To say the wine, l'chaim, which the mouth of Rabbanim, that's a factor of kiva. He said l'chaim to the chachamim and to the talmidim that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower. It chills it out a little bit, and the flame will slower. Rabbi Zucker says, if you were to cause your flame not to increase but to consume more oil, your oiver and isser raisa, according to most Rishonim of Kal Pashkas, you're consuming oil when you don't need to. With that, we finish the amazing parak of Bamet Isha, and tomorrow we are going to start the Neder. Wow, Godol, have a wonderful day.
I think every day is controlled and regulated. You think there's ever ways where we can get to the control room and see who's controlling me? You think that's all? We're past that.
Shabbos Daf Samach Ches. We're starting a brand new parak Klal Gadol, one of the most famous programs in Shas. Klal Gadol, there's three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Klal Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the various he ever committed because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, so he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is asur, so he's chayiv for each av malacha including if he did call one av, he's kind of only one carbon for the two of them. But for every av malach, he's kind of one. This is the Gemara. Why is it called Rabbi oven? Because compared to Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says Klal Gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking, you're not cooking attached to the ground, it's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bashar that says Klal Gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain it? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peah, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefker. And it has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, potter from mice. When it comes to peah, we add three things. It has to be you reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayav and pay. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are cut from pay because you don't store them. So that's why it's a Klal Gadol. Meiser compared to pay is a Klal Gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Yochanan and Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a Pinoi Shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos, and when he becomes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rabbi and Shmuel. You see, no. Somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a Pinnik Shenishba, doesn't have to bring a carbon. In fact, it's Machlokes Tanoim. It says in the Brayso, it's a Klal Gadol. If it's a Pinnik Shenishba, and he didn't know Shabbos, he didn't know about Chayla, he didn't know about the Dam, and he didn't know about Avodah Zarah, he brings one carbon for each Avera for his entire life. One carbon for Dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one for Chayla, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's parted from all carbonics. Munbaz learned that there's a hedge between Shogeg and Mezid. Mezid is called a Chayta, Shogeg is considered a Chayta. And just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so through Shogeg you had to have awareness. And somebody that's a Pinnik Shenishba never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Akiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing Shogeg to Mezid, Mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by Shogeg? In fact, Munbaz holds that yes, he does have an awareness. When he does a Shogeg, we'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for Shogeg and Mezid, and just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so to Shogeg. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas comes to tell us another halacha that in order to be chayav achatos, so it has to be this doinei kares. Only something that if you do something b'mezid you chayav kares, then on the shogeg part you bring a chatos. Otherwise, you don't bring a chatos. Have a wonderful day, but if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain. The Gemara is Havamina and Rav and Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rav and Shmuel that they hold like Pinnik Shenishba. Someone that never had an awareness about Shabbos, didn't know about Shabbos, he's chayiv only one carbon. That would mean what we consider Klal Aleph on the list, Klal Aleph, would have to drop down to be Klal. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second Klal in the Mishnah. And on that Klal, he would be chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And Klal Beis that we have would drop down to Klal Gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, would drop down to Klal Gimel, and he'd be chayav for each and every malacha that he does. But the issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say Klal Gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say, much bigger. The person forgot that today is Shabbos, and he's chayav on each and every malacha. And therefore, the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. You bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
Some people like that, so still going. Yeah, I have a little has been on my tour probably for the last 3 or 4 years.
Shabbos Daf Samach Tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shogeg, you'd probably say shogeg means the person doesn't know that this aver is asur. Well, there's a three-way machlokes. Mumbaz has an incredible shita that shogeg means a person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That's considered a shogeg. The fact is a brisa that says exactly like Mumbaz. Brisa says, how do you define the perfect shogeg? Somebody that doesn't know what Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is asur. And how do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is asur. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is asur. He knows the malach is asur, he doesn't know Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Mumbaz's case. And the Brisa says in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, he's considered a shogeg. Perfect proof for Mumbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg. So what is considered a shogeg according to Chachamim? According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares, that's considered shogeg. According to Shlokish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares. Two things. And it brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, Asher loiseh asenu b'shgaga ve'ashem. Pasuk is referring to lav and kares. He doesn't know both. That's considered a shogeg. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mummer, so it's off the derech, that does an avera, the shogeg, he doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shogeg, he shouldn't bring a carbon. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's chayav 39 karbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, if he got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shogeg. Understood. As long as a person forgets kares, that's considered shogeg. So here's the case: all 39. But according to Rothschild, he has to forget the kares and the lav. So then, what is he exactly a shogeg? How does he know the shogeg? The answer is that according to Rabbi Kiva, there's a 40th avera, the iraisa, and that's chumen. To walk 2,000 amos out of the chum. The only difference between chum and all the other ones is that chum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about chum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Who has bitu? When somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I am to eat, or I'm not going to. There's a big chiddush in Shavuos HaBitul. You have to bring a carbon on the lap. According to Abaye, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shogeg, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogeg, even though the carbon is a. Now, what is the shogeg? It's very easy to find the shogeg in Shavuos HaBitul when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate a mistake. So that's a shogeg. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shavuos HaBitul in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he didn't eat. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shogeg. Over here, by Shavuos HaBitul, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shogeg. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on Abaye, who says that according to everybody, you have to be shogeg in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma, the mezid, he's chayav misa b'dei shamayim. The shogeg, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's misa b'dei shamayim? Is that considered a shogeg? According to Abaye, Rabbi will hold that misa b'dei shamayim is not like kares, and therefore it's not a shogeg, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. according to Rabbi. Rabbi Yochanan will hold Misa B'dei Shemayim equals Paris. It's like the same thing as Paris, and therefore you do pay the Chayim. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know when does he keep Shabbos? Do Malacha today? Can you not do Malacha? Rabbi says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is. He counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. Rabbi Rav says the opposite. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. The Machlekes says, do we go by Bria Soilam, and do 6 days and then Shabbos? Or Rabbi Rav says, no, it's like other Marisha. He was born, there was immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia V'Rav, because the Brisa seems like it says you keep for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, because the Brisa says Mefurish, you count 6 days and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Mechal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He could only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2 free days. Because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. If a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings one carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. The Shamru B'nai Yisrael as a Shabbos is singular. You have to keep one Shabbos. It says the Shmoiru in the plural. So which one is it? Says the Gemara, the Shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rabbi, because one carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says the Shamru B'nai Yisrael says Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over and Aveira. It's one Shabbos. So he's like the Shmoiru, all the Shabbosim that you mechalel equal one carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Just lean away from the warm. Flip the pillows. Did you because he's just some people have
Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today is Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings 1 carbon chatos. Every Shabbos he brings another carbon chatos. If a person knows that today is Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of Kaiser is asur, that the malacha of Zereya is asur. He forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a kaiser. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had 1 forgetfulness. His mistake was 1 that he forgot that today's Shabbos. He brings 1 carbon. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a carbon on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one aveira, chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says kol ha'oisa me'alacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shogeg. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a carbon. The Torah says, mois yumas, you bring many karbanas on one Shabbos. There's a very famous machlekes in Shas. The Torah says, you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? Says Rabbi Yossi Lilav Yotzos. All the 39 malachas, the other 38 malachas, If one does it, you get skila. B'mezi. If you do b'mezi without Eidim and Asra, you get kares. If you do the shaya, you get a chatas. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lab. There's no kares, no skila, no carbon. Comes Rav Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chali, that every single malacha, you bring it your own carbon if you're over it, just like Shmuel says. It says Eila Hadvarim. Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey Yediyah is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a carbon for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon from the pasuk of Asa me achas mehein. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me achas, which is the extra man. Meheina is extra man. And he learns me achas means that if a person is to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem, he's also over, because that's all you need is 2 ICIs, and Mishimon is chayiv. The mem of Mehena teaches us colors, not only I, but even for the colors. And then he goes on to learn Achas Mehena means Achas Shihi Hena. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv for each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel said. Or Hena Shi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, so he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from the Asam Me'achas Mehena is because he doesn't want to learn. He could learn 2 things. He learned of Taldos and learns Shem Mishimai, but then learns Achash Yehena Vehena. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are also. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has 1 carbon. Perhaps no. You should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rav Nachman wants to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot different malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rav Ashi says, depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference and you only bring 1 carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah in this paragraph later on says there are 39 malachas. And the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. Says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas, you're chayiv up to 39 karbanis in 1 helam, in 1 awareness, 1 shot. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's an Isra Karas, and that's considered a Shaygir, that's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos today because you know there's an Isra. But according to Rish Lakish, that in order to be over a Shaygir, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's also before. You don't know that there's a lot, you know. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings 1 carbon. So how's it possible that he's chayiv 39 karbanos? The answer is because Rish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Kiva holds them in the right side of the Isser Tchumen. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. You're just not chayiv a carbon. He's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayiv 39 karbanos. Have a wonderful day.
And I did, and it was, I think she kind of appreciated it, but it was still, I don't think much. She's very good. But yeah, I like Tim and Caroline That shit was good. I love that. What else did I like? I'm trying to think of a show where I had like a
Stop and stop finding knowledge. More tells us a very interesting concept called drema, to drag something. If somebody did Tzira and China. He reaped and he ground 2 malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos. You bring 1 carbon for those 2 malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those 2 malachas. He did Tzira and China again. However, this time he didn't realize Tzira and China are asur. They're malachas. The halacha is you bring 1 carbon, and that's enough for all 4 malachas. Why? You bring carbon on the first Tzira. Tzira and the Tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. If a person does 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, you bring 1 carbon. The top box, Tzira and China, they are goyer each other. Tzira pulls the China to it. So 1 carbon is enough for the Tzira and China on the top box, because they all happen in one Shabbos, and we're forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for China, it works for the China below it. Machlokes is in another case. The same exact case, but his idea, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the Tzira that he forgot that the malach is also. The bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to China. They're separate boxes because the 2 malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says we go upwards. Tzira and Tzira, we said it happened in 1 awareness, 1 carbon for both. Then it turns left. It goes from Tzira to China. That even Rabbi did. The question is, now that China is involved, we'll go downwards to the China below it. According to Abaye, you do 2 grades. You go from Tzira to China, and from China to China, 2 graders. According to Rabbi, I only go 1 grader. So I go from Tzira to Tzira, and then from Tzira to China, 1 carbon for 3 things. But the China, on the bottom of Shiglas Halachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate 2 zeisei chela, 2 hours worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zayis number 1, and then he continued eating a 3rd zayis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness of olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kazesim because of the concept of greira. 1 is connected to 2, and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rabbi, it doesn't work. It works on 1 and 2, and not on 3. And if I bring a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2. But after Rabbi heard the concept of greira from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye that it works, but it only works once and not twice, as he explained before. Rabbi Zera, using Abaye Rabbi, where Abaye Rabbi say that Sira that was done to Shigla Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I bring on that to work on Sira that I forgot that the malach is up. Even though there are 2 types of Averis, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the malach, 1 carbon works for both. Rabbi Zera argues and says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayis of Shigla Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayis of Shigla Malachas to be mechayiv me 1 carbon. Rabbi Shua says that 2 kazeisei chela that were cooked 2 different ways. Let's say 2 pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is straight, and one was Panda Express, which is straight. One is fried, and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, it's lesson to prepare differently to type 2 katas. One lesson says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to 2 halves, one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a kazai, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a kazai, they are mitzvah together to create 1 whole kazayis that you would be kind of a carbon, because Rabbi Shua doesn't say the you'd be makel the pattern of the carbon. The other lashon is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout. If it means that half kazayis and half kazayis do not combine together, it makes it kula. He still goes with his shita that 2 types of food are not the same. The Gemara tells us that, that when you have 4 different types of food that are also eaten, chayla, dab, noisham, people eat 4 korbanos. If you have 2 types, 2 of the same, 2 chayla, you'll bring 1 for both if it happened in 1 hela. That's the chumrah of different types over 1 type. Now, 1 type has a chumrah over 2 types, and that is, if a person ate a half a kazayis, and then another half a kazayis, even though he had knowledge in between the two advocates, that knowledge is not enough to be machalik and say that he doesn't have to bring a carbon. Big machlokes in the sugya between the Rabbi and the Shlokish, it takes up almost the full amud. If a person ate 2 kizay sikela in one awareness, but his knowledge on kizay number 1 happened before the knowledge of number 2, how many karbanos does he bring? 1 or 2? Rabbi, he brings 2 karbanos. He brings a pasik hatasai, each chet and chet. And the Shlokish says you bring 2 hatasai, even part of it you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes of Rabbi and Shlokish is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yizbiyah is makor hafrashim. In other words, when I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira, and have to bring 2 hatas, or perhaps it's the hafrashim that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that hafrashim, so Rabbi will say Yizbiyah is machalik, and according to Rothschild, that hafrashim is machalik. And Meichatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. The case is a person ate 1.5 kizay sechela in one awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on 1 kizay out of the 1.5. And later on, he ate another half a kizay. Perhaps, since the second half of kizay can combine with the first half of kizay, because they are in one awareness, bring the second carbon on those 2 halves. And it says Rabbi Yochanan, no, Meichatasa tells me that since I'm bringing a carbon on the first kizayis, including that first kizayis, is its partner, the half of kizayis. And that half of kizayis cannot be mitzvah to the second half of kizayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is on after the designation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that hafrash is a machalik, and Rosh will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and you use rikah, the kapara, that's when you start all over again and bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Rosh do with al chatasai? He'll say that pasuk is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
Let's start with the real question. The real question is cloning going on? Yeah, it is. I knew it. Well, I'm saying, let's just say that. Let's start there. That's not a myth, or that's not a conspiracy theory that we are at the point.
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I didn't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf ayin aleph. It was one of the most difficult dafim, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Kali and Ashim Badai. The person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat. He has 2 pieces of meat of tzaddik, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hektish or the one that's chulin. So he sets aside a carbon Ashim Kali. According to a carbon, he could stipulate and make it now and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hektish, so the carbon I brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. It's not necessary to have knowledge. Knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. So if a person boiled a shifra charufa 5 times, shifra charufa is a shifra tennis who's engaged to be married to her, and a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, had a idea. Since idea, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring 1 carbon at the end, and it would pocket all 5 acts. The Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, the person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's machal. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Kiva, who argues on Rabbi Kiva, he says that by Osham Vade, you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. Then Osham Vade is no different than a chatas. And just like we had the other day, that the Machlik when you're doing if a person ate 2 pieces of chayla in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chayla, that knowledge, yediyah, is machalik according to Rabbi. It separates in the body, and therefore you would have to bring 2 carbons. According to Rothschild, the yediyah is not machalik, you bring 1 carbon. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a yediyah in between acts, you would have to bring 2 carbons. According to Rabbi, according to Rothschild, just 1 carbon. And now we go on to the sugya of nisasek. Nisasek is someone that's preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, does zero. That's a misasek. He's completely putter according to everybody. But what happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, this is not a chaticha d'isur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's potter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shagi, and he's cut. Gemara goes on to bring a raya, the Rabba, from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayav 2 korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, he does 3 avodah zarahs in one awareness. He chefs an animal to avodah zarah. He brings the animal on in his path for avodah zarah. He pours wine for avodah zarah. All 3. He only brings 1 carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right to Rabbi, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, a person is shaygay without kavana by other mitzvahs, he's chayav, and Shabbos is father. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating challah in other averos, mitzvahs, he's chayav a carbon, and in Shabbos he's father. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rabbi, or according to the Bride, he's father, and it's exactly what Rabbi said. So it's a good raya for Rabbi. Abai will say that the shagig over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he would be chayav. Mashagim Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, he's potter. But in Rabbi's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayav. Now, the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachos of Shabbos versus 2 averos like chaylev and dam. Well, they would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayav 2 korbanos, and chaylev and dam, you'd be chayav 2 korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now, the seifa cannot be talking about avodah zarah. The person did a shaygay, he's chayav, that's avodah zarah. All shaygayim are potter. For instance, the person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to avodah zarah. He's completely potter because his heart is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is avodah zarah, then it's avodah zarah, then he's amazing. And if he didn't decide that the statue is avodah zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to avodah zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul, should be meiser nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also potter, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs, and the Reish is talking about avodah zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Because I'm saying, I read about Jesus getting to the mountaintop, and the devil saying you can have all of this, and saying you don't have anything. So that's what I got to think of too. So I'm going to follow suit.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sugya of Misasif, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, that's not a chaticha d'isur. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore it's completely potter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayk and it's a big potter. The Gemara brings 2 more cases where Rabbi and Rabbi argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 amas in Rosh Hashanah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chayav. The shear is 4 amas, but his ball traveled 4 amas. Over here it's different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It was detached. It's completely mutter. Rav in this case says he's potter, and Rabbi says he's chayav. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah is asur. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rishus Rabbi. We thought he's standing in Rishus Yachid. According to Rava, he's potter. According to Abaya, he's chayv. But if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 hours, and it traveled 4 hours. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chayv. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avos Malachas. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig and know all 39 Malachas, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Yisurim that it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachas are Asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a Kriseves, Agaso, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig. It's higher. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So we have to say that the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is he doesn't know this consequence that he occurs, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called Chumim. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amos on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachas. Avos Malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malacha has 39 Toldos. Rabbi Yochanan Rish Lakish discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is Chayiv B'Deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamon, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the leches hamishpah. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the mishpah, and 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the Urias hamishpah. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, for the top of the mishpah. 2 of them are for the pyros. Pyros have words on them, the siva and the mechika. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, mechaba, take out, take another rishus, makabah. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael, you plow first, the soil, not the ground, then they sow the seeds, and they plow it again. And the chiddush is that even the second harisha plowing is considered av malach. The next one is, well, we discussed Zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that includes also zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like you're planting. Noitea is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Mavrit is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Market is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of as malach. If you do all of them, you're only high of one carbon. Chayrish is the plow, so that includes all chayfer, to dig, and chayrish to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malach. You do all 3 of them, you have one carbon. Chayritzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes boitzer, anovim, grapes, boiter tmarim, dates, masik zeis, olives, figs. They're all considered one malach. You do all of them in one Shabbos, one awareness, you have one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather. Rava says includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Abai says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menafet, and menafet, that's to beat flax, and cotton is considered one malacha. If you do all 3 of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zoymer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has 2 intents. One is he wants to work, and the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on 2 malachas. And the same would apply to aspasta. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You chayav for kaitzer and noitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more, and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boiler. If you are in a field, that's firish because you're softening up the dirt for seeding. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's baina. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's chayrish.
It's exciting.
An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, Melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayav. Meaning, if you do a melacha, but you don't want the outcome, the melacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, you would agree that since you are metaltal, you're doing something. You are potter. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a country in order to get the date. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are chaylish, which is chaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarid, which is the malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the date from the wood around it. Rabbi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyra, and Merake have a wonderful day.
You know what I mean? Just on this base schedule that has no schedule except it's crazy. Life changing. Say it happen. But you have pets.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitish, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do boirer and eat it, you could do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter, but if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you could cook on Shabbos. We can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shir also in the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with kaner v'tamchoy, that's only Isidor Rabbanon with a funnel, with a plate. That's Kilachar. That's not the real way of doing Torah. But if you do it the real way, with the real sifter, a Napo Torah, that's the Isidor Raisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say any mention of Kalim in that Raisa. Perhaps it's talking about Oichal Meter Psoilas. And that's Mutter, but Psoilas Meter Oichal is also, again, the Raisa doesn't mention anything about Oichal Meter Psoilas. It says Abaya, therefore, I say the Pshat is, says the brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's Isser Boyer D'Oraisa. The Rishonim explains that Rabbi agrees to the concept of biyad and oichal m'toich psoilas. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. Gemara tells a story. Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi. And Rabbi Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rabbi held that even Eichel with the psolos is usher, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem of buyer, it just selected itself, he just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show Ayin Yafa, he wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmasin type of bean is considered soils and teichayim, even if you take out the actual fruit, because it requires 7 things, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichel, that soils can ruin other beans. And now we go to the base. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in buyer. Now we're done with buyer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he mixes it, that is considered teichen, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also teichen, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatech, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samimonim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isra of Mevashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up, that's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible over on teichen, the dirt, boyer the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachek, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashal it. If you were to make a real oven of earthenware, you'd be over on one more makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no baina, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kalim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averas. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach, you do shtei batinirim, you start it out in the 2 loops, oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on kaifer, on sewing, and kaisher, making a knot. If you were to do tviyah, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi Bechani, it could be over on 3 things. Guy says, minapets, untangling it, and tviyah, spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tefillah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachamos, it has special, but today it's considered klachiyat. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on geizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on katach, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets, and they would add to the net and take off from the net, so they made shiras, and they made knots, and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were 2 knots and 2 threads in the Mishkan, and you undid one, because even for a regular king, you wouldn't do so certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means 1 in, 1 out. In other words, 1 full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
Perfect when you don't even try. I heard you say that you feel like we're about to enter like a golden era.
Shabbos daf ayin hey. One of the lamites malachas in the Mishnah is kireya al menas litvar, tearing in order to sew. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it, we tear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard three things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull two pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a Magosh, what is a Magosh? Machlokes, he's Chayev Misa. Rav says a Magosh is a Megadev, somebody that constantly talks about Avodah Zarah, and the concern is it will influence you, Avodah Zarah. And we see that Rav said that if a person learns from a Magosh, even one thing, is Chayev Misa. Obviously, he's not talking about a Mechashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from Avodah Zarah. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a Magosh is a Mechashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazalos and kufais, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk V'spayil Hashem lo yabitu, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see u'ma'aseh yadav lo yiro, and they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to talk to such a person. Rabbi Yochanan says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufas and mazalos, as it says in the pasuk Shmat Masisim ki chochmaschem u'binaschem. This is your chachma le'inei oamim, towards the nation. Explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalos when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas in the Mishnah is hatzot tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazoin, the snail that you make the chelas from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazoin, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gidulei Karka, something that grows from the ground. The argument and says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Tilas Hashama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the Tilas Hashama. Even Rav Shimon admits, like Rachel, that if you were to chop an animal's head off and say, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear, therefore is considered a misaseh, and he's potter. What is the isser to chef an animal? According to Shmuel, it's the Tilas Neshama. According to Rav, there's also the Tilas Neshama, but in addition to that, there's the isser of Tzeveya of a dye. Says Rav, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the Makam Shchita so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, two malachas. If you salt the hide and you tan the hide. Rabbi and Shlomo both say that those are one of the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misartet, of creating lines like we have in the Sefer Torah, putting lines into the hide. This is also Doraisa. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rava says there's no such thing as tanning food, not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Ravacha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Rishon Levi says 3 halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment and you smooth out the ointment, that is memachik. Anything that you're doing a Gemara Malacha, you're finishing off the object, that's called Makeh B'Kadish, one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you make a depiction on a cleat, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's Makeh B'Kadish. They had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a sukkah panel, you write this is 1, 2, north, south. They have the same thing on the highrise of the Mishkan. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need 2 ICOs. Doesn't matter how big the but erasing, even erasing one very large joint where you can write 2 ICOs, would also be over. The Rosh puts out. It doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Avis Malachos. What is it? These are the Avis Malachos. Tell us that there are more than the 39 mentions, although according to Rabbi, we also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you'd be chayav. In addition to the Av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds you're chayav 1 for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to Rabbi Yehuda, there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoivek and Medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the erev. What we have in our Mishnah are 1 less than 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in Mesa and Oire. Says the new Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about Itzah for the next few days. We're talking about Itzah for a while. In order to be over on Itzah from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store, and it has the right shear that you store. If typical people don't store this, but you store it, you yourself will be over and no one else. In Machlokes Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man says Dam Nida, the other man says Asherah tree. Another is Zara tree, which is also Banah. Another one says Dam Nida certainly would agree with Asherah, since it's also Banah, is not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rabbi, it doesn't need for it at all. You couldn't possibly feed it to a cat. The Prophet says that's a terrible idea. The person that the dam comes from will suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people need different amounts, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day.
Mystique about you, so I think someone's a little bit. It's like okay to joke around and stuff, so you just try and figure it out as you go, I hope that is not correct. Just say that. It's a joke around. And I appreciate that. I definitely feel that for sure more than other interviews.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We're continuing with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's also to bring out from one domain to another domain? Rabbi Shimon comes up with the third opinion, and he says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Isra of Eitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not tired. If you're talking about atzah, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the tash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is, in fact, a gregaris, a dried fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer raw for a goat, that becomes human consumption, and therefore it's a gregaris, a dried fig. This is machlokes. What happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. The Rebbe says, since it's a chiluk b'chad, cows typically don't eat this, then he's fine. The Shach says, but occasionally the cow would eat it, it's chayav. But everybody agrees if you take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear of a cow, mouth. Now you have a proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, you're chayav because you take out the proper shear for a cow. All these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less chomer. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is a camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dried fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dried fig, and you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples to sell. And we have a similar halacha when it comes to different garments and different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be makabel tumah? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5. And a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because they can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since there's a situation where they can combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, by us also, since there's a situation where you sample this and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, a dry fig. That's why all food can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, we don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out, subin amursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. Rabbi says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah to the actual food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse fine bran are mitzvah for the shear of challah. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something chashuv, then a chashuv is not considered food, and therefore, for the shear of Shabbos, and with this, we finished Perek Klal Gadol, Hadron Aloch Klal Gadol. The next Perek is called Yain. We're continuing the halachas of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So wine, the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you would add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye, and other liquids is a revius, and other waste liquids is a revius. Reb Shimon says all the shiurim in the Mishnah are one, and that is a revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created with those smaller shiurim a chiyuv. However, the Tanna Kama holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, and you don't need the shiurim of the Mishnah, even less than the shiurim, also are chayiv and mitzvah. Have a wonderful day.
Houses started going up, it became neighborhood, less of a community, and now there's nowhere else for them to be. This particular area is where they are. So, I guess you have like a cool pen.
Shabbos daf ayin zayin. Rabbi comes from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, take out liquids into Rosh Hashanah is reduced. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of a reduce. Because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Rabbi that in Yisrael Sneed it says, Yain HaShiroini is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Rabbi, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayav on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is chashuv, and in order to be over on Eitzah, has to be something that's chashuv. Since you could add water, even though you didn't, it's chashuv. The fact that you asked me from Yisrael Sneed Shirani is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or with 2 parts water. It says, wine needs a revius or a quarter of a revius. When it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals to a full, it's not a quarter of a revius. And we have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Yosef, when it comes to tumah of the blood of a nevela, where Bishamai says it's one of the places that Bishamai is making. And Basil say it's coming provided that's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kazayas of congealed blood. Kazayas. The Gemara has two questions. When it comes to Tumah, the shear is a kazayas. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is a reveal. Therefore, there's no correlation between the two aspects. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a kazayas. But wine needs a lot more than a reveal to create a kazayas. And therefore, if you take out into Rosh Hashanah less than a kazayas congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a reveal. On the other hand, perhaps wine this then needs a reveal. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a reveal to create a kazayas. The Mishnah uses the word gemiyah. The shear for milk is the swallow. Gemiyah. Says the Gemara, Mishnah, gemiyah spelled with an aleph, not an ayin. But there are three other Mishnahs in Sunday Shabbos that have a word that could be spelled either way, aleph or ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Yar'inim, oinimais, and ma'amtzi. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow. The goat, the milk of a woman, and the white of an egg is enough to put into the ointment called keeler. And keeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear. The Gemara remains in the taking. As Rashi explains, we're talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The Gemara just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rav says an amazing, famous saying: everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu created in this world is for a purpose. Even an annoying fly can serve a purpose to heal the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet. And the slug, which you think has no purpose, could heal a wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils. That is, if you take a black snake and a white snake and you boil them up and smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. The Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, the Yoda, I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey bat, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. Elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose, into its ear, and a scorpion is scared. An eagle is scared of a swallow, and the leviathan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that, as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. Reb Zera bumped into Rabbi Yehuda when it looked like Rabbi Yehuda was in a very good mood. And he figured now is a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yonei de Alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking them, why do the goats go in front of the sheep? He said that's like weird stuff. Goats that are dark are like the push of the darkness entering the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their rear where goats don't? It tells them because the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers us. Does a camel have a very short tail because he eats from the thorn? The thorn didn't want to stuff, he stuck it. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? Swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If someone wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, they can remove his antenna. Why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken that they go from bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking him. He noticed all these things in the Bria, and he wanted to hear an answer. And if you look at the Maharsha and others, explain the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. He says HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up, and chickens roost on higher places. And then he asked him the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does Dasha mean? What's the meaning of Dasha, door? And he says, Derech Sham. You go through there. And why is it called the Darga step? Derech God. You go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that Shem and oil, the shear is anoint a limb. Says the Gemara, it's a small limb of a small child, says Rashi, one part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day.
Fair. Shit, man. Dude, I remember when I first, because when I was growing up, we just had, we had some other families or whatever, and seen it in church or anything, it always had, it was mostly white folks only, right? And then I went
Shabbos Havai and
to
Ches.
church one time.
Different items have different shiurim for taking out, being over and Eitzah and Shabbos things from one rishus to another rishus. So if there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means it's a kula. You'd have to take out a lot more in order to be over in service itself. What if one item has two common uses? Well, one is a larger share, one is a smaller share. For instance, honey. You could use it for eating, you could use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine, you're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common uses to drink, not so common uses to add to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says Rabbi, because they're talking about in Gola, they're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about Gola. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water. Therefore, it's common. We see from here a very important comment. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine is common, consider two common things with the more common. Blood is also a revius. The law says if you're using blood to heal an eye protrusion, they'll use chicken, also what's known as a fat, in English a poopy. You use it enough blood for one eye. A person has a cataract, they'll use enough mole for one. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Yes, there's a protrusion in the eye. The dukifat is outside. Doesn't make me some room. Takes some of these items out. And he takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into Rishis Rabbi. Of course, he's chayv. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about, but is Rabbi? He's chayv. According to Rashi, but this goes according to Rabbi Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Taisa says it could go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Rabbi Elazar when it comes to wastewater. The shear is a revius. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of the hole where you put the bellows into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. Then the shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a revius. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. According to Rabbi Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so if you use that code, you don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Dana, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says, people want to keep tax according to Rabbi Yehuda, so you can show them collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy. Once you erase a paper that has no purpose, you can't write on it. What could you do with it? You could cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tan, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Cloth, which we write tefillin and some prayers on, enough to write the smallest part of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do 1 eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up the hole. A small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. Rabbi says, in order to make the feet, the tripod on the kur, which is also called in Aramaic hifut. Sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on 1 small joint of a girl. Rabbi says, enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Rabbi Nechemia, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves, and you make, let's say, paishalat, is enough to make a handle for a basket. Suvim or sieve are the strings that go around the palm tree. People would put them in a funnel, and that would catch the sediments of the wine. Oil and grease, enough to put on the back of bread when you put it on the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cell, which is a gregaris. Cotton, enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shtar chayiv, a shtar that says, I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're still chayiv. According to Tanna Kamma, you're similar to the machlokes we had before. It says you're allowed to keep a shtar chayiv. There's no issur, so it has value for you. According to Tanna Kamma, you're not allowed to keep a shtar chayiv around. It could bring problems later on, so it has 0 value. According to Abaya, everybody admits if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes says, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar? Does he have to be mekai in that shtar? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original shtar is a good shtar? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original shtar has value. And that's why if you take out the original shtar, you're chayav. Rabbi says everybody admits you have to be mekai in it. The machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, Malva produces the shtar. And he takes it out into Rosh Hashanah. Since that shtar has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without it he cannot, therefore he's chayiv. Rashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower. And he pays off his debt. And therefore it has shavius, it has chashivos, and you're chayiv, you take that out into Rabbi. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Tes. When it comes to hide leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over hitzah. From going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says Rav Nachman, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tanned, untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be high for tanning? The size of an emulet, of a kameya. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of Laban to clean the wool, menapet to untangle, teveh to dye, and toiva to spin are all the same exact shear, even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after. The shear is the same. Kisit kafel. This is a sit from finger to finger times 2. Anytime you find the inconsistency in the shear, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings when it comes to herbs. So Yveya dies before you cook the herbs. The shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to a woman's calf. But once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev string that goes through the chassis. The end has a small piece that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with some products, so therefore the uncooked samamanim, unplanted seeds, the shear is much bigger than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaria, less than a gregaria, according to 5 seeds. But once they're planted, 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi, again, people don't want to be free up themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, you say wastewater, the shear is a revius in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller. It's the size of tikur. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and gallnuts. If there's only salt, that's called chipa, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikameh. If there's salt and flour added, but no gallnuts, that's called diftera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, and the name of the person. If there's no salt or flour or gallnuts, that's called matzah. It's plain, like matzah. And that the size is in order to protect a weight. That's a much larger shear than a kameah, and that's because it's moist and you cannot tan it. The tumah of medrash, when a zava nida sit or stand on a piece of fabric, leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3x3 tefachim for a piece of cloth, 4x4 tefachim for a sack, 5x5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5x5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of the kameah. And the answer is because we're dealing with something that's really hard. The only thing you can produce from leather are table, things like that. We said in the Mishnah, enough shear for clef is enough to write the smallest part of the film, which is Shema. And the Brisa says the sustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the sustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called gevil. If you separate the two, you have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the sustos, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called flap, according to Taisvus. And according to Taisvus, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on klaf. Mezuzah, the Maskan of the Gemara, is graded on klaf, but also on the sustos. And the Sefer Torah is graded on klaf and sustos, and on gvil when they're still connected. The sustos, which is not roi for tefillin, therefore it means a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. It's the top of the yadayim, the top of the hands for truma. The ritzua by itself, not. Rav Shimon says you have to touch the actual back of the tefillin. Zaka says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parsha of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. The sustos is like flap. Start of the Gemara, what he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That klaf is like the sustos. In other words, just like a mezuzah can be written on the sustos, it can also be written on klaf. The halacha is that the secretary in tefillin that you're about to put in the shemos, you cannot cut out the mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah. Because you don't go downwards in Kedusha, you go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in the klaf, and therefore you could write the mezuzah on klaf according to Rav Meir. Rav Meir holds that you could write a mezuzah on klaf since it's better for the mezuzah, it would be less protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
Ranch. That's my farm truck. It's fun. It feels like you're driving an email. It feels like you're driving an email. That's what I feel like sometimes. It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get forward and just, it does feel like a UFO. Yeah. Like you put the gas on one day, like you'll forward.
Shabbos Daf Pei. How much ink does one have to take out from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah in order to be over an Mitzvah? 2 letters worth. It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. The Gemara remains in a suffix. What happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell or ink in a pen? A different combination. Teiku. Says Rabbi, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, a person has to lift something up from Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking Rosh Hashanah and while you're walking you write, it's as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote 1 letter and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The 2 letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are part. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you lifted the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it and halves do not combine. If a person puts down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half and he doesn't place it down, he walks above the first half. And he's within 3 tefachim. You have the concept of lava within 3 tefachim, as if it was touching the other piece, and they combine for one shear and he's chai. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzvah as one. Yossi says if there's a rishus between them, it separates the 2 Rabbi and his partner. What about a Carmelist? If a Carmelist divides the 2, that's considered another rishus, and therefore he's partner. Rabbi says a Carmelist, since it's only the Rabbanan, is not mafsik. It's not considered another rishus. Rava says even between the 2 Rishus Rabbim is a separation and they don't combine because we see in Gittin that if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be trying to get, and the get lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife's because the beam is a different Rishus. How much makeup, eyeliner is one chayiv? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dress more tznius and they only showed one eye, so they would use eyeliner for one eye, so the shear is one eye. In the villages where they didn't have so much pizzas, so they didn't have to cover both eyes, so both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for 2 eyes. The Mishnah tells us wax, the shear is found to plug a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, enough glue to put on top of a post to catch a bird, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they would do is they would have a flask for mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury, and then they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes the smaller measurement. We saw that by a piece of gemi or reed. The measurement according to Rabbi Yehuda was to measure a child's foot, and according to Chachamim to make a loop on a sifter. Whenever Mishnah Charsis is crushed brick, the Kama says to create the hole on a foot, and according to Rabbi Yehuda to fix the foot, which is a smaller shoe. This brings us to the base. How much hair are you hiding? Take hair side enough to mix in clay. How much are you hiding? Enough to make the pipur of the measurement. Line enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair, if she's young, if she's poor, she would use lime. If she's wealthy, she would use fine flour. And if she comes from kingdom, from the kings, she's a princess, she'd use shemen hamar, like in Megillah Esther, Shisha Chadashim Shemen Hamar. What Shemin Amor? Rav Huna Bar Chia says it's perfumed oil. Rav Yirmiyah says it's olive oil that didn't come to a third yet. Didn't grow a third. What does this lime do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi, he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400 zuz. There was a guy that noticed this and he said, let me do this for my daughter. And he covered her in one shot with lime, and his daughter passed on. And he went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he drank a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. We had in the Mishnah review that says how much lime? Enough for Kilbuk. Rav Nechemi says on Bibi. What does this mean? According to Rav, the review is talking about to smooth the side of the hair down. And according to Rav Nechemi, it means to shave right over here, this area. The Rothschild says we're talking about a barrel. We're not talking about a head of a human being. And the barrel has two spigots. And in order to put the spigot to fill up the barrel, he would put some lime in there. Says the Gemara, but then the wine will corrode the lime. The wine will come out. Says Rav Kahana, we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make indications in the measuring cup, for instance, there is a measuring cup called the hin. Halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the cheves. Or the pshat is a forehead. Put on the forehead. Says the Gemara story about the forehead. In Galil, they asked the Galil, somebody that came from Galil, who came to Bavel, they asked him to darshan and Maisim Merkava, like we're going to have the Hashem now with Shmuel, the Maisim Merkava. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Reb Nechemia, darshan and Maisim Merkava, came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is he himself darshan and a hornet came and bit him on the forehead. What's very interesting that Ben Yoda says that in the time of a Mageva, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like we do today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And he brings this Gemara to explain that the forehead is where the Malach HaMavis sees a person's deeds. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. Says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rabbi Akiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. I'm saying enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand for Rabbi Akiva, enough to fertilize one pad or another sheet, enough to fertilize a leaf. If you have a reed, a piece of reed, what can you do with it? You write, you can make a pen, and it has to come up to the joints in the fingers. Machlekes, the Shiloh Gemara Teku, is it the joint that connects to the hand, or is this joint over here? If the reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, or it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a gregar. Not an egg, but the size of a gregar. Thick sand, enough to have it travel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that says that for Ben Abayis you cannot use, or according to Rabbi, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime by adding sand in our days, it makes the lime dark. Therefore, you could use it as a wonderful.
But they had, but they called him and said, hey, Mr. Sharpie said, if you keep tickling a kid, you can't coach him. There wasn't even a lawsuit or anything. It was just, stern activity. Don't do it like that.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus in order to be chayiv? Tanakama holds enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lock. Before you put those teeth into the lock, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar, they're not makabel tumah. Once you put them into a lock, they are makabel tumah. The pshutei kli etzem, simple pieces of bone that have no shape, have no form, are not like wood, they are like metal that are makabel tumah. Once you attach them to a gate, they become mechuber lekarka, they become attached to the ground. No longer can they be makabel tumah. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to be chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough. It has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. For the blessed Ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at a animal, and it has to be significant. The animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to kavod habriyos, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the Beis Medrash and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3. And it's the same achloikus with Meir and Yehuda when it comes to esrog. The Meir says that esrog has to be a minimal of a walnut. Yehuda says a minimal of an egg. And the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. The Meir says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut. Yehuda says stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chacham in the Beis Medrash told Zonin that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg, and you use them consecutively. Says Zonin, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever fits into your hand. We don't care. 5 stones, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits into your hand, that is the shear. Rabbi says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, because whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not muktzah Shabbos reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is ke'echreya, like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi says it's also to use for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something called pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rabbi says you're not allowed to. They would, in order, if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with a stone or sand because of the issue of goizes you might come to shear here. If you do it till achar yad, instead of holding it with a full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. If you take a mortar, which is designed to crush something, so it's and you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for Klishim after this, and you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. So what is the kasha? There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How could you say that you use it now? So the one brings 3 roots in. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it's on both sides, or it's a stone that somebody else used. And here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Gemara says, if you eat reed leaves or grape leaves or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, besakaisis without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine, leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself to straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tirchas, carrying up these stones for toilet paper to the top floor? Kavod habriyos allows us, you see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashav's Aveda. If somebody's Zakim with Boydai, Talmid Chacham doesn't have to return on Aveda if it's below his dignity. So too, Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth. Also, an issue of human dignity. He wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's mukta. We don't care. We say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal. But when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied. They'll have to use a different bathroom. You can't be prepared. It's also to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might come to take a stone and cover a hole, and as we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, you're chayav on toilish. But we're not concerned you'll do it. It's davashin skaven, and it's certainly not a psik ratio. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparis, Rashi says. They'll take it and go around their head 7 times and say, Zechalifasi, Zeturasin, and throw it into the river, do a tashlach with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, that you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it. I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this pot. Abaye says halacha that if I have this pot with holes on it and it's on top of a stand, and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if the reverse is on the ground and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be toilish. Both these surah would be only midrabbanan. Rabbi says, only is it usher to use earthenware because of kishul. Even on Shabbos, it's usher to use. You rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone. Rabbi explains he's talking about the problem of shearing here on Shabbos and his Darshan Sasser. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Mishnah holds that a nazir could shampoo his head even though he might tear out some hair by mistake. Darshan Skaven is mutter, and now we're saying it's us. Rav Chizda and Rabbi Ravuna were on a boat. And Abaye wanted to go onto the boat, and they said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat with Kisha. And she did. She didn't let the boat go, and they said something, and it started moving. She didn't realize, and she thought that her Kisha didn't work, and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Rothschild and were over on these things, and that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
Were you affected by the fires? Did you have any damage? Everybody in my work life.
Shabbos Daf Pei Beis, the famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi, his son, I don't understand, why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who's extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom, don't sit down quickly, don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashta, you might blow one out, you'll ruin the whole system. Sakana. Says Rabbi, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should you use? Earthenware is dangerous, it can cut you, this kishuf. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use the shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chizda and Rav Amnuna. The big problem is there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. When Avram talks about it, the Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as the Gemara? Because this grass is moist and therefore it's not flammable. The person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself and he holds himself back. Machlokes, what happens between Rav Chizda and Ravina? Either he'll have bad breath, Rashi explains the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Bryce's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Chizda, he should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rabbi says, I saw with my own eyes an Arab that did so, and he spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break. So before the meal, he should either walk 4 times 10 amas or 10 times 4 amas, which is helpful in the relief. The Mishnah tells us that if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that would be chayiv for itself taking out from one to another rishus? The Rabbi Machloek says enough that you can put between beams, you stack up beams. Rabbi says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi says enough to hold a revius of water. Rabbi says I have a zeicher, a hint from the pasuk. When the Navi talks about the Churban, the Baruch Hu is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashav, has to hold a coal. But if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu destroys to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rameir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire. And then he'll destroy things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Rameir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a Rabbi. Because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger item. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will destroy the smaller item. Says Rabbi, and that's how you have to explain it as well. We're dealing with a large bonfire. You can walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware and pick up a coal. You will get burnt. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the perek Hamoitzi Yayin, and we begin the perek Omer Rabbi Kiva. We're dealing with a bunch of Mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different alphas. Not necessarily have to look at Shabbos. Eventually we're going to get Shabbos of Milo. And the first alpha is about Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Kiva says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmachta, not a mafurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is mitame b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up, physically touching it, it's enough. You become tame, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up, you become tame, as the pasuk says. Tizrei k'moi dava. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like a nida. Say toy my Lord, get out of here. Tell the Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah and the wall fell down, the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 amos from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rabbi Kiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rabbi explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? The machlokes is in a concept called Even Misama. Even Misama is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a zav Nida on top, the unbelievable chiddush, the tumah travels right through the stone, which is typically not mekabel tumah. Through the stone is mitama any kli that's below the stone. Machlekes is, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? Do we learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? Rabbi Kiva says yes, and Chachamim say no because we learn from a sheretz. The sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rabbi Kiva do with that package that we learn from sheretz? That the mishamshim Avodah Zarah, a kli that held Avodah Zarah, is not mitama b'masa, but is mitama b'maga. And what do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah to Anida? That's mitama b'masa, but there is no ever misama. Why? Because Chachamim learn the hekesh of Nida, Avodah Zarah, that tells the concept of a var. That is, if a limb, Rahman al-Islam, is cut off from a Nida, that limb loses the tumas Nida, gains a new tumas, Abram and Achai, so it's mitama ba'oyo, but not the ever misama. Avodah Zarah is not mitama the misama, and is not mitama the avar. The fact that Rav Chama on tomorrow's daf had a suffix whether or not this avar, if a limb of Avodah Zarah is attached, it's one of these attachable Avodah Zarah's pieces come off on and off. One piece came off. Is that mitama be'avar? Over here you see it's not. Obviously we have to say Rav Chama was asking in Rabbi Kiva. The Azri uses hekesh all the way thin if it means that it will be a kula by saying that there is no tumah on that area. The Azri learns a whole new shot in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Eben by Avodah Zarah. Even Rabbi Kiva holds there's no concept of Eben Misam by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rabbi Kiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's tumas masa by Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Kiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's tumas masa. Rabbanan say, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no tumas masa. And Rabbi Kiva learns the hekesh that's from Sheretz, that the mishamshim of the Sheretz, the kli of Avodah Zarah, is not mitama masa. And Rabbanan are going to learn the hekesh tanida that there's no tuma be'avar Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, I would go easy to it. I wouldn't let anybody know that had been there, that it was my first time. You know, I think you have to be, because it doesn't really be a first time as a human, even like it be some people. It's like, well, this is this person's first time being a human, being a soul.
We're continuing with Mishnayos for the theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the Sefet Shabbos? How do you know these halachas, not based on a pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do you know that Shifra Zera, as the name implies, it's roila hazriya, it's viable? How do you know that you'll come a woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate from your wives for 3 days. And this is the reason, because we want the women to be the tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you're allowed to be Mechal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after the bris milah? It says by Shem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're in pain, you see that 3 days after the bris, the baby's considered a Chayil Sheikh B'Shakana and Mechal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Sawyer HaMishtaleh, the Lazazel, the goat you throw off a cliff on Yom Kippur, you grab a band around its neck, a red band, and another band you tie to the cliff, and you watch the band change colors from red to white? There's a pasuk in Shai that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, you're not allowed to drink? Because the word shemen and water come in the same pasuk, but there's a machlokes whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to two different Tanoim. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to two different Tanoim, so the ratio does not go according to Rothschild and Azariah, as we're going to see soon, who hold that a woman is only coming for 2 days. Our Mishnah says 2 days. But the same can go according to Rothschild and Azariah by Milah. Say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the ratio. Instead of saying that 3 days you're coming, you have to say 3 days you are coming. Elizabeth Azariah, as we said, says that a woman who's elected Shifra Zera is veiled for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 oinos, maximum 4 oinos. So oina is night and day, 12 hours. If the relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 oinos only from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relation, then she has 4 oinos. 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. Rabbi Shmuel says, no, it's 3 days that she's coming. 3 days could maximum have 3 24-hour periods, or 3 times 12, which is 6 oinos, and 5 oinos, if relations were midday on the first day, or 4 oinos, if the relation was all the way at the tail end of the first day, now you're left with only 2 24-hour periods, or 4 times 12. Rabbi Akiva says there's always 5 items, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship, she's no longer coming. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first night, we go a few hours into the last night. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi, where do you get this 5 items? 5 times 12. Rabbi Akiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day at daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women went to the mikvah on Friday night, they are not completely tired. They're considered Tfula. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she went to the mikvah after sundown, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Sakara was Shabbos morning. They were in a state of Tumah. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Torah in a state of Tfula. However, that never happened. There's not a single woman in Klal Yisrael that was in a state of Tfula. They all went to the mikvah. They were able to go before sundown on Friday, and therefore once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer Tfula. They were completely tired. According to Rabbi Akiva, why couldn't Rabbi Shmuel give the Torah on Friday night? There's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night. It's 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given at night, as it says in the pasuk, "Lo yimerosh l'seisei bibarti The Baruch didn't talk in secrecy, didn't give over the Torah in secrecy. He wanted all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad daylight. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why did they have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to be going to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes of Bittul Torah for all Klal Yisrael that can never be replaced. The machlokes of how long Tumah lasts by a woman, that's only by a woman, but by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's forever as long as it's moist. The Gemara remains in a suffix. Is this halacha that zera only remains for 3 days in the state of Tumah? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera within 3 days? But let's say a Goya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe it's the last one, or perhaps a Goya who eats shkatzim or masim, her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? The zera is an animal, perhaps it's only a human being that traps the zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed, but an animal that doesn't have a price, that doesn't have a canal, perhaps the zera lasts longer. According to everybody, Klal Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh. And everybody holds that Matan Torah was given on Shabbos. Machlokes says Rabbi holds that Rosh Chodesh happened on Sunday, and Rabban hold that Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Klal Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Noinish, but he didn't relay anything that the Baruch Hu told him to relate to Klal Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Klal Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to Rabbi, that happened on a Monday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told them the mitzvah of Agbola don't come next to Har Sinai. According to Rabbi, that happened on Tuesday. According to Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Hafrasha, separate from your wife. According to Rabbi, that happened on Wednesday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, and which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shah, the separation, was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
If we try and just focus on telling ourselves the facts of how good we're doing, like, we're much too hard on ourselves. Oh, yeah, I feel it all the time, man. I feel like I don't have any other way to feel sometimes, like, not in a bad way, but yeah, I feel like it's this constant sentence, you know, you gotta.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael to separate from the wives Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on. The issue is that the pasuk says "V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar." Only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the pasuk "V'hayu necholim layom hashlishi." On the third day, you were good to go for Matan Torah. Rabbi Yossi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own. He said, tomorrow, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours, I have to add another day, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him, because in fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated Tzipora. Moshe Rabbeinu made a Kavachayim. If Klal Yisrael have a date with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when you're going to receive the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agree with him. You see, Batov, Ha-Amoidi Madi, or Hel Damer Boy, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was mitzvah himself. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, it's off the derech. Certainly, Klal Yisrael, or mumar, they did the egel, they should receive the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarto, Yasher Shibarto, I agree the fact that you broke the luchos. says in the Brayso that on the Shlishi, the third day, and the Gemara explains, it's the third day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about the Schar and Oynesh. It was the third day of the month and the third day of the week. According to Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the third day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. So we must say this goes according to Rabbi Yossi. But Yoshev Moshe's Divrei Al Hashem, there's two psukim. One says, Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says, Vayagid Moshe's Divrei Al Hashem. Nam Shatamir. Rabbi Yossi Rayuda says that on the third day, Kadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbalah, don't touch the mountain. Rabbi says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynesh. Shibuk. Vayoshev is Lashon Shibuk. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told them about the Sechar, about the reward. Like Vayaged is Lashon of Agada. Things that pull people in. When you teach them Agada, people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu told them about the Sechar, about the reward. Vayoshev is Lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about Oynesh, about a punishment. Vayagid is Lashon of vegan, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right? It says Shish on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month and the sixth day in the week, on Friday. According to Rabbi, it's the sixth day from when they rested. And according to Rav Achar Bayakoi, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. And there's a fundamental legacy. Klal Yisrael received Shabbos. The halachas of Shabbos before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Chumen, because it explains it means going, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, it means they traveled and they rested in the same day. Or perhaps they received milk of Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Yitzhak and Chumen. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled on Shabbos, they still didn't have that Isra. It says in the Brayso that first Nisan that Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim, first they shefted the Korban Pesach. That night was Makas B'chayra, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan, they left Mitzrayim. Now we know that whatever day of the week out, that means Rosh Chodesh was that same day. The Brayso says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, then the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after that Thursday or 2 days after the Thursday, depending if it's a full month or a missing month. So if it's a 29-day month, then it's 1 day later. Nisan is always a full month. That means that if Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday, the following month's Rosh Chodesh was 2 days later on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, and if Rosh Chodesh Iyar was on a Shabbos, so the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, was on a Sunday, because Iyar is a chaser, and it's 1 day later. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday. Now, according to Rabbanon, that Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Monday, we have to say that they made us another Hebrew Chodesh that year on Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh came on Sunday, and Rosh Sivan on. The Torah says, "Vayi b'chodesh harishon, b'shana hashenish, ve'echad ha'chodesh." The second year, the first of the month, hukam ha'mishkan. That's when Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 things that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nisim brought the Karbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing Karbanos of the Tzibur, like the Kamen. That's when fire came down from Shemayim. That's the fifth thing. Sixth thing was they started eating kachim in the closed area of Mechitza. The seventh thing is the Shekhinah, the Shire in the Mikdash. The eighth thing, they started doing Birkus Kahan. The ninth thing is there was the Isra Bamas, and that was the first of the Chadash. There's a rule that if Yom Tov falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yom Tov fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah tells us specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday. Then we know that the year before it fell out on Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week because Nisan is a Molech. It fell out on Erev Shabbos. If that's so, the following month, Sivan, falls out 1 day later in the week because Iyar is a Chaser. So Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That does not fit in. Not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. I'm going to have to answer similar answers. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that year happened to have, and Chacham are going to say that there was 1 month, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
All it needs to do is be good. If it's good, even though it might have appeared from the interviews, this guy just loves tearing people apart. Really,
Shabbos Daf Tiches. Today's Daf is one of the classic Daf in Shas with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the sugya that we yesterday. It says in Sefer Erlang, which coincidentally was by Rabbi himself, and that's the machlokes we have right now between Rabbi and Rabbanan. It says Yetzias Mitzrayim happened on the 15th of Nisan, which occurred on a Friday. And as we know, if the 15th of the month is on a particular day, so that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan day was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since the Nisan is a full month of 30 days, the following month must come out 2 days later in the week, which would be on Sunday. That's Rosh Chodesh Iyar is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, since Iyar is approximately 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rosh Chodesh Sivan on a Monday. And that goes according to Rabbanan. Although Rabbi Yossi wrote this goes according to Rabbanan. There's a verse that says Moshe Rabbeinu went up Shemayim on Monday, came back down. He went up on Tuesday, came back down. Told us about the mitzvah Hagbalah like we had. He went up on Wednesday, Rosh Hashanah, separated from your wife, came down. And on Thursday, he built him his payout. That's the day that Christ was in Nasa, and he was married. Bryce continues and says that on Friday he didn't have time. It doesn't mean that that's when Makar was, says the Lord. It means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Moshe Rabbeinu had servants. He himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Agadata, the law, somebody can go, came and stood over a Chizda, and he actually said, look at how beautiful the things given in threes. Tanakh, Torah Nevi'im Suvim is 3. Klal Yisrael, Chayin, Yehanim, Levim, Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the 3rd day after Afrosh. This goes according to Chachamim, that there's 2 days of separation, and on the 3rd day, Matan Torah, in the 3rd month, Nisan here, Sivan, the 3rd month. By Yisatz, we talked to Sahar, the famous Gemara, that was Baruch's Hafa Aleim Harkigi, he picked up Har Sinai and put it over them and threatened them. If you recall the Torah, great, if not, some Piet Rastam, that's where your burial will be. Rabbi says, this is a great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was forced into this. Therefore, you can't come to that peak of life. Yet, later on, 900 years later, approximately, in the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say it in Kiddush Yom Hashishi, what's that? That the 6th day of creation corresponds to the 6th day of Sivan when the Torah was given. Meaning, the Lord made a deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you the Vavait. When Klal Yisrael said, Na'aseh v'nishma, 600,000 malachim, corresponding to 600,000 men, Klal Yisrael came down and put on each Jew 2 crowns, one for Nasa and one for Nishma, and then by Tzeta Egel, 1.2 million malachim came down and took away those crowns. And Har Sinai is where they got the crown. Har Sinai is where they took the crowns. And Moshe Rabbeinu was Zoicha to take all the crowns, but us Rabbi, the Baruch Hu will return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. The Baruch Hu told Klal Yisrael, who gave you the secret, and you say, Nasa, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn this from the Malach, and the Malachim also, they do before they understand what they need to do. Like the Pasuk says, like an apple, places explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree from year to year, you don't have to pick it off. So the fruit comes before the leaves. Like Klal Yisrael said, Nasa before Mishra. It was a min. We saw Rabbi sitting on his finger, brushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he's speaking and learning, and he didn't realize that he was bleeding. And the min tells Rabbi, I'm a Pziza, you're an impulsive nation. You say you will do before you know, and here also, you sit down on your finger before you think. And Rabbi said, we're a nation that goes after Baruch Hu with out of love. We know that Baruch Hu is not going to steer us wrong. He wants our best interest, and therefore we need to know what it says in the Torah. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go with your mind. The Baruch says, I fell in love because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, you kept the Torah, it's b'shtein in both of your eyes. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a Kala Mizana under a chuppah. In other words, Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah, and went and had an affair with Avodah with the Egel Azal. It's like the Baruch was sitting there by his chuppah, and we come and we give our perfume somewhere else. Yet, the Baruch didn't. Right in the pasuk, the Sriach gave us a nice lesson called Lasa. And this is one of the most famous, amazing Gemaras. How does a Jew act when somebody insults him? Well, there's three levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear their shame, which is even worse, and they don't respond. And the third level is even greater than the first two. And that is, you hear your shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I deserve it, I want it. And that the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun, insulted by the moon, and the sun didn't respond. And what happened? The moon was reduced and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. The Rothschild says every word, every one of that sentence that came out of his mouth split into 70 languages for the nations. The Torah had a marshal, the nimshal, to a prince. A prince could kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, might, in other words, he, with all his might, he tries to understand Shat and Torah and to understand the secrets, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up. That because so Hamar Dodili Ben Shadayolin, even though his work was upset at us because of the ego, plus he commanded us to make the Mishkan, which resembles Shaddai. Every word, every dibur of that such that his Baruch said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Klal Yisrael's Neshama left them, and they were backed up 12 mil at the end of the encampment. What happened was that his Baruch brought a wind, got rid of the perfume, and then the next brought in more. His Baruch was Mechayim Mason with the dew, and then he again said another dibur, and then they died. And the Malachim, they encouraged Klal Yisrael to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to receive this Torah, how would a human being get this Torah? Generations. Well, now to Bas Adam and Rabbi Moshe Rabbeinu answer them. Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. His Rabbi told him, hold on to the piece of covet. And Moshe Rabbeinu said, look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah really. Malachim. You don't have parents. You don't have Resicha Kina. You don't have Yitzhahara. You don't have Shabbos. You don't work. They agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the Malcham Mother. Taught Moshe Rabbeinu how to use Torah to save Klal Yisrael from the pandemic and tell them exactly where to stand between the alive and the dead. And with that, had a wonderful.
This is what I'm after. Titles are idealistic situations.
Shabbos Daf Pei Tes, we're continuing with the beautiful Agata Gemara. Shimon Levi said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, the Yisborah made sure that the Sahara was occupied and didn't realize given, and the Yitzhar suddenly realized that it's not Shemayim. He says, where's the Torah? He says, I gave it to the earth. He goes down and he asks the earth, where is it? I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the Tahayim, to the Gehenim, nobody knows where it is. He goes back to Jerusalem, I searched everywhere. He says, I gave it to Ben Amram. We know Amram is one of the 4 tzaddikim that never sinned. I gave it to his son. The Yitzhar goes to Moshe Rabbeinu, he says, where's the Torah? Moshe looks at him, he says, you think I'm worthy to have the Torah? I don't know what you're talking about. Rothschild heard this, he says, Moshe Vadoy Hasma, you're saying a lie? He says, Moshe Rabbeinu, you delight with the Torah every day. You have a chemda benuza, coveted, beautiful Torah. You think I'm worthy of having the Torah? Rothschild says, since you put yourself down like that, I'm going to name the Torah after you. Zichru Torah Moshe Avdi. At a certain point when Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim, he noticed that the Rebbeinu Shalom was writing sorry crowns, like we have Tagim, Shatin's Gas, little Tagim, like positive letters. They asked the Rebbeinu Shalom, what is that? It's the whole Gemara Menachas. But the Rebbeinu Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, why did you say hello to me? It's their ferret to say hello to somebody. It's not their ferret for a servant to say to the master hello. The Gemara tells us when it says in the pasuk Vayara on Koishesh Moshe Lover. Moshe Rabbeinu was delayed in his coming down from the mountain. That's why the place called the Gemara is a lashon of Koishesh. The 6th hour of the day, noon came, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't come down. Tells the Gemara the story. The Yitzhar first asked Klal Yisrael, "Where's Moshe Rabbeinu?" Now Moshe told Klal Yisrael down after 40 days. What he meant was he goes to the town. Klal Yisrael thought he meant a day earlier. And the Sahara made people in the world dark like a cloud. And he was Klal Yisrael. He was the Rabbi. They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen to him. And finally he showed them a depiction of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that we're coming back. Rabbi says that the word Sinai perhaps means Nisim Habit Klal Yisrael. Doesn't really fit the word Sinai. The Gemara says Simantai doesn't fit. So the Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused Sinai to the nations. Once we got the 30 day, the Sinai Klal Yisrael. We see the same thing by Rabbi. He says there were 5 names in the Midbar, 5 different locations in the one Midbar. One is called Midbar Tzim. That's where the Tzivoy, that's where the inhabitants of the Torah were given Klal Yisrael. Midbar Kadesh. Klal Yisrael became Kadesh. Hadmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed. Even number 4 is Hara. Hara V'Rabu. After they separated from their wives, Shulachem Aleichem go back. And Rashi says that every woman became pregnant with a Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai, from the going to the Yidden, one man says the name is Sinai, but we call it Chayrev. One man says it's Chayrev, but we call it Sinai, and Chayrev is a lashon of Kurva, of destruction to the guy. The pasuk says, what's the lashon? God was telling Israel, go and be revealed. Maybe it should be come and be revealed. Explain to the Gemara, God was telling Israel, go to Avram, your forefathers, and get revealed, get to Chava. Israel doesn't reverse land. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be in slavery for 400 years and he didn't down for us. Yaakov, Yitzchak gave the brothers to Esau and he didn't down for us. Yaakov knew about before Goliath and he didn't down for us. We want you, we want to rebuke from you. Baruch said, if you want to rebuke from me, you have to able to shun him. If your sins will be red, so shall you be. Then I'll whiten them like snow. Gemara told us an amazing thing. Baruch went to Avram and said, what should I do with your son? He sinned. And Avram said something incredible, hard to understand. You mock what Kiddush Shemecha. Wipe them off the face. They deserve to die. People should know that if you're doing Avera, that's what happened. Prophet didn't like that. So maybe I'll get a better answer from Yaakov Avinu. Yaakov Avinu repeated the same thing. Until he came to Yitzchak. Yitzchak was our best defense lawyer, and he told the Rothschild for 70 years. The first 20 years, you can't give him an ayna. Wrote down, this is the site of until 20, you don't get an ayna in different places in Cairo. 5 years out of the 50 people are sleeping. So now we're left with 25 years. Out of the 25 years, you have to do your personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you have 12.5 years. Either you or Rabbi take on the responsibility of 12.5 years. One was split at 50-50. But even if we split at 50-50, I was mocking myself by that Kedah. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu, you're our father. Yitzchak says, no. I want to show you, point out, it's the Rabbi Shloila. Ki ata Avinu. Ata Hashem Avinu, ve'aleinu ma'olam shema. Look, it's both of you, Hashem. Says Rabbi Shloila, Yaakov Avinu, when he went down to Mitzrayim, he was gone down with a bunch of Barzil, like a prisoner in metal chains. But because of his Sfus saved him, he didn't have to. And now we are back to Masechta Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out into Rishus Rabbi, another domain in Yisrael? When it comes to wood, we had it already when it comes to reed. When it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg, and the amount would be a great gerus, the size of a dried fish. This is the fact that we learned the same halacha by a reed, and that is because by reed you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you can make heat for a lock, and even so that you can make a key for a lock, the shear is the shear of bishul of food of a greater. What's the shear of spices enough to spice this easy egg, this chicken egg, 2 different spices, and combine with each other as long as they are all from the same category. They're all there to sweeten or to salt the food, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
And some people don't like that. You know, some people don't want to be the dark side of things. I really enjoy that. So before I do this interview, there is no Illuminati. It's just
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue with the different amounts necessary in order to be high on itself and taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you can create dye with, the peel of a pomegranate, a nut. Something is hua, pisvacha. Pisvacha is that women wear under their head. Pisvacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shirt than if the dye is ready made. If the dye is ready made, then it's dugma le'ira, which is a sample that merchants have of their garments. Ira is a weaver's bobbin, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw the thread through the loom from side to side. It's a smaller piece of fabric. Meraglayim, these are stain removers, and the shear is also pisvacha. According to Rashi in the Gemara, it's when the meraglayim is at least 40 days old. According to Pesach, it's from 3 to 40 days old. Rashi is in another place. Neser says the Gemara, this is also a stain remover. It has to be from Alexandria. Boris, the Gemara translates as aloe vera. There's 2 types of aloe vera. In order to be chayiv in Shemitah, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Therefore, when the Gemara says that they added virus to Shemitah, it cannot be that it means it is sulfur, because sulfur obviously doesn't have roots. Ammonia is shleik Dutch, which Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. The article says possibly sulfur. Ashlag, which translates as shoshana, which is in a pearl which is removed with a very sharp metal object. Hilbel, some sort of pepper. The shear is koshu, a very minor amount, and they use it as a mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Idron, which is zephet tar, again, it's koshu. It's used for migraine. Certain besamim, kosher, anything that has a bad smell, which is used to chase away mazikin from sick people and young people, rape-smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, kosher. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear. Different metals, the shear is kosher, very small amount, enough to make a prod goat. If somebody said, I want to donate metal to the base Hamikdash, the amount would be 1 amma by 1 amma, enough to make a kalya oira, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Earth, when we learned another sheet that means a physical bird crow. If somebody takes out copper, how much copper? Enough for ma'a kesef. Blazer says not less than a small copper fork. What can you do with it? You can clean out a menorah, the wick, etc. Abni Mizbeach, the stones of the Mizbeach, the dirt of the Mizbeach, is kol shehu. If you have decaying Sefer Torah and the mantle, the covering of the Sefer Torah, they decay because of a worm called mekek, it's the kol shehu because you have to do music to it. The Gemara tells us there are different types of worms for grapes, for figs, pomegranates. They are all extremely dangerous. The Gemara tells a story that a Talmud told Rabbi, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. So Rabbi turned to others and said, this Talmud is going to die because it's not thorns, it's the worm called kaf that drills holes through a person's neck. Rabbi says, we're also chayev on Mesham Avodah Zarah, things that hold Avodah Zarah. He argues with what we learned earlier in the Masechta that Mesham Avodah Zarah has no value at all. He also knows since it says possible use that you have a key to get rid of it, so it has a purpose. Says the Mishnah, if a person got a box full of samples, you're only chayev one chatas for all the samples. The big finish in Taisvis, as Taisvis explained, is that even weirdness between sample and sample, you bring a carbon on one sample, and then you realize if you got the second sample, you're still putter. Whereas if it wasn't in a box and you had an awareness in between two different items, you decide two katags. Different seeds. One man knows the kind of comment the Mishnah says it's a little bit less than a gregaris, a dried fig. Rebuta says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of a cucumber which have a lot of value, and they are royal in the in other words, you could plant them. Not that you are going to plant them. It's 2 seeds. If you're going to eat them, it's 1 seed, enough to fill a pig's mouth, which is 1 seed. If you're using the seeds for, and these are seeds of dates, if you're using it for fuel, then it's enough to cook this easy egg, which is a chicken egg. If you're using it for math, to keep count something, it's either 2, or according to Acher and Meir, 5, because you don't need 2 seeds to count. You start losing count after right around 5. If it's a seed of a pumpkin or a pulmitzri, it's 2. That fertilizer and thin dirt, we learned, according to the Kiva, whether it's enough to fertilize 1 seed of a cabbage or 1 seed of a leek. That's because you already planted it, and as we said earlier, once it's done, then the shear is much less. If you're going to plant, then you need at least 5 seeds or more. If one takes out around 2 years of a horse or a cow, the chayev, why you can make traps for birds with it. The very hard bristle on the back of a pig is 1. Palm tree leaves or palm tree vines, the leaves are 2, the vines are 1. A live grasshopper, if it's kosher, you can eat it. It's kosher because you give it to your child to play with as a toy. Once it's dead, now it's food. The shear of all food is regeris. There was a grasshopper called Sikoris Brahmin. Whether it's alive or dead, the shear is the kosher, a small amount, because you use it for refuah. Rabbi says you can find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is you use it for a memory. You cut it in half, you eat half, the right half, the left half you put in a small copper tube, you seal it many, many times. When it says 60, Rashi says many times. You put it on your left arm, and then you learn as much as you want. All that learning you are going to remember forever, provided that you eat the left side. If you don't eat the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Harakama says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a youngster because it might die and the child might eat. Rabbi says, since it's a toy for the child, instead of eating the grasshopper, will utilize the grasshopper, get the grasshopper husband. Therefore, there is no concern. Have a wonderful day.
Just click on one of them now. Edgar Allan Shorty wanted a clear pedophile. Come on, he is a clear pedophile.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before the shir, I read some emails. I'd like to start reading a synopsis of an email. So send me in your name, where you live, how the 8 minute has inspired you, or whatever. Try to get to it. We're starting a brand new paradigm at Tzniya. Up until now, we've learned different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus. Says the Mishnah. That's all good for regular people, but if you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable to you, you put it aside, you store it, then no matter what size it is, you take it outside, put it surrounding, you are chayav. For instance, you set aside seeds for planting or for a sample, something for a sample or for medicine, then it's valuable to you. You are chayav. Your friend, on the other hand, that same item that you think is chashuv, for him, he is not chayav. What if you put something out, let's say for plant, and you change your mind, you want to bring it back home? Now it's no longer chashuv. You're not planting. The shear goes back to the original shear. Let's say by seeds, 5 seeds, the size of almost a gregaris. Abaye explains that we're talking about where he took the seed and he threw it back into his house and landed. It has its own specific place, and that is the chiddush that nevertheless the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Abaye explains the Mishnah that we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos, he forgot why he set it aside, and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he is chayav because the original machshava remains. And a person always does, based on his original machshava, unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important, what if a person does the reverse? He says, for me, the entire curtains of my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody, Bill Gates, a billionaire. Since it's very rare to find somebody that would say an enormous amount of things to take out, and only then it's chashuv, that's Batal Daita. But to say that one seed is chashuv versus 5 seeds, that we can find plenty of people. Rabbi says, and Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah, he says even one kernel of wheat, you are chayav, you're taking it out to plant, in order to tell us a chiddush that it's not anything less than a gregaris, meaning you need at least an hour's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what could be chayav. The husband Azariah says, the shit we had this earlier in the Sefta, if a person decides that this kernel is chashuv to him, he wants to take it out and plant it, then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned in the first daf of the second Shabbos, in order to be over mitzvah, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or even walking down and Shroud, you have to do two things. You have to lift it up, walk the Dalet Amos into the next rishus and put it down, or walk into the next rishus and put it down. Rav Nachman tells us that even if you have two different intents, one by that hira and one by that nothing, when you do that hira, you're thinking to yourself, you want to eat this item, and it was the proper size of your geras and has the right shape. You took it outside, and then before you put it down, you switched your intent to plant it. That doesn't ruin anything. You are chayav. Where asks the Shiloh? What happens if he takes out a half a shear, a half a gregaris, with the intent to plant? So far, he would be chayav. This half a gregaris blew up to a full gregaris, and then he switched his intent to eat it. The more suffix is, When he took it out, he didn't have enough of a shear. It was only half a shear. Later on, it grew. So perhaps in that case, we're not going to agree that the two machshavas, the two intents, are not mitzvah. There's a hefsek in between. And if you say that you are chayiv in that case, what about if the reverse case happened? In other words, he started out thinking that this full shear gregaris food, he wants to eat it outside. Then it shrunk, and only then he switched his intent to plant it. The first initial machshava intent is no longer here. You want to eat it, and you can't eat it. If you left it as it is, he wouldn't be chayiv because there was no shear gregaris. He had to switch his intent. Perhaps in that case, he's potter. And if you'd say he's chayiv, what happens in the case when he started out with full shear? As he was walking, it shrunk to half a shear, and then afterwards it grew back to the full shear. You say that Shabbos is pushed off for the time being. When it shrunk, the shear, it pushed off, like we say, yesh dikoy by karbanos and mitzvah sometimes. The more remains in a thing. Another incredible shaila in the Gemara: what happens if a person has less than an egg's worth of food in a house where there's a dead body? That less of an egg's worth cannot be the house food. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size, onto that egg, and now together you have a full shear to become. But this was on Shabbos. You say that olive's worth, since it had the ability to make an egg's worth, so now it's a question of piece. It has wood, and therefore you'll be over on Shabbos, where typically you need a larger shear than an olive. You need a gregaris when you throw it and land. Over here, since it did something, it accomplished something, that's enough to be chayav. Go bring your rice to the Gemara from Lechem Aponim. Lechem Aponim, if you want to be over on Yitzhak Shabbos, you have to take out the gregaris. But the question is, when you take out the Lechem Aponim, you are chayav immediately on a kizayis. For Yotzei, not for Shabbos, for Yotzei from Mitzvah. Now that kizayis will fire up. Wonder what you're saying? You should also be over on Shabbos, but that's not the case. You're only over on a gregaris. So the reason why that is so, because when you go out just of the Azara into the Zoshnashim, for instance, you're chayav on Yotzei. In order to get to Rosh Hashanah, you have to go much further, so they happen in different stages. Says the Mishnah, from a piece of Yachid, and puts it on the stoop, on a stoop. Now this stoop says the Gemara is carmelist. And if you're Rosh Hashanah, then you're over from taking it from the Rosh Hashanah to the Rosh Hashanah. And it can't be a Rosh Hashanah because you'd be over right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the stoop. So the stoop is a carmelist. What happened was you took it from your house, put it on the carmelist, and then it had to stop there. And from that point, you took it again. You are potter, and even someone else took it on the stoop. It's not potter because it stopped in the middle. It has to be one continuous travel. What happens if he took food and he pushed it out of his house where it's mostly on the scoop of it? The scoop is already Rosh Hashanah your scoop. Says the Mishnah, you are not chayav since there is part of the kli is still inside that house. The Nazai holds, by the way, that if you are going from or Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and you walk by in a skufa, you are potter because walking is ka'imidam. When you have your 2 feet on the ground, it's as if you stop. Our Mishnah doesn't go like that. Kinsky explains our Mishnah. Beautiful machlokes is if the kli is ma'agid the food, does it cause the food to be wanted? In other words, what happens if in the kli? Kinsky says that our Mishnah is only talking about a case where there are long cucumbers or long food. So some of it is indoors and some of it is outdoors. But what if you have a kli full of small food, where some of the foods are in the Rosh Hashanah? Says this is chayav because that food is already outside. Says Rabbi, no. The kli is not agid the food. The kli makes all the food one. So even though yes, you have one mustard seed or one food that's outside, nevertheless we don't look at the seed. We look at the whole kli, and the whole kli part of it is inside, and therefore you potter. The Mishnah seems not to say like not like Kiski, not like your government. Each one will explain the Mishnah, add a word or two to make it fit his way. And with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
Did you have some collabs on it with anybody? Do you have somebody who can produce some stuff? Master P, maybe anything like
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures. Tell me where you learned David Daf, how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned the amazing halacha. A person who steals a pouch of money, as he lifts it up, he's over on Geneva. When he takes it out from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabin, he's over on it. So those two things happen at two different times. However, if he dragged the pouch out from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabin, stealing the money and the Isser of Shabbos come simultaneously, and then we say Kamlei the Rabbi Menei, he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is a Chiyuv Misa, versus the money. The other who holds Eged Klishmei Eged, everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch and not what's in the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only chayav once the entire pouch comes out of the Rishus Hayachid into the Rishus Rabin. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Rishus Rabin, and he has access to the money, he's chayav on Neva before the pouch comes out later because he can access the money. So they don't happen simultaneously. However, if the pouch is flipped over, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the Rishus Hayachid, he's not chayav until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnutzim, these drawstrings that close the pouch? If part of the shnutzim were inside Rishus Hayachid, that would mean Eged Klishmei Eged, and the entire pouch is considered Rishus Hayachid. Say the shnutzim were folded over, or there are no shnutzim at all. Abaye and Rava reversed their sheets later on in life, and Rava holds that Eged Kli Shmei Eged, and Abaye says Eged Kli Lo Shmei Eged. Therefore, we have to flip a memra of a machlokes between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Rabin, since Eged Guf Lo Shmei Eged, your hand doesn't go by your body, so you're chayav right away by putting it into Rishus Rabin. We're talking about that your hand is within 3 tefachim of Rishus Rabin, so it's as if you did Hanoch. And Abaye says the reverse. Now to be dealing with the halacha of La'achar Yad. You all know the halacha, if you touch Musa with your elbow, perhaps you're not chayav. It comes from this mission. You're chayav on a yitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, with your left hand, you carry it in your chest, like you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders, like B'nai Husted in the midbar. But what if you carried something on your feet, in your mouth, if it's not food, in your marpeg, according to Taisvis, armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money belt. You carry between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal. These are all Shalei Kedera, and you are covered. Blessed says, although Rishus Rabin is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's how B'nai Chassid, you are chayav. It says Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself put the Urias HaMishkan, the Mishkan, that was 10 amas high. Therefore, we can assume that all of them were approximately 10 amas tall. And they carried the Mizbeach on their shoulders. And we know the Mizbeach is 10 amas. And you typically carry something 2/3 below your shoulder and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amas, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of the Mizbeach and the ground. And we're looking for a ride that carried above 10 tefachim. Here's a ride that carried almost 20 tefachim. Now, if you're going to tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu he was really tall, because the Shekhinah was Shayran, and somebody who's the Shekhinah Shayran has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. They were 3 amas, approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the Aron. The Aron was only 9 tefachim. That's another stuff, but it's 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out that there was 11.3 tefachim in the bottom of the Aron, and the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. The Priya says that even Anshe Hutzel, the people of Hutzel, used to carry things on their heads like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went out on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be positive because Baba is actually to follow them. They are the minority, and we don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fanny pack, a wallet, and put it in back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, he is chayav because he only intended to do a shmira kusa, to watch it not the best way. In front is a much better shmira, and therefore he's certainly chayav. But in the reverse, try to put it on the front, and it flips at his back, he's putter because it went from shmira me'ula to shmira kusa. And according to Rabbi, it's two different man. I'm saying this. The Mishnah says that interesting lashon. The MS Amru The Gemara tells us that means this is halacha. A woman who wears some sort of undergarment, that says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derech that it's going to reverse. It can go from the front to the back, and therefore she is chayav because that is the derech. Rabbi says even the male couriers who run and bring letters for the king, they have a tube, they put the letter in, and that tube will flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're chayav. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, he's chayav because his intention was done as he intended. According to everybody, if you do something to lachar yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlokes is if the belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out with Chatchila putting his money belt on his back and his skin on his back and his chayav. According to the Chacham, that's still considered lachar yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt because the money could fall out if it's upside down. Therefore, you are potter. The Mishnah tells us two people who've done a malacha, who carried out a loaf of bread, for instance, and they both could carry it by themselves. It's very strange for two people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the kind of our Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda, they are potter. With Rishon as well, potter because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's an extremely heavy item, like a beam, like Yikuli Vela, where one person by himself can't carry it, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry it with two people. So according to Reb Shimon, you're potter. He has a special limud, as we're going to see tomorrow. And according to Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi, you're chayav. What about a case where one person is really strong, he can carry it, the other person, he's carrying with one finger, he's not that strong? According to everybody, the person who could carry is capable of carrying it, he is chayav, and the second person is potter. Have a wonderful day.
I know Orlando is rookie year. Yeah, because he played at LSU, man. Yeah, great If I was that big, I couldn't get my big ass out of bed at that size.
Shabbos Daf Tzad Gimel. How is everybody doing? The pasuk says, "Nefesh achas techto v'asoisa." There are three words here in the singular. According to Reb Shimon, they come to exclude any time a person does a malacha with someone else on Shabbos. He's potter because the Torah says in singular, you do it by yourself and then you're chayav. They come to exclude three cases, starting from the least chiddush to the chiddush. Case where one person does the akira and the other person does the hanacha. Both potter. Case if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves individually and they do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. Potter. Biggest chiddush is even if it's a very heavy item where you typically need two people and that's how people carry things, a heavy refrigerator, two people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are potter. The Rabbi says, I agree to you that there are three miyutim in this pasuk, all in red. However, two of them are referring to the case of Shnayim Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to the two easiest cases are excluded, and therefore one person does that here, one person does that not. Or in the case where both of them carry the item by themselves, both potter. The third meal comes to say that Sanhedrin made a mistake and said, for instance, you eat chalev, and you go ahead and you eat chalev, you are potter. No. This pasuk only has two meals. The two words, nefesh achas, go together, it's one meal. Ba'asoisa is a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person does an akira and one person does an. In that case, you potter. But in the two other cases, zeh yachol, or zeh yachol, both cases, you are chayav. And the second meal of the pasuk comes to exclude the case of when Bez made a mistake, Sanhedrin made a mistake, and you ate chayla because of them, you are potter. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends one finger or he's physically too weak, the person who can carry all by himself is chayav. The person that's helping out is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried someone. The answer is because Messiah, the helper is as if he's a nobody. He doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on to prove it in three different places. The Allah says that by a zav who sits down on something or lays down on a beged, he's going to come at that beged the medrash, provided that he puts most of his weight on the beged. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a beged under each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. L'chari, he's only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, review each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all 4 begadim are tummy. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on 3 legs, all 4 begadim are tummy. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a messiah? The answer is messiah, and therefore you're all tummy. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why you're all tummy, because it's a suffix. Maybe you lifted up his leg, the one that you think the beggar is coming, that leg you lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, and we have a suffix, we say everything's coming. For instance, the zav lays lengthwise on the table, like in the blue arrow, the table is coming, because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all 5 tables, they're all covered because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's it. But let's say he fell asleep, and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out to the width, and perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are coming. So we should say the same thing about the animal. And really, because we say, even if the animal put the that a horse, when he leans forward on his 4 legs on a beggar, they're Mikama, but his hind legs are not Mikama beggar. And that is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be Mikama, because they are healthy. The Sayeya, hey boy. The Avoida in the Samigdash, that they had him through where shoes, their feet had to be flat on the surface of the Messiah. What if you put 1 foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you move that stone or bench, and the client can keep his balance, his avodah. The question is why? The bench was a Messiah, helped him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is, halacha is when the blood comes out of the base cup, you have to catch it with a clean right hand. And if your left hand assists in catching the blood, the avodah is question. Why? It's Messiah who was helped by the left. The answer is Messiah ain't by mamish. This is Machlokes in Rameir when he says, two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other to carry it. According to Rameir, they are both chayav. The question is, do you need this item to have 2 shiurim, 2 dried figs worth, 1 fig for each person, or they share the chiyuv in 1 dried fig? And the Gemara brings 3 rights to this as well. First right is from the case that we had before, when his son is laying on a bed. You say that all 4 talesos that are under the legs are tamei, but we don't have 4 zavim. Perhaps you should need 4 shiurim of zav. You should have 4 rugs of zav. You have 1 zav that provides tumah going forward. You see that 1 shiur is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. 2 people close the door, they are potter. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv. They close the door. The question is, but you only have 1 deer. You should need 2 deers for 2 people. The answer is, all you need is 1 shiur. Another right. If 2 people captured stolen animal. They stole an animal, they shepherded the animal. They are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have 1 sheep here. You should have to have 2 sheep in order to be chayiv with 2 of them. The answer is, 1 shear is enough for people, and so too in our sugya. I want to bring a raya from that helps out on the loom. If 2 people carry it, they are chayiv. And the question is, perhaps have a raya. There's not enough material for both. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's better from there. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli into his rabbim, and in the kli there's food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fig's worth. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he is putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called chai meisesas. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person, because he assists the gravity or whatever you want to explain, and therefore you're putter on him, and therefore you're also putter on the bed. However, carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. If you take out a kazais of a dead person, or kazais of a nevela, or a kadash of a sheretz, you're also chayiv on on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
I will tell you this, I met his wife at or not his wife, but the lady that played the yes, that's her right there, Virgil and Sophia was his wife's name in the show. She was very beautiful. And I saw her at breakfast once, and I was like, I cannot go back in there and tell her. And I did, and it was, I think she kind of...
Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new, to do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shiur. It's my privilege, as the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosnaf from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy. He sent it to me 2 days ago. And he writes that he's had 24 surgeries to correct a rare syndrome that he has. Yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shiur, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara. And he writes, learning the daf has made me feel so good about myself. So we wish you, Aaron Mosbacher, a tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shiur. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me, a before and after. Such a Zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have two Lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the Isser of Oire, weaving. If she paints her eyes blue, that's Kaisav writing. And if she does Pekesa, she parts her hair, that's Tfiya spinning. The Gemara says, but that's not how people spin and weave and write. Rather, Rabbi Bo, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says braiding and Pekesa parting the hair is binyan. As HaKadosh Baruch Hu braided Chavos hair, and the Torah calls it Kliyasa, which the translation is B'niyasa, to build. Kocheles, painting one's eyes, is Ksiva, rather it's Tzviya, dyeing. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dyeing. Reb Shimon Lazar says that when a woman does these three things, Gudelos, Bekeses, and Kocheles, when she does it to herself, since she's not a perfect job, she's potter. She does it for a friend, that's where she's kind of. Milking an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, and migavin, which means to take the curling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a good guess. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to rake apart a honeycomb and eat it, according to Lezer, this is the right soup. As the Torah says, Yaris Ban. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from the forest. Yontif, you get Malchus, because this is the right. According to Rabbanim, it's only Shavuos, it's only this is the Rabbanim. The Lord tells this amazing story. Rabbi Bakuria came to a certain city, and they asked him, what is the issue of Chayla, of milking a cow? What's the issue of Megav? He didn't know. He said, what's going on here? Was your Rebbe a Chat L'Kanya? Was he a reed chopper? He didn't teach you. So he went around and he asked, and he found milking a cow is mafarid. It's the malacha of dash, of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is boirer. You're taking the milk, you're pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megavin is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces, that is boina to build. Amemar says, this issur of sprinkling water on the dirt floor is only dirt floor because that's mashpik gumas, that is boina according to Rashi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, under the mutter. Where does this Rabbi Sva told Ravina, I see you're suffering from the dust, you have an allergic reaction or something, why don't you do a trick? Pretend that you're washing your hands in this corner, the water will fall on the ground, pretend you're washing your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. The Lord tells us that Aishas Tam Chacham, the wife of Tam Chacham, the daughter of Tam Chacham, they know this trick. You wash dishes in this corner, then they go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, your floor is watered and the dust goes down. The Lord tells us, since La halacha, we pass like Rabbi Shimon, the Davar She'enim Miskaven is mutter. If you don't intend to do that halacha, so over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but it's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens and it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the man, there are two types of flower pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the preparation, it could have that hole on the side, the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground. If you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom and it's separated from the ground, there's no issur plisha on Shabbos in the Reisa, the Rabbanan only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are part of it. The only part of Shimon makes the distinction is when it comes to the machshir fruit, that is, in order for fruit, be Makabal Tuma, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, the liquid you pour in it, it's not Makabal Tuma. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, and it's not attached to the ground, you can introduce water. It says Rabbi. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes someone from the ground, it won't be Makabal Tuma even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a story from Abu Sab, or sometimes it means Eliyahu Navi. As for Zera, what if the hole has a root coming out of it, poking it directly by the hole? Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Rabbi Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Rabbi Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, Abu Sab, Rabbi Zera saying, if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes from the ground. And when it literally nourishes from the ground because the root is poking out, that you don't know? And Rabbi explains, well, the case was where the hole was all the way in the bottom, and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquids. Says Rabbi, there are 5 levels of holes in a kli cheres, in earthenware, that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we have to talk about something called a gistra, a broken piece of earthenware. The only thing you can do with it is put it under another vessel that has a tiny hole in it, and it will catch the liquid. If that hole in it, then it's a goner, because you're not going to put one gistra to catch the liquids that are coming off a broken gistra. The both broken pieces of shards of earthenware, you toss them out, they're not Makabal Tuma. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole that water leaves it, then it's Makabal Tuma like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the paratu. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mechatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as we said before, you cannot be mashur fruit. If you pour water on them, then they are Makabal Tuma because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out, small root. Now it is considered attached to the ground. You can no longer be mashur Makabal Tuma because it's attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli. It's Makabal Tuma because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that olives come out, then it's no longer a kli for anything, unless you specifically designate that kli to hold pomegranates. The fifth shear is if it has a hole that large, and even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it. It's completely not Makabal Tuma. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it, and it's with a dead body, typically the oil hametz will go into the kli and be mekama within it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tuma. What if it has a hole on the side? The hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on top and then. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as percent of the whole kli? Then, if it's a very large kli, a small kli, if that hole is as large as the comment even from the side, have a wonderful day.
Cloning animals, if you lose a pet, you can send away to these companies and they remix the bitches in the back. Yeah, that's just surprising. Right? That we know is possible. Okay. So
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Mishulam Weiss from Muncie, and he writes, "My highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. Is an excellent review. Thank you, David Mishulam." Also, a quick shout out to our great friend Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole does this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi bar Avin and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. Gemara's not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mikatzel katzel from side to side with 2 very different shiurim. And the way to remember these 2 very interesting shiurim is the famous line Echad hamarba, Echad hamamet. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't care whether you buy an expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. Lezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer mekabel tum. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli and I want it to hold pomegranate. Unlike Rabbi yesterday, who says that typically the kli is batal, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzmiya. Unbelievable. One more Perek down and many more to go. Perek Hazorek, dealing with throwing items, continues the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabban, or from Rishus HaRabban to Rishus HaYachid, you are Chai. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, and there's a Rishus HaRabban between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishnah, they never threw or passed from one side of Rosh Hashanah to the other. The way it worked is they would pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons were attached to and the other 2 attached to each other, and they would pull up to the Mishkan. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. Past the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. We go from the front to the back, but never from the wagon on the northbound to the wagon on the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did it in the Mishnah. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishnah. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between a ton to 4 tons, according to Rabbi Galinsky, extremely heavy, and it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. And on Daf Dalet and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throwing going on. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's usher to throw on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu commanded Yisrael to stop bringing items from their Rishus HaYachid, from their where they lived in Rishus HaYachid, to his camp, which was considered Rishus HaRabban. And there's a Gzeir Shava from what Moshe Rabbeinu said to Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is usher to do Malacha, so too that day Shabbos was usher to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was usher to bring. And logically, we say, since it's also to go in this direction, from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, it's also to go from Rosh Hashanah back to Rosh Hashanah. However, that's called a tova. The Av, the main halacha, the main isser, is going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. So, if a person committed these 2 acts in one awareness, he did Yitzhak, he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and he did Achnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. He's only chayav 1 carbon because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the Tolda, the subcategory. If you do an Av and a Tolda, you only do 1 carbon. If you were to do 2 separate malachas, like Yitzhak, bringing wood in to Rosh Hashanah, and then Boirer, you would be chayav 2 karbanos, even if it was in 1 awareness. However, according to Eliezer, who says, if you do an Av and a Tolda, you chayav 2 karbanos. So if you do Yitzhak and Achnasa, you chayav 2 karbanos. The difference between an Av and a Tolda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the Tolda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called a Tolda. If somebody throws an item in Rosh Hashanah and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rosh Hashanah, and it's not Rosh Hashanah because Rosh Hashanah has to have 8 plates, it has to have square tefachim, and this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-ear and he's parked. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tefachim is considered part of Rosh Hashanah, therefore he is chayav. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishnah? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishnah, says the Gemara. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is halacha l'Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishnah. They threw the buchya. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the Erev thread, and it goes through the chassis, back and forth, and they would throw it. But you would hold on to the, but perhaps it was the end of the thread. So you threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered a Makam P'tur, not a Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, there's no right for it. Perhaps you'll say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, hey, pass me the book here, pass me a needle. And they would toss each other things. So you see, there was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in the Mishkan had their own book here, a needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the Pasuk says. This is Machlekes. This week's parsha we're going to be learning about the Mepashish Eitzim. What exactly do the Mepashish do? 3-way Machlekes. One man Amar says, Shmuel says, he was over on Yitzhak. He walked in Rosh Hashanah and Koramis with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood, Toilish. And Rabbi says he piled up the wood, he was Ma'amar. What is the difference what he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillas Starim it says there's 1 out of 39 malachs, you don't get a punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the Mandamar, whatever you hold, let's say you hold the Mekash did Ma'amar, you know for sure it's not Ma'amar. Ma'amar there is Irish. Toilish is for sure another. Who was the Mekash? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekash was Slafka. Rabbi Yehuda did not like that. He said, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't put in the Torah, he wanted it hidden. Why did he go about it? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get Einish for being Mitzi Laz on Slafka. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the Pasuk, Bam. It says Rabbi Akiva, they both Taras. It says Rabbi Yehuda, you have no right telling Chai Taras. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted it hidden. And if you were wrong, you're Mitzi Laz. So what does he do with the word Bam? HaKadosh gave him an Ezifa, gave Aaron Musar. He never got Taras. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Var Torah, he writes, just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rosh Hashanah through Rosh Hashanah into the second Rosh Hashanah. The trick here in this brisa is that in the first Rosh Hashanah, it only traveled 2 amas, traveled through the Rosh Hashanah, and finally in the second Rosh Hashanah, travels an additional 2 amas. According to this brisa, the 2 amas plus 2 amas and the 2 Rosh Hashanahs combine together to make a shir of Isra. But we don't say that since it went from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, it's chayav right away on Achnasa, because this brisa does not hold of the concept called Pluta. We don't say that halachically it rested in the Rosh Hashanah. We're starting now with beautiful sugya of the Mishkan and how the crushing works. The Gemara tells us the concept. There is no Isser to carry in a Rosh Hashanah that has a rooftop, because in the Mishkan there's no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes this to see whether or not there's a rooftop in the Mishkan. We're talking about the beams, the crushing that built the Mishkan. When they transported these beams, they transported them on 4 wagons. The wagons were 2.5 amma wide, 5 ammas long. And they would transport the length of the beam on the width of these wagons. Says the Gemara, if we can find ear gaps between the crushing, then you're right. There's no ceilings in the Mishkan. But if the wood was together, stacked together on these wagons, perhaps that should create a rooftop. So how are these crushing stacked? The simplest way, and that's the first step, perhaps they were stacked on their long side, 1.5 amma by 1 amma, so they put them on the 1.5 amma, so they should be more stable. There were 48 crushing, 12 crushing per wagon. That would give us 3 stacks. 1.5 times 3 is 4.5 amma. That leaves us a 0.5 amma for the 2 gaps in the 3 stacks. 3 stacks of 4 high. 1.5, a 0.5 amma is 1.5 tefachim per gap. That's less than 3 tefachim, which we typically say lava, and that closes the gap, and now we have a roof. We have a ceiling. So let's say that they didn't stack them on the wide side, on the 1.5 amma side. Perhaps they stacked them on the amma side. An amma will give us the potential to put down 4 stacks. We have a 5 amma wagon. We put the 4 stacks. You can't put 5 stacks because you have rings. It's too much. We'll put 4 stacks of 3 high. That gives us 3 gaps. We have an extra amma from 4 ammas to 5 ammas. Extra amma for the 3 gaps. That's 2 tefachim per gap. 2 tefachim is within Lavan. Once again, we have a ceiling. Why did the Gemara say there were no ceilings in the Mishnah? According to the Manda that says that the crushing started out as an amma on the bottom, but tapered off all the way to nothing, to a finger on the top. If you stack them on the wagons like that, you will indeed have large gaps of air, no problem. But what do we do about the other Manda? Says the Gemara, they stacked them like clothespins, meaning they took 2 stacks and put them together, creating 1 stack, and then they took 2 stacks, putting them together, creating another stack, a second stack. The reason they did so is to give it more stability. When you have 2 stacks put together like a clothespin, they won't crumble. Therefore, the gap between the 2 major stacks is a full amma, and that ruins the roof of this Rishus Harabah. And we're dealing with a wagon that doesn't have a bottom; it's just a frame. Because if it had a bottom, once again we have a roof in the Rishus Harabah. What is machlokes whether or not the crushing were even on the bottom and top, or perhaps they went on a tapered angle? One man Omar says, it says in the pasuk, you samim al roshei. Samim means to finish. Samuel says samim means that should be made out of 1 solid piece of wood. You can't connect 2 pieces of wood. On the other hand, says yachtav. That to look similar from top to bottom. Rabbi says no. Yachtav means that the wall should be nice and straight without any wood going in and out. The Gemara says, since one of the walls had 6 crushing, you had to find 2 more crushing to put in the corners. But if you are going to have crushing that are on an angle, it doesn't work out very well. You're going to have a little bit of exposure on one of the crushing. Says the Gemara, therefore, you have to cut this kerish on an angle, a very specific angle for the corner. The Gemara tells us there's a big nace. The way these crushing were held up was with metal looping around the outside of the Mishnah. But there was one, according to Rashi, that went in the center. The Beriach and Tachtoin went in the center. And it was a big nace. It was over 70 amas long, and it was snaked its way through the walls and made the turn on the corners. Even though metal was able to turn the corner, that was a big nace. The Mishkan was covered with 3 coverings called Yerios. We're going to be discussing the first Yeriah called the Mishkan, and the second one, the Izah. The first one consisted of 10 sections. Each section was 4 amas by 28 amas. In other words, we have 40 amas long by 28 amas wide. Now, the Mishkan was 10 amas tall and a 10 amma roof. That gives us 30 amas. So to start off with, we're already missing 2 amas. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that the walls did not take up any room because it came to a finger breadth on top. So we have a 10 amma ceiling and 10 amma walls. It's exactly 30 amas. So the fabric came all the way down and exposed the adonim, the sockets on the bottom. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, that the actual wall takes up a full amma on each side. Now we're missing an additional 2 amas. So the fabric came down and it was hanging 2 amas above the ground, exposing the adonim plus 1 more amma of the wood. Now, if we take it from the other side, the fabric was 40 amas long. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the fabric went all the way down to the floor on the other side. 30 amma roof plus 10 amma wall, that's 40 amas exactly. But according to Rabbi Nehemiah, the wall itself took up an amma. So now the fabric went all the way to the adonim, leaving 1 amma of adonim exposed. Second, you realize the real season. That consisted of 11 sections times 4 amas, which is 44 amas. But the width was 30 amas. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, it exposed the adonim by 1 amma. Now, if we take it to the length side, since you have 44 amas, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor, plus 2 amas on the backside, dragging like a cow's gown. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, it was only 1 amma on the floor, and it was 2 amas longer than the Urias Hamishkan. The crushing were chiseled on the bottom and fit directly into the sockets, having a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Test. Today's email comes from Manchester. Benny Gittleson from Manchester. He says he works in a bakery. He's 19 years old. He hasn't been in yeshiva for 3 years because he doesn't think learning all day is for him. He went to the Shas, got inspiration. His boss Velver introduced him to our daf, and he tells him it's geschmack and fun. So he gave it a try, and he's never missed a day since. My days feel different when learning the daf with you. I really enjoy it. It made me learn every day. Sometimes he watches in the bakery with his boss, and then he goes home and watches it again with the Gemara. I can't believe I still do the daf every day, he says. I can't. It's coming from a boy who says learning for him all day is not for him. All the way from Manchester, Ben Gittleson, Chazak V'Amat. We learned the other day that the Mishnah was covered with 3 uriyos. The lower one was made of purple, blue wool, and red wool, and sheish, which is the second layer, was made out of goats. The Gemara tells us a lot more things to make the goats here. You have to have more chachma, like the Torah says. Liban, the chachma. It's not just chachma, but their heart and chachma. What is the difference? For the goats here, they would wash the goats here while it's still on the goat and weave it while it's still on the goat, and that took. Rabbi says that the wagons that carry the crushing between the wagon, under the wagon, and between the wheels is all considered Rishus Harabah. The reason why the wagon was 2.5 amma wide, although a carriage is only at most 1.5 amma wide, and it could fit directly on the wagon, the reason is because they put the crushing lengthways on the narrow way. And we're concerned that if it was only an amma and half wide, the crushing, which are 10 ammas long, would tip over. If the wagon is 5 ammas, and the way we set up these crushing is either 3 stacks of 4 or 4 stacks of 3, but either way, the most it is 3 stacks of 4, and each stack is 1.5 amma wide. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. Why was the wagon 5 ammas? You have an extra amma here. So the Gemara was necessary because, first of all, the crushing had habayis, they had knees. Second of all, you can't squeeze them that tight. If the wagon was only 4.5 amma, for instance, it would be impossible to squeeze something that's 4.5 amma into 4.5 amma. We gave it a few extra inches. If you take an agala is 2.5 amma, plus the wheels is 5 amma. 2 agalas side by side is 10 amma. But between agala and agala, there was 5 amma space. Together, you have 15 ammas. Why is it that we say Rishus Rabin has to be 16 ammas? Where do we get that extra amma? Says the Gemara something very interesting. When the agalas were moving through the midbar, there was a lady behind the agalas keeping eye on the crushing. Notice that a carriage was about to topple over. He bent over in a half an amma area on the side of the agala, and then he would rearrange the crushing. That half amma on each side is another amma, and that's why we have 16 ammas for Rishus Harabah. The Mishnah tells us that if you have a pit and the bank of a pit, in other words, somebody dug out a pit, and together it's 10 tefachim, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim deep, that creates Rishus Harabah. If you have the reverse, you have a high 4 by 4 wide, that's the Rishus Harabah. If you take something, you put on top of the stone, take something, you put it into the pit, you're over an eitzah, or a chnasa. The Gemara says, why does it tell us a case of a pit with a bank? Just say a 10 tefachim pit. The answer is to tell us the chiddush that 5 tefachim, let's say, of a pit and 5 tefachim of a bank combine together to make one rishus. If a pit does not have walls surrounding it, it's a middle rishus around it. It's also to drink from it. Even if your head is over the pit, perhaps you take water out of the pit and you just around it will be over on a chasa. If there are walls, it's mutter. And if there are no walls, and you put your entire body, most of your body and your head into the pit, then it's also mutter. If Mordechai asked Rabbi, what happens if you take an object and you throw it on top of this stone that's in the middle of the Rishus Rabin? Do we say, since you picked it up from Rishus Hayafik, you did not Tira, and it landed, or from the Rishus Rabin, you did not Tira, and it landed on the Rishus Hayafik, you did not Tira and Anafa? Or perhaps, since it traveled through a Mokim Tur, we know that above 10 tefachim is no longer Rishus Rabin, since this object traveled through a Mokim Tur, the person should be positive. He asked Rava, he asked Abaye, he asked Rabbi Yosef, all 3 of them holding the same exact word. It's our Mishnah. In our Mishnah it says that if you take an object and you put it on top of a stone, you're over. So you see, even though he went through the Mokim Tur, threw it through the Mokim, you are still chayiv. And he told them, you spit the same spit? Why are you telling me the same exact words? And what about you? What do you think of Mordechai? He said, I think that you could explain our Mishnah that we're talking about a needle that is that landed, or you put it on a protrusion from that rock. It's not on top of the 10 tefachim, it's below the 10 tefachim. Nevertheless, that protrusion is considered part of the Rosh Hashanah because it's part of the rock. Or you put it into a groove in the rock. That's how you can be dafik our Mishnah. If you have a very narrow fence that you built in order to surround the Carmelis, which is only Rosh Hashanah, and you just created Rosh Hashanah. The one has a question: what happens if you throw something and it lands on top of that fence? The top of the fence is now 4 tefachim, so it's not Rosh Hashanah. On the other hand, since it created Rosh Hashanah, the inside of Rosh Hashanah is as if it filled up, and now the fence, rather than looking at it as a very narrow fence, it's a very wide fence. It's the entire size of the Rosh Hashanah. It comes along and says a third shot, and he says, if this fence has the power to make a Carmelis into Rosh Hashanah, then the fence should have a power to make itself a Rosh Hashanah, and therefore you are chayiv. Rabbi had a beautiful question, 2 questions actually. What happens if you have a pit that's only 9 tefachim deep, and you go and you dig out the final tefach? Is that considered an akira? Did you lift up something from within a pit? Or perhaps it wasn't a pit when you lifted it up, but it happened together simultaneously. Do we say that simultaneously you're able to be chayiv on each other? And even if you're going to say, when you lifted it up, it didn't have a proper 10 tefachim. So what happens if you do something reverse? You take a pit that's 10 tefachim, and you throw dirt to the bottom of the pit, and now it's no longer 10 tefachim. Are you over? At the end of the day, you threw dirt into a place that was 10 tefachim. It was Rosh Hashanah. But by the time it landed, it just became, let's say, 9 tefachim. It's less than 10 tefachim, but it happened simultaneously. Are you chayiv or not? The Gemara says you cannot prove from Rabbi himself, who says that if you throw a very juicy, sticky fig onto the wall, 4 amos and just around you're chayiv. Why should you be chayiv? Let's say that the fig just reduced, even in a case where it was exactly 4 amos, you threw it on the wall, you're chayiv. But you just reduced the area, it's a little less than 4 amos because now you have the fig to contend with. So says you can't answer that because the fig is something that you're going to eat later on. So you don't want to be mevatel that fig to the wall. But dirt, you want the dirt to stay on the bottom of the pit. So perhaps it reduced the size of the pit. If you threw a plank of wood, let's say, onto a very narrow beam, and you just created a Rosh Hashanah with the plank, and on top of the plank, let's say you had another item, and as it landed, they both landed together. Do we say that that other item landed on Rosh Hashanah, but it happened together with the plank, and that's the same thing as Rabbi Yochanan said that it happened together, and perhaps it shouldn't be Rosh Hashanah. But maybe as it landed, whatever item it was jumped up a little bit from the hard landing, and it came down. That second landing should make it another hanafa. You should be chayiv. The Gemara remains with the Keku. Have a wonderful day.
Put some sacred snacks out for it or something. Right. So, it just tells a story. Key things that will happen that you can look forward to before.
Shabbos Daf Kuf. Today's email comes from one of the guys in Shir, Eitan Ugarik. He traveled from Ramat Shemesh to New York for his mother's levaya on Friday. And he writes, he'll be missing some of the days, which will be very hard. And once he landed here, my mind right away was looking at the clock and saying, when is the daf? He's completely involved in the daf. So, your mother's neshama Miriam Bashmul Shmelka should have an aliyah. Our thoughts and our davening are with you. Water, since it moves, you would think that there's no hanacha. You're not really putting it down. You're putting it down on a moving surface. Yet the Gemara says, water belongs on water, and that's why that is its hanacha. But if you take a nut, floating nut, and put it on water, that's not a hanacha. The Gemara has a suffix and remains in the take. What if you take a nut and put in some sort of other vessel? You view the nut relative to the vessel, and it's not moving, or relative to the water, it is moving. Oil that floats on top of wine, the machlok is whether or not, if it's truma and it's fully done, somebody who went to the mikveh for tumah was waiting for hair of shemesh for the sun to go down to become completely tar. If one is the top oil, what becomes tamei? According to Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, both are tamei, and on Shabbos it would be similar to the halacha of the water on top of water. And according to Rabbanan, just the oil is possible, and on Shabbos it's like the nut floating on top of water. Rabbi says an interesting halacha: if you have a bar, a pit that's 8 tefachim wide and 10 tefachim deep, wide enough to make 2 bayros, and you put a reed mat right down the middle, and the reed mat takes up a little bit from each bar, so now you don't have even a single bar that's 4 tefachim. Each one is 3.999. Therefore, you put something into one of those bayros, you are potter. Rabbi Yochanan, who had a suffix regarding if you take dirt and you put it on the bottom of a 10 tefachim pit, are you mevatel that dirt to the bottom? Certainly, when it comes to a machzelas, to a reed, it won't become batel because a reed has value. But a baya who says his halacha by a machzelas, by a reed man, certainly by dirt, is mevatel. Says a baya, if the pit is full of water and you throw something heavy that sinks to the bottom, or you throw water on it, the water is not mevatel the pit. But if you put in fruit into this pit, fruit is no different than filling up a pit with dirt. And the fruit, explains kaisvis, it's like wheat, and it's there to be stored for a long time. It's mevatel the whole pit. And if you throw something on top of the wheat, it's not as if you threw it into a pit and you are potter. Gemara brings a ride from Shimon who says a very interesting halacha. If you're in the ocean and on the bottom of the ocean bed there's a carve out of 10 tefachim deep and 4 tefachim wide, that consists of Rishus HaYachid in the middle of the ocean. And if you throw something into that pit, you're chayiv. Although ocean harmless, that pit is Rishus HaYachid, even though it's full of ocean water. So you see that water is not mevatel the pit. The famous mission that we had a number of times, if you take something and you throw it like a juicy fig and you throw it on a wall that's above 10 tefachim, you are potter because it's not a Rishus HaRabim, it's above 10 tefachim, and it's not a Rishus HaYachid because it doesn't stick out or jot out. However, if you throw it below 10 tefachim, it's as if you threw it on the ground, and you are high. Rabbi says if you throw something above 10 and it lands in the wall, according to Rameir, we say a concept called chaytikin. We carve out the wall halachically. We see the same halacha in machlokes by mezuzah. The doorway has to have 10 tefachim height by 4 tefachim width. What if you have on the bottom 4 tefachim, and as it goes up, it gradually arches? Halachically, we pretend that there's no arch, that it's squared out, it's carved out. So too over here, Rameir says you carve it out. According to Chachamim, you don't carve it out. There's a concept in English, the rise over the run. The Gemara tells us that if after 4 amos of an incline, you reach a height of 10 tefachim, that's as if you have a vertical wall, and that creates a machitza. And the same thing we say by a mavoi. If going into the mavoi downwards, there's a incline 4 amos that reaches a 10 tefachim height, or going into Rishus HaRabim, so they are both considered walls, and therefore in that mavoi, it's not necessary to put a lechi or a kaira for a hecker. Very interesting thing, halacha. Let's say throw a frisbee 2 amos, and the wind takes it another 2 amos for a total of 4 amos, you are potter. What if you threw this frisbee 5 amos, and the wind stops it in mid-air and holds it there momentarily, and then 180s it right back to you, you are chayiv. Because Rabbi Yochanan says it rested in mid-air. Rabbi says that although an object came within 3 tefachim to the ground, we don't invoke the concept of Buddha. Even though we know the trajectory of this item and it's going to land very soon, there's no wind. It's not similar, says the Gemara, to what Rabbi Yochanan said a minute ago about this frisbee, and he had to come on to a shot that is rested in midair. Why did he just say that it's within 3 tefachim? And the answer is because we're talking about a wild wind. But Rav is talking about no wind at all. Says the Mishnah, if somebody throws in an ocean, which the ocean is a caramelist, if he throws it down Amos, he's potter. There's something called a rekat mayim, like a giant puddle in the middle of Rishus HaRabim that people walk through it. It still has the halacha of a Rishus HaRabim as long as it doesn't have 10 tefachim. If it's 10 tefachim deep, then it turns into a caramelist, says Rashi. And the Mishnah repeats the same words twice, and the Gemara tells us to tell us the halacha. That when people are inconvenienced by walking there, it's still considered Rishus HaRabim, but if they're inconvenienced using a pit, let's say 9 tefachim, it's not considered Rishus HaRabim. And the reason why it says the word rekat twice, to tell us, the Rabbi shut in the Gemara, according to Rabbi, one is talking about in the summer that typically people would cool off. But in the winter, I think people won't go through the water, Kamash Shalom, they do. And if it just says the winter, I would say, well, people have dirty shoes anyway, so that's where they go through, but not in the summer, Kamash Shalom. Abaye says, that this rakak is Daled Amos. And I would think that people, if it's Daled Amos, they would walk around it. And if they walk around it, it should be part of Shushalayim. And it is part of Shushalayim. Rashi says it's only 4 tefachim. And I would think because people could jump right over it, but if it's larger, people won't jump over it. Yes, and similarly, Rashi says when you have a bridge and you have one step in the bridge that people don't like to use, it looks a little bit weak, and it's by itself. Nevertheless, if you throw something onto that piece, onto that board on the bridge, it's considered throwing it in Rabbi in your chayil. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a carmelis, and you throw it to the land, which is Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, or the opposite, where you go from the boat, which is Rosh Hashanah, into the water, which is a carmelis, or the opposite. Or what if you go from one boat to the other, Rosh Hashanah, all putter. The way to allow you to go from one boat to the other, tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make the eruv chatzeros. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rav Huna, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a hecker, that typically you're not allowed to. Or, according to Rav Chizda and Rav Huna, you make a frame 4x4, and then you invoke the concept of achis mechitza, that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is Rav Huna says that the carmelis starts in the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a makom pur, therefore it's completely mutter. Rabbi and Rav Chizda hold that the carmelis begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger hecker or a good achis mechitza, a wonderful day.
Destroyed your whole legacy, and they give you unlimited money and have a seat. And so,
Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie, and he says he's a 34-year-old Hasidic young man with a beard and face, and he's never really enjoyed learning up until this point. True Ahavas HaTorah. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, what he's used to doing, he takes out a Gemara to Chazer all that. It's crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on all that. Keep up the good work. We have a big school in Shemayim, Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing, Alei V'Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, he could draw water either by making a hecker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tefachim, and it goes through the frame. The frame has a good achis and fits all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you'll be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall, and then it goes down. That's called koichai. It's an indirect force going down into the water. And when it comes to a carmelis, you are not geyser on koichai, this indirect carrying on Shabbos. The Gemara brings a raya. It says that Parakama says you do not carry from the ship to the ocean, which is a carmelis, and the ship is a Rosh. You don't go from the carmelis to Rosh. Yudah says if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 tefachim, therefore you are not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. But you could carry from the ship into the water. We have to explain, like we just said, you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, and that's koichai. Rashi points out that if the ship was 10 tefachim above the water from the outside, then it would be mutter to carry from the water into the ship because you're going through a makom tur, over 10 tefachim makom tur. You let it go from a carmelis through a makom tur. You have a very, very small, like a canoe, a kayak, that starts out on the top. It has 4 tefachim. And Rosh Hashanah needs 4 tefachim by 10 tefachim. The problem is that it comes to a point. And by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 tefachim. So it says if the walls are hanging in midair, so that's not a good. Rosh Hashanah continues to be a carmelis. However, If it comes, the walls come all the way down within 3 tefachim of where it becomes narrow, then we say love it and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill at the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. If Nachman asked, why don't we invoke the concept of good achis mechitzah? Let's pretend that the walls on the side go all the way down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the boat comes to? And Abaye explains that even though Chachams don't say good achis mechitzah when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, which is a machlokes, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to a very narrow pole, it's still wide. We do say good achis mechitzah. What's it? Because you don't say typically if a goat go through or animals can go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a mechitza. But this wide hole, although it's not 4 tefachim at the bottom, but a boat is not going to go through, so it isn't effective mechitza. The same thing with the boat. It's an effective mechitza because goats cannot swim. What about fish? We don't care about fish because fish are not visible, and therefore it's an effective mechitza. Rabbi also says the same idea, that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say, good achis mechitza all the way down to the wall. You don't say, oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin the mechitza. Fish do not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, as we learned, that if you have 2 ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other. And the question is, what is the difference? So Rabbi explains one way. We're talking about that there's a 3rd ship. There's a very small ship in them, and you can carry from the large canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, from the canoe to the 2nd large ship. The Gemara asks, but it doesn't mention anything about a 3rd ship. We're talking about 2 ships. Therefore, and Rav Safra, very strong language, he says, Moshe. In other words, Rabbi, how do you say such a shot? So he learns, Rav Safra, that we're dealing with 2 different owners. And the chiddush is that you can make Erev Chatzeros on 2 ships. I don't think Erev Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships. You can't do Erev Chatzeros. You can do Erev Chatzeros on 2 cars. You can do Erev Chatzeros on 2 ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos. But if one did it inadvertently, or was an honest, was forced to, made a mistake, he's misasik, he thought he's making a mechitza for something else, then it's allowed. The same thing if you tied ships together, it goes back to the head. If you had 2 tied ships and you're allowed to carry from one to the other, and they became unattached, you can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. But if you do it amazing, when it comes to mechitzas on Shabbos, they're not going to hold, you can't use it, it's a knas, you're punished, you say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, explains by says, then you could use it even if you did it, amazing. Because you have the 2 Rishuyas there, all you're doing is you're connecting them to this and the Rabbi. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to an oil mix, you have a tent, you have a body there, and there's an oil. What happens is metal, since it says halal therapy, metal has the same halacha that it touches a mace, which is an oil mace, as the mace itself. A mace is a voice. That chain touches the boat. It goes down one madrega to another. That boat touches the vessels in the boat, and the vessels become rishon. However, if the boat was tied with a regular rope, a non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via voisatum, it becomes avatum, it goes down one side. And that rope in return is metam of the boat one step lower to the rishon. A rishon cannot be metam of the vessels inside the ship as a ship. Mo says that's halacha by Tumah, or by us. You can use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. It could be a cloth rope as well. Have a wonderful day.
But it's still, man, it's an honor. I keep it up in my house year round. And people walk in and they're like, no way, that's Cat William. It is beautiful. You have a new tour, man. I know people talk about touring comedy a lot.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Beis. Today's email comes to us from Kalman Milberg of Woodmere. He says he watches the shir every day on Zoom. He watches it on YouTube. He loves shir so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat Bechemish to be closer to the shir. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Kalman. And now to the Mishnah on Daf Kuf Beis. The Maskonas Hasugya, the Mishnah is talking about a very big chiddush. The guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, he was a shogeg, he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over the object, he's no longer considered a shogeg, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hanacha? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 tefachim. Or is consumed by a fire. No hanacha. So he's caught. Rav Ashi takes all these cases and he makes them into one. He says if a person threw an item, he didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth or another person came towards it, then he's caught. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos and landed without a dog, without another person, then he's chayiv a carbon. It goes back to the shogeg. As long as you start out the shogeg and you end the shogeg, you're chayiv in a carbon. The Gemara tells us we can't say that our Mishnah is talking about a case of lechta who missed. Lechta is the device that holds the saddlebags on the animal. It's a piece of wood, and it's tied to a string, and he tosses it but holds onto the string. Saying, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-ear that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case he's caught from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense, because since he's holding onto a string, the doesn't even begin. There's no akira. He never left his hand. Mars is a very interesting case. What happens if a person did a mitzvah? 2 amos, the shogeg, 2 and 2 amos, the shogeg. So we combine the 2 amos at the beginning and the 2 amos at the end and make it one shogeg that is. Says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amos and then he carried 2 amos b'mezid. Then he's part of the because it's considered amazing. He does the action amazing. Even the honor that says, aim through an action, I write 2 letters. First letter, I realize that that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am tied with it. Over here, it's different because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing the 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzah of shogeg. What if he threw the item? It traveled 2 amos b'shogeg, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amos b'mezid, and then the final 2 amos b'shogeg. Then he'd be chayiv in a carbon. Why? Because he couldn't stop it in mid-ear. And even according to the honor that says yesh yediyah that the awareness in between breaks up the action. That's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he could stop writing the second letter. But over here, that's in mid-ear. He has no power over it. Says Rabbi, if a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not 4 tefachim, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayiv. Gemara tells us that if a person who's coming and he can't eat kosher, and he eats a piece of kosher, and that piece of kosher is also nice, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayiv 4 karbanos chatos and 1 asham because he ate kosher. Like this whether you could add, Rabbi says, I have a case. You want to ask me a riddle how a person's had a lot of karbanos? He also, onto Shabbos, Yom Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. So well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now you're adding an Isra Yitzhak. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that he would be chayiv on a Yitzhak even though it's in his mouth. The issue is, who carries his item in his mouth? The answer, the person decides in his mouth, the Makam Pasha, then it creates Makam Pasha, and it's as if it's in a place of Chacham. With that, we finish Perik Zorek, and the many topics that we learned of Luchas and Tzah pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamed Tes Malachas, starting with one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol, which is Baina and Makabeh Patish, the second to last. Building, says the Mishnah, is the Kol Shul, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is chayrish, but indoors is Baina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's Baina. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. Says Rabbi, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles on the ground because it would rust. Therefore, says Rabbi, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stovetop. That's the shear. And in the Beis Hamikdash, they would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Rabbi argues, he says, there's no aniyos, there's such wealth in the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says, even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The Gemara tells us, when you build a stone wall, there's three parts of the wall. The first row, you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of the stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. Misates means to chisel a stone. That's basically part of the building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to something that you do in a house to get the heat out. So there's a big chiddush in that. Then there's shufta b'kufina damara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not similar to boina. Nevertheless, Rav says in all three of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all three of these things it's makabeh patish. You think maybe makabeh patish is in the last one in the axe, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that it's by mashmalan, not a wonderful day.
And I still haven't done my best, like comedically, like I'm still not my funniest, like I'm still not working hard enough, like I'm still not. I still haven't made a complete package.
Today's email comes from Goldstein from Bar. Get it right. Look for you. Rabbi, by the way,
That's a trap.
I deal with you live on Zoom since people others consume are really enjoyable, very exciting, and just on Zoom, I watch it every day. Every day when you read out the emails, there's so many people that are showing you through the Torah. From time to time, you do that. These emails sometimes get to your head, and you search yourself, and it's still looking until last night, when you invested more than a minute of listen, that young players on the greatness of another magic shoot from Coach. This is referring to at a great conversation, between forces. Then you come from an unbelievable talent, and you then become a role model. It's about a boss who spends most of his days learning Torah, Margaret Torah, and wants some extra schmack stuff on the top. He has something called great guys, both something else. There's a tremendous amount of humility to endorse and everybody, another so forth. Thank you for the confidence. I'm honored to call myself a talent of yours and consider myself what you part of the opportunity to bring back young strong goals to the bar part. Here is Rabbi Goldstein. So let's jump into this. Small energy of the vocal that when it comes to chiseling out a stone, it's not butter. So we have to readjust the Mishnah slightly. Mishnah says, I'm a sabi. Chiseling, you have to take out the bug. I'm not going to try to put it. What about drilling a hole? Even a match. Now, in terms of Rabbi says, some still similar to drilling a hole to let out air in the chicken. But what about small? Now that I'm not going to touch, not because the package is always the final blow to finish the touch. Over here, you still have to put a screw in it. It's something that you put in a long nail to hook up something. And then she says, Zach, wow, it's going to do something. I don't know what it is. When a Christians carving out three quarters of the house. Plans up between on to a full. There are many people that stop right there. Three quarters, that is considered what? What's the thing about taking a hammer, banging it on an anvil? Why is that not the same? So you might as well when you smooth out gold, the way to do it is to bang 3 times the gold and 1 time on the anvil, smooth out the hammer. That's the images. That's why you are. Now we're going on to the Malacha of Pyro. How much you have to buy? A small amount in order to fill 1 seed of a pumpkin. Within this size of plant, 1 herb in order to make dye for the clothing. And dye are edible ingredients. And then to take it to that, you would tie your take them for the animal, the size of the if you want it for, you have to have fuel, and you have to start
wanted people to know me, right? Like I never, I like the jokes, and I want to make people laugh, feel
that is
good,
also because
see different ways that maybe I think and stuff, but I wanted to tell myself, that's what I've always thought
but
of.
that's not so. You said,
When I first started, I think I want you to remember one joke, I want you to remember me, right? Like I felt like it's desperate. That's the start of it. See, you knew that you would be a star. That's different.
The point is there are certain holes that you don't want it. When you pass what you hear about it, that's the one, then you are fucking with the origin. You gather what the trying to make you grow, you want to be stronger, you are fighting the culture. If you want it for fuel, firewood, then it's
the jokes are secondary.
if you are gathering grass, again, if you want to make the land better, then it's
this guy has chosen to say to us about the
moving on to writing. Writing means writing.
That's who you are.
So at the next this person will put right with his right hand, maybe his left hand to the weaker, also tight. Gracie says, even a writing is tight. Writing is like not writing, you are smart. That's the thing, smart. Everybody's smart about something. According to everybody, you're tired in any language, right? Two letters in English, you are tired. 2 types of ink. One letter is one ink and the other letter is other. Tired. Now we have a bunch of students that do the sense of Mishnah. You are tired when you hadn't sent the right equipment to money, and you stopped after them. You did shin them. That's also worth, also tired. But you did Dalit Nun, Katanil, tired. According to using the name of the Grid in the meal, it's even if it's 2 identical letters, like Gimel, Gimel, Shin, Shin, it's spelled God, Root, Sheish, Six, you are tired. Because it says, even if you're 2 letters that have nothing to do with each other, they don't spell a word, you're still tired because we're not talking about writing, we're talking about art. And the Shimon says, you need to finish the entire word. You don't need to do the whole process, you need a whole word. The basic word says in the process by Sergeant, it's for Asa, Me'achas, Me'achas. 2 extra letters. And he learns 4 new because it says, Achas, Me'achas, and Me'achas. First one is, what we just mentioned, the person intends to write a whole word Shimon. And he wrote, Sergeant, then he refers to all the other children of then he from them the rest. He says, sometimes you find 1 person, and you want it, sometimes you find many companies, and then many. If a person doesn't know what's Shabbos, he doesn't know the so he only does it on 1 person, only gets 1 mistake. For Shabbos, he gives 1 cup. If a person knows Shabbos, he knows that Shabbos also, he's tired.
Five or six cents in a night.
The issue that we have when a person writes Shin,
that's a lot of practice, and it's not one.
You wrote Shin and a mem, but the mem is not a mem, so it's not a closed mem. The answer is, an open mem is just as good as a closed mem.
What's it like? What's it like to still go out there? What's it like to do you do it around? What's your show like?
Every day, they're almost the same. There are 3 exceptions. On Monday, on second day, you say that it's same time, the extra men instead of Musakal, Benispa. And on the 6th day, you say Musakal, with the extra good instead of Benispa. So you have an extra men and finally on the 7th day, you take Benispa Kambi, with a men instead of Benispa. So you have men, it spells Mayim, water, that's a thing, so Yusuf Hamayim, and a fire. Which is, the first man is comes from the word different. It's the last man of the word. It's a closed man. How do you spell a word? Mayim, closed man. You see, there's no difference between a closed man and an open. Now, that argues with the brisa, very lengthy brisa, but and the brisa says that it has to be makbid. It says it stops to come. You see Kama when you're ready to pull in the wuzuzi, you have to be complete and not use a mem, or open mem with a closed. So that's the point of it. The other halach in the brisa is that you should not mix up a house with an ayin or any letter that looks similar to the other, like in Gibon with Vav, a Vav with a Nun, a Nun with a Zayin, a Tes with a Hey, or a Kaf, Hey, Tzadik, Nun with their Sofit letters. Use a mental with a Sama, one is rounder, one is square. And if the parsha has to be an open parsha, so close it, close it, open it. If you're doing a song like a Russian or a Zim, looks like bricks, don't do it straight, or vice versa. Do not write a Sifter and don't write even Hashem's name with gold. If you do, you have to bury it off as a wonderful gift.
When I'm on the ranch, that's my farm truck. I love it. Like, it's fun. It feels like you're driving an EV. It feels like you're driving an EV. That's what I feel like sometimes. It just feels like I'm in the future. Like you get floored and just, yeah, it does feel like a UFO. Yeah. Like you put the gas on one day, like you'll floor and you'll fucking, when it stops, it's fucking Thursday right there. It's like it just has like a, I don't know. Yeah, it's a unique experience, you know. Like, have you met him? Have you met Elon before? No, I don't generally enjoy the company of billionaires. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I know billionaires. It's not that they're not good, but I'm saying I don't need to be reminded of my inadequacies. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. What you do for fitness, man? What's your fitness regime? Like, you got a regime each day, or what's that like? The ladies keep me fit, and I'm heavy in sexual relations, and so, oh yeah, that keeps you pretty fit. I got a cold plunge and a jacuzzi and a sauna that I do pretty ritualistic. But I've never been a gym guy. I got 2 torn rotator cuffs, so I daily walk them bitches go on, huh? Yeah. So golf is basically how I stay where I'm trying to be. But I've never been 7 pounds under or over in my life. They don't know I don't. Like I'm like 150. Only time maybe I'll show up. You'll fucking checkmate a scale, baby. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yeah, I like whatever I can do. Swimming out there, you play golf right there. Get out there. Right. So, you know, if you can get 222 without your arms ever going above your head and do it consistently where it always ends up in the fairway and you're hitting, 14, 16, or 18 in the fairway, this is, then you can play the game. Bang it out there, yeah. You can't get them arms. I guess at a certain point, your arms don't need to go that high in the air anyway. I'm trying to think of right. Well, it would certainly give me more yards and a fuller thing. It's just the rotator cuffs don't allow it. So I started golfing with these 80-year-old guys that, like they can barely get out of the car, and they come out there and outdrive you. Every shot is better than you. Like, so they taught me how to play golf under restraint so as to not hurt myself. And how'd you bang them cuffs up? What happened in that? What you mean? How'd you I was in the midst of a push-up contest. No way, you blew them out. Oh man. But I was probably at 200 and I was doing too much. 200 push-ups. Yeah. Tore the cuffs. the water probably more than that dark koi baby you out there. I love the water. Yeah. I pray underwater, like, because, you know, evil can't access you underwater. You know? That's interesting. Is that true? Yeah. And that's why baby or child is an amniotic fluid. Yeah, like water's super powerful, like a living being. I'm sure that soon in the future they will confirm for us that water is a sentient being, and that, you know, man, it's gonna be thinking that. Well, that's why all throughout history there was always God's water, just because it's such a powerful force. Yeah. God's I'm in trouble. I think I'm just not the best swimmer, man. I don't like to swim cap either. You know, I never like putting that cap on. That just was not something that was my vibe, you know. What do you mean by not a good swimmer? I don't like it, man. I don't like being out in there. I'm kind of a land dog. I like being on land. I respect water too much. I think I get too scared, and I just that's it. I get scared. Yeah, you have to have a real respect for it, no matter what. Like on a boat, regardless. I guess it's one of those crazy things that, you know, is beautiful and wonderful and it sustains life, but it has 1,000 ways to kill you. It houses the scariest in the whole world. Yeah, I just get nervous. But what are you like in a jacuzzi? I'm pretty chill, I think. You know, I'm okay in a jacuzzi, but even then, if nobody's around, I just don't know if I trust myself enough not to like. If I'm even driving through a long puddle, I'll look at my watch and make sure everything's all right. You know, I just get. But you had a drowning incident in your past. I think I've just had some probably nervous experiences with it, man. We used to have a neighbor. This guy was probably. He had like one of them big bathtubs they had in their house, and they would make us play Navy or something called yeah, but we didn't know, right? But he would have us playing Navy, and you have more than 6 of those stories, so you can't. We had but he'd have us playing, but it was just like a lot of. As a guy looking at buttholes, so I'm saying. That's fucking wild, baby. Some of these guys were pretty certain. I don't know what they were. You know what they were? We're sure what they were. You just made it through all the gauntlets, like as a participant. Oh yeah, I'll put a juke on a nutsack. You know what I'm saying? You like my $4. We grew up this era, but back then they had this more pedophiles and wildness, I think, back then. People wouldn't, that was all documented, you know. Right. But back then it was just, people was more, you know. I remember we had a guy, they called, one basketball coach had been like kind of tickling the kids a lot, right? And then the other guy called him, he said, hey, you said that so natural. I said that so naturally. Like, that's a thing. Coaches can find themselves. You trying to get that 3-pointer out of your brother. But they had, but they called him and said, hey, this Mr. Sharp, he said, if you keep tickling a kid, you can't coach him. But that was it. There wasn't like a lawsuit or anything. It was just more, you know, stern activity. Don't do it like that. I don't fucking know, man. What were we talking about? Oh, Japanese swimming people. Swimming, man. Yeah, I think I just get too nervous in the water. I know it's so powerful. That's what I'm doing. I know it's way more powerful than I am, man. But it's so funny, because I could see.
Shabbos Daf Sifrei, 2 emails today from Los Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says, Rav Hagoyin Admor, Rabbi Elio Stefansky Shliten explains why he says that a Rebbe who teaches you Torah is more important than a father in some ways, doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life. From a faithful Sebastian Chassid, Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one, from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, social incredible responsibility, etc., etc., day in, day out. You must be living the daf Ashrecha. He says a beautiful Dvar Torah on Ruvan, Nevuv Bahar Saru. And then he says, thank you, I'm an avid listener and a huge fan. May Hashem give you koyach and continue to teach. Ruchnis Gashmias, many years to come, Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya, if a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, let's say an R with an apostrophe, you know what that means? According to Rabbi Yehoshua ben Beseir, you are chayav, that's writing a word. When you are potter, this points out, in Muhammad, even 3 letters, abbreviation, where is the concept of abbreviation of the Torah? Also, Haman is extra, so the Gemara directions Av Haman. I made you a father to all the nations. The Ummahs, I made you the chosen nation. Chavim, the hate is interchangeable with test. You're beloved from all the nations. Melech, you're the king of all nations. Also distinguished. Memon, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Alikecha. Anoichi stands for Onon Nafshi Kosovs Yehovitz. I myself wrote Torah, and I'm giving it to you, Klal Yisrael. Or I'm your name of Tziva Yehiva, or some people read it backwards. Yehiva Tziva, its words are reliable. Bilam's mule, Yora, Aderech L'Neira, it's an abbreviation. Yora, Ross, and Lassa. She saw, she feared, and she veered off the way. When Chaishol brings the carbon Omer, so it's Ukadash. It says in the pasuk Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmele, a full pillow. The barley is bursting, it's moist. Rabbi Melch said about Shimi Ben Gera, what does Niretzis stand for? Noyev, referring to the story of Bathsheba. Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzayach, Soirer, you're a murderer, you're hated. Moyeva, you are disgusting and have an abomination. Yehuda says, I don't know what to say. You found the Gavia Kesef in our sack. I don't know what to say. It's Tadok. Stands for Nechayim, we're upright. Sadiq and Tahir and Dakin, we're clean. Says the Mishnah, if a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's Asr in between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Rabbi says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters. And Yediyah Chatzishir, according to the Chachamim, because the Yediyah, yes, Yediyah Chatzishir, and it does separate. And with that, we reach the parak Haboina. The new parak Ha'ireg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Eliezer, you're chayav for 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on, according to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, it's at the end, in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1 thread. There's a stira contradiction of the Brises. The Bryce says, according to the Lezer, we say in the Mishnah 3, we have to say that one is talking about thick threads, one is talking about thin threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is what. On the one hand, 3 threads, if they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, but it will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, and therefore you need 3, and only then you're chayav. At the edge of the garment is a different shear. Usually it's kissit. It's spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. It's only 3 threads of chesed and 2 of air because it's chashav when it comes to a belt, a tziltzil. The Gemara brings a Bryce that says exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and then the Bryce says exactly like Rabbanan, so it's one up, and there's no bigger writer one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loom that goes up and down, the heddles go up and down. In the center, you have these loops. You put the threads through these loops, and these loops bring the threads up and down. You can pass a shuttle through them. Putting 2 threads through 2 of those loops, you are Rabbi explains, and you have to put a 3rd one on another device. Kirus is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or an apple flower, meaning you take reeds or like a little leaf, this chesed area, the horizontal leaves are held by 2 verticals. The verticals are held by 2 horizontals. That's all you need to be chayav, like when you picture blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you're chayav, but we already had it in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. It's coming to tell us the next halacha, that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayav, which we also had in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? It tells us the following halacha: that if you hear a beggar because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, angry, he is putter. Unless the person breaks tears in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about to rip Kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive, and he would be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that doesn't have to rip Kriya, he's just responsible over it. The person is not a chacham, because he's a chacham. All of Klal Yisrael have to rip Kriya, and on a chacham you have to do chalitza, which is just to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat sudas havra. He's obviously not a kosher person, because any kosher person you have to rip Kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama at the parting of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of relationship, you have to rip Kriya. Just like you rip Kriya when you see a sacred Torah burning, every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs, and you have to rip Kriya. The shear for white wool and untangling it and dyeing it and weaving it is double a sip. But if you are irate, it's only the size of one sip. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beged, you kriya out of anger, you're potter. As it goes according to the Shema that says, in other words, you prefer not to have the situation, it's just a solution to the situation, it's not a constructive, positive malacha, and you are a potter. The President says your chayiv goes according to Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get daddy angry, he hears things. But to calm your yetzer, that would be usher, because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually will do have a desire, says the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda says that Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Rebecca used to break different kelim that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher. And Reb Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson, and to say, this is what happens when you get me mad. If you cry over a kosher person that was after, Baruch counts the tears and stores them away in his face. Rav says, if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy of being buried alive. The Rebbe says you won't have longevity, mida connected mida. Even though by Yeshua's hesped, they weren't put up for 30 days. Those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life for the short years that they lived. When it says Laman Yubi Meichem, bracha, since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
It's so surprising, man. I had a friend I was talking to, and he said, I got a Jeep Cherokee out here, so I'm going to go get it in case the winds change it. And I said, I think it's going to be okay.
Today's email comes out from David Cameron and Rice. I can't begin to tell you how much I enjoy learning otherwise, humor is always fun. It's like a weight. When it comes to humor is always pleasant, even when you are criticized. It goes like the size. Yes, my feel for it. Because when I say jokingly, so we bought the refrigerator for our baby sent me in and so because the initial $500 into the ice maker. This is exactly the constitute of the horror on its stroke. Initially, I brushed it off saying that this is the Medina, this is a stroke, this is a product made in China, that is charged of packaging in a stroke. But I thought about it and said, you might have a good point. If somebody might be thinking differently about making a lot of stroke because of this kind of thing, then it might constitute working harder on its stroke. I'm telling you this because I love you and know that you do not want to sin, especially in David Cameron. Double today's dot. The Reverend says, if one of the brothers is Nifter, all the brothers is concerned if one of the brothers is Nifter, the entire correct. And the more qualified he says, he's referring to the smallest of the Kabura or the greatest of Kabura, but no, it's not the regular guy in Kabura. The Babos is a big thing. When the Mishnah says, Shalom is hard to Purim, any destructive malacha that you do, for instance, you knock down a house, you are cultivating, being destructive, and it's obviously you have to be positive, you have to make a positive effect. That doesn't refer to single office. Quite the another. Causing injury and creating a fire are not included. You have to heard it and says things like that do not signal intent to put that outside. There's no mission that says like you heard something similar that is because of a positive outcome at the end. For instance, you caused injury to an animal, you draw blood, and pick up blood and put it to a dog. Or you made a fire because you want to ask that to them. What about our mission? Our mission is not like the rebel. Our mission is to follow the cosmic truth with no exceptions. This is where perhaps our mission goes to review. Review the whole halacha in the street called the Gita. As long as there's a positive outcome at the end, you're high. And the Brisa that says that there are two, or the Rabbi says that there are two that are not included, it goes according to the calendar. All of the calculus according to Judah, no matter what, every calculus, every destructive act is potter because there's no positive effect at the end. Because the positive effect at the end, like most things you do, and you are high. The truth says, even when there's a positive effect at the end, it's considered and you are potter. Besides those two levels of Chayla and Nadir, specifically, the drush that you are high. What is the drush for you? It says that you're allowed to perform a B'Shvil on Shabbos, even though it's Chayla causing injury, that is to say that in general, it was also only in specific case of Mila, it's nothing. And when the Torah says you should not kill a Bas Chayim who is Mizana with hot lead, which is Sreifa, which is Nadir, the Torah is saying you're not allowed to kill a fire on Shabbos. Judah says, the reason why the Torah was massive, because it is positive, where now this young boy became Jewish, it's positive. Nevertheless, the Torah says, typically in a positive, that's the law, that's absolutely the law. In this case, you like to do a meal, and the same thing, basketball. What is the sheer of whitening wool and upholding wool and stigma? Two kinds of sick, from two to six. There is that much simpler way to measure, and it's the same thing. You only double this. One of these equals two of these. Says the Mishnah, according to everybody, you want to catch a drug, swallow, or a sparrow, very difficult business. Therefore, the only time it constitutes save the traffic is if you get it into a small fire. If it's a larger bird, according to Chachamim, even if it's in a big bird, meaning an enclosed area, if it has a roof, that's considered trapping. If it doesn't have a roof, it's not trapping. When it comes to a deer, review this says only time it's considered trapping. Get it into a small house. According to Chachamim, even into a big bird enclosed area, part of it is a male and qualified. It says it's only the kata, where you have a caption, not a bigger brother. The Mishnah in such a place that says, discussing what malach is allowed to do on Yom Tov, and malach is not allowed to do malach before Yom Tov. Therefore, you can capture a fish before Yom Tov and keep it in water over Yom Tov and kill it on Yom Tov. You don't need to do so on Yom Tov itself. Therefore, the passer is trapped. And it doesn't trap it to the other, and therefore you're not allowed to feed animals that are muktzah. When it comes to a deer, if it's already trapped inside a paper, inside an enclosure, it's not muktzah, and therefore you're allowed to feed. So the word says, this is talking about a very small enclosure, and that's why you're right trapped. A large enclosure, you're not allowed. What constitutes a small enclosure? You tell me the Gemara. Either you can grab the animal in one shot, or since the time the Gemara, the walls are all made the same height. If it has a shadow on the other wall, that's considered superior, or it doesn't have any corner for the animal to run away from. A sleeping deer, or a blind deer, or a deer that has fever. If it's going to run away, all these can run away, and therefore trap it's considered safe on the house. If it's an older deer or a handicapped deer, then you are covered with something right, and if it's a sick but a petite is also considered a trap and you're not tight. Grasshoppers, hornets, and mosquitoes put the layer, stabbing them to a tire, but upon him with his head. It's typically something that's trapped for positive benefit, then it's also trapping against the dirt to get it away from you, then everybody in Israel, you are fucked.
but you're also
Grasshoppers were born in the leaves. They can't see, therefore you're not tired to just keep going up and going. It's very hot and it's slightly lethargic. You are still tired. If it's coming to you, grasshoppers in Hawaii, then you are good at the hot and smoke. Says the Mishnah. If a deer goes into a house and a single person closes the door, that person is tired for Teva. If two people close the door simultaneously, they are both covered in Rothschild soup. If the door is so heavy that it requires two people, then they are both tired, and the Chibit says they are fucked. Capture a lion just by grabbing onto it is nothing else than run away. You have to put it into a special designed bag to capture the lion. Send them if Reuben sits by the door, but the door is wide enough that the deer to run away, Reuben is not tired. Shimon comes along, sits in the other part of the door. Shimon is tired, Reuben is not tired. What happens if Reuben sits down and then tired the deer cannot get away? Punch Shimon and keeps him comfortable. He gives a second layer of protection. So when he's not tired, Reuben is tired. What happens if Reuben gets up and walks away? Shimon is stuck with the beam, a rag. This is also a person is tied here with a rope next to his door, indoors. The deer is trapped, he's tired. Is he allowed to close the front door? Obviously, he closes the front door. What happens if the deer undoes the rope? And now he's speeding up. Does the person that closed the door have to reopen the door? No, that happened a while ago. And the same thing here. Shimon sat down with one time to sit down. They're going to have to get out once Reuben walks away. A wonderful day.
And then you just gotta figure this thing out. Like, yeah. Oh, you gotta hear a little part of it on the cover. But yeah, I don't know if I'd go with it. Yeah, I would like to. Especially if I got to bring a friend, I would definitely do it.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Zayin, today's email comes to us from Alvin Yosef Murray. Thanks for all the great tuning you write. I haven't missed any shiurim. My wife and I converted to Orthodox Judaism 7 years ago. I have an apartment in my last room in Columbus, Ohio, and his wife wrote a book about the Pretty Paul from Roosevelt to Rashi. The former Ohio State football player, and he played in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles and in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional staff family in the world. Keep up the great job that you and your team are doing. Thanks, Alvin Yosef Murray. And now on to today's down. In all these episodes, when it says Potter, it means Potter Abel Usser, Usser the Rabban. Besides, there are 3 exceptions to the rule, and one of them is what we had yesterday in the Mishnah. That is, the person sat down by a door and he trapped, and his friend came and sat by him and created a second layer. His friend had to accomplish anything. He's not tight. Even if Reuben stands up and walks away, Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. He's not tight. The Mishnah said a doorknob, let's say, inside the house, he's allowed to close the front door. What if the deer becomes untied to the door? He doesn't have to open up the front door. It's already closed. He wasn't over. So Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. The second case is Matis Musa, removing fluids from a boil, topping the zip. If the intent is just to take out the fluids, it's mutter l'chakila because of the tzar, unless the person has intent to create an opening to take out the fluids and place the oxygen inside. That would be awesome. Just like we said, you lift up a muktzah needle to take out a thorn. The third thing is to capture a non-poisonous snake, that it shouldn't bite people, it shouldn't bother people. Same way, you're allowed to take some sort of flea and put it over a flame so that it doesn't burn down the house, to cover waste of a child, or to cover scorpion. But if you do it to trap the scorpion for medicinal purposes, that is also, and with that we finish Perek Ba'or. Found Perek is called Shmoinish Rotzim, the 8 Rotzim that emit Tumah after they're dead, as you see in the picture. These are considered, according to Rashi, Yevina Nitzai. People like to trap these animals because they have value, whether for their skin or other medicinal purposes. Therefore, if you trap them, you are tired. And if you lose them, you are tired. Now, what are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be tired of losing, you have to create blood, not that it comes out because it came out, that would be shoifet, between the flesh and the skin. So it has to have a thicker skin. When it comes to tumah of the Shmoinish Rotzim, which is big machloek, is under Rebbe and Uri, the skin of a sheret is not included in the tumah because it's so thick. Therefore, all these 8 Rotzim have Kabbalah and Shabbos as well. According to Chachamim, only 4 out of these shvatim have Truma, and those are the 4 on the left side because their skin is. Now, according to Rabbi and Shmuel, there's machlokes between Rabbi and Muri and Chachamim in Shabbos. According to Rabbi and Muri, all 8 shvatim. For Chachamim, according to Chachamim, only 4, the 4 in the red. According to Rabbi according to Rabbi and Rav Ada, it's only in Tumah I would say the distinction between the 4. Because the pasuk says, "Eva Hatmei Hey," these are the ones that the pasuk is closer. The 4 that are closer to these words are the ones that are coming. But when it comes to Shabbos, just like we do in the Murray, all 8 is the Isser Kabbalah. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. You can feel it. It goes by Argasha. So therefore, the lizard is similar to the Chayil and this Kabura. How do we know this concept of the Kabura has to be something that never goes back to its original? We learn from the Pasuk, just like a pussy, the skin never changes color. The word number the Gemara learned is not referring to left, rather the word Mura back. The Lezer learns from the Elam in the Mishnah, just like Elam. There was an Atilas the Shaman, you killed it. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to. It could be the largest animal, like an elephant, camel, to the smallest animal, allows your over if you kill it. I'm saying no. Elam are part of the Rabbi, reproduce. But rice, which is according to the Gemara, at least halachically they don't reproduce, and therefore they're not in this halacha. You're allowed to kill them, and the fact that there's a louse that the Gemara says that we're looking at basic human, the eggs of the Gemara says we're going to have to say human in the name of a certain species of life that are called basic human, not referring to the egg of the left. A flea, little fly, according to Lezer, you're chayav and say that because he holds, even if ain't giving you you don't typically trap a fly for a productive reason, you're still chayav. According to Rabbanon, if you are punished. Of course, killing the flies, you'll be over. All other shvatim, besides one shvatim, like a worm, a snake, a scorpion, they don't have thick skin, and therefore there's no Kabbalah because the blood is not touching the flesh and the skin. Typically, Rashi says, there's no use for their skin, people don't trap them, and therefore it depends whether there's a use for the trapping or there's no use. Tosfos just doesn't understand Rashi, and in a very rare instance, Rabbi Tom says you have to erase Rashi completely. And the Gemara says this goes according to the sheet of the tree. That Malacha can speak with Lufa. Okay? Since there's no positive, constructive act in this Malacha, there's a fucker, something on this other halacha, Makasmusa, removing through a it's not a constructive law. Some trapping a snake, there's no constructive. You don't want to trap a snake, you just don't want it to bother you. Shmuel says, if you take a fish out of water, if there's a size of a cellar that becomes dry under the skin, that constitutes killing it. Even if you see that it's alive, you throw it back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Therefore, you're over, you kill it. And they explain it means even not only if it's dry, but even if it has some sort of mucousy liquid attached to it when you touch it, that's also considered killing it. And wonderful.
If you have animals, you know that a relationship doesn't do good if just control it, just sit and stay. There needs to be connection fostered and treats.
Shabbos up success. Today's email comes to us from the legend Tesla, or Rabbi. He said his wife was inspired by the concept of about the staff. About the learning, and she started a WhatsApp group that saved over 340 women. She says, Hannah, looking for the second day, and yesterday she made a single sacred creation. And she plans on holding this quote, it's not about the staff, it's about the journey. You should have a tremendous amount of tzlachah. You should see thousands and thousands of readers who spread prayer to all parties. Jumping into today's gospel, the halacha is that there are certain items that attach from your either on the place of separating, detaching something from its natural growth.
like a role model maybe or do you think you got some of your own
Partly
influences from
to
you that goes
miscarry
from
a
being
live
like
animal into
actually
us
humans in their world, or do you feel like you had kind of like
or a
divine
mushroom from
thoughts
a
that came
tail,
into your head, or
detaching
guidance,
themselves.
like,
On the
or
flip
did that
side,
kind of stuff
if you
affect
detach
you
a
like
fruit
when you
from
were
its
younger?
tree
Do you
that's
feel like
grown in an unperforated pot having
I got it all
it's
from
look
books?
why or fuck it. The reason is because that's not its natural growth, and the other things that's the natural. Rabbi says you gotta write to it on the high skin of a bird.
If it's not pot, I can smoke it.
The big condition is even though that's small holes from the feathers, it's still looker. As long as the heat goes smoothly over those holes and doesn't go into a bump, the hide of a bird, as we said yesterday, is still considered hide, specific skin. So now that it's called the green side, nevertheless, Allah is that you take the hide of the oilas, the bird oilah, and you put it on his back. Whereas a regular oilah, you don't put the skin on his back, and the reason is the person specifically do so. What about writing on the hide of a fish? One thing that the Rabbi tells us whether or not it has a suama points to the Rabbi, tells us it has some sort of looking stench. But nevertheless, it's definitely considered this hide of a fish. Separate from the fish, it's not the Kama, and if you ate on the pizza and the pizza, that you're in a room with that person and there's objects behind that skin, this can protect it from what helps with the satisfaction, moving kind of, we're walking on the base of the face, and you notice that the water is coming up, and it's this small, this is the size, tremendous bubbles coming to my skull, and it's not feeling it. In fact, as the water came up, created a pizza around him when he was deleting. Small, this kind of great stuff, this person really, kind of met Rob, famous Rob, the Rothschild, and he gave him a hair, started testing him. It wasn't right. Asking him, why do you have to write children on a kosher animal? And he tells him it's a kosher pasuk. A mukabafita to be something that's allowed people to not kids. Maybe that's a thing. Then I'm looking at the coming letter. I mean, no time to do it. Mine are doing that. Why is Zero you can see that the same size as the picture. It says it's the cover of her like a one of them was 7'7", is bigger than all the trees. And the word of Rothschild is preferable to learn to tell the word or life. Another time the verse that they're on is that for oil zucker, and a place that you tell whether it's a zucker or not. Rabbi like this is kind of have a horn, parrot, grow out of your eyes, more bumpy around the bird, it's not the case. It's a fear has the house of like fish and farm bread or God's stomach. One was she was a big doctor who wanted the stomach to go inside out and he in the bathroom in order to clean out his stomach. God was very perfect. He didn't realize he treated for an ailment and he cursed more than he was him and his son. The different Gemara says that when God realized that he was trying to help him, he gave him tremendous honor to that man. Dylan had to be on the height of a kosher animal, but not only a kosher animal. He could be on a kosher animal that died from natural causes or disgrace, but on a non-kosher animal, us the right to kill it. The question is, why? Because that's the look at the something that you but a dead animal is not kosher. It died on its own. It's not much of the muscle. You have to be one person, two more parts of the here, Lord, we kill this animal, the right on it. So why can't you? Because that person, now let it eat. Another. The Allah of the Sinai, it says that the person is killing a rat, a deer, a kosher animal, they kill boxes, sold it, seeds, and so on. You gotta make a small amount of salt water in order to make that sweet bread so that now let me write it out because that looks like my other mechanic Reza said you can't make a large amount just a small amount. Therefore, you make this concoction of salt water, salt, and oil. Make sure the oil and the first ingredients not only because the water and the salt is right
gets very strong.
It's amazing.
That's all. Also, you can make strong salt water, which means that you put salt water with extra salt on it. People use that for cooking. According to everybody, not a lot of salt. Even those who help you from doing it, when they realize that it's strong, they pile up many radishes of salt and they realize it's looking for salt radishes and then it's also shot.
Was that a tough
Yeah,
step?
because
Like, take
once you
that.
leave a Hadiva, it's a cooking for
Okay, we can get this and we can do this. It's all great because I know he has like in Atlanta, he has an amazing space. He may have many spaces now. This was 3 years ago. There was no space on the train.
Certainly a piece of wood, not
Better now for assistance. Like, we can just, I just need to be able to
even a person.
have a home.
Why is it comes to us to show us that the Dead Sea has medicinal properties? Nevertheless, you gotta watch yourself with that.
Could be made without
Now, what
any of
about
the shenanigans
that water in your eyes and ears? Obvious that you are doing so. You are doing the right also. Because the word says that putting the eyes is also
if it's
on
good,
the eye.
we're going to make it. And so,
You take a piece of bread and something you want to put it on your eye.
even though it might
However,
have
saliva
appeared
is
from
a fasting
interviews
person that has
made
different
that
properties in it.
this guy
It's also put
just
even on top of the eye.
tearing people apart, really.
Word says the major Allah is
We're
not
trying to
not real
create
well for
something
faith.
where we can provide a
And
platform
some people
for
are trying. So
a lot
people
of
trying because many ramifications, besides invention, and so people etc.
So
We
it'd
are
be a
thinking
place where
to put on
you
your
can
eye.
make other people's
Also,
countries
if
come
you
true.
realize
Like
that
with
book,
film
like
television, that's
Islamic
perfect, right?
act,
Where you can
that
just
book like some of the
basically
Sahari mistakes,
have a
others that have looked
great
at it. First of all, some you
script
don't be mistakes. You
and
should know,
great
look better idea.
cast
Wash your eyes out with cold water. Wash your hands and feet with hot water and cool, and that works a lot better than Sahari. It's wonderful.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, I like that. I like that. Doing things yourself. Yeah, because they'll let the comedy industry be allowed. You know what I mean? And nobody in the fan base ever said, hey, we don't want any more funny movies. Nobody said that.
Time's up for best. Today's email comes
None of
out
the
from Rabbi,
fans
not
ever
from
were
some
like,
offering
hey,
record.
we're tired of
Email they'll send you
laughing
not
and
from the
booing.
website.
Yeah,
It's
boo
hard
to
to
the
dispute
cop.
because
No one
not
ever
so many
said
people on
that.
WhatsApp.
They just decided, you know, we make more money.
I just want to point out
And
also
the
just
superhero
as she inspired from what is happening here in Egypt to come up
let's
with
just
their
do
own
all
way
that
of being a
stuff.
sacrifice.
You know
So
what I mean?
every
And
person
so
here
you
can
don't
and
just
should be
take
the same
for
to find their own way to prepare
somebody in the
any
comedy
way
sphere
possible
to
to
start
serve.
doing this.
Next one's from Mayor Cohen from James J. Property in Baltimore. I just want to say thank you for having so much
You
fun.
already have projects
Internet
kind of on
and
tap.
last cycle was the first time I took a
Yeah,
shot.
honestly.
So this time, Shema Givaldi, Mavital, so this time around, I wanted to add something to my learning and working in perfect. Thank you, Mayor Cohen.
It's a great location.
That is when you have to wash your hands sometimes with hands. You don't, it's extremely dangerous touching anybody's part. Touch your eyes, plus blindness, deafness, mouth and nose, bad smell, blood letting wound, dangerous, touching the wrist, that just doesn't count with Perry. Touching the other guy, don't that is going touching the stomach, turning and touching a barrel. To count for anything
That's exciting.
beer, acting.
Have you kind of your hand on most of your projects? Kind of.
As it wants, and very much to wash your hands.
That's kind of.
Reverse only damage, put something on your eyes for hook, it's like a mascara,
It's kind of
and
not
it reverses
necessary
damage, it
for
stops
how
tears, and it increases growth of the eyelid.
for how it's
Eyelid,
set up. It's set
for
up.
anger, doesn't work on time. It makes
Grocery
it
store is
line
set up.
that doesn't
So
really
my
work.
job is
It
just to
will
make
well
sure that
fix
all
it.
that we sell
Doesn't
in
work.
this
And this
grocery
is
store
in Shabbos.
belongs in
Besides
this
the variety
grocery
Paul,
store.
that's right. She was also blind. Says that rocket plants do work and it was also in Shabbos. Tasting a roast, a warm roast. Is a mother eating eggs on Shabbos. Looks like you're about to do something that's awesome. The Lord says this to his wife, into the roast, or Abraham. But this is one point that at that point they were actually married. And he says, but you're ready to eat would be tasty. But I did on Shabbos, the Lord says, why do you eat it? Because doesn't it come just like pouring clear wine through a strainer on top of the mother? Because it's not concentrated, it's so facing the roast.
also can be
edible
under, but
without the basting.
see, they can.
Anything
It's
made
gotta
it
be
look.
professional. Yeah,
Somebody
it cannot
into their
look
head
cheap.
or foot and has swelling,
Regardless,
swelling
which
with
means
one
they can't
completely
move.
work.
You know, and
So
that
good
goes to
therapy
the
is also
equipment and to
that
the
does
lighting,
work.
and that's why you
And then the
love
fight for people that your body
hundreds of acres of
spoils
space to be
and the
able
wine
to
does work. If you also
have
that
all
use, or it says that on top of the hand, and on top of the foot, that's already a saffron. And you're right using the vinegar, as Rabbi was stepped on by a donkey, and he used vinegar, some say he used wine. I'm not going to tell him what he's doing. You're a Machonah, you're a spoiled person, and it's saffron just like having an internal will. Any body of water, a lake, an ocean, is looked at the bathing on Shabbos. A lake,
just saying, you're gonna make sure that it continues.
and this is number one. The water is really bad. And people typically don't bathe because they're only for the food. So obviously, when you get another thing, that the Jews there, they're sending them out. You don't have to keep them together. It's always what they're letting them go into the sea or into flax water. They're there for a few moments.
This episode's coming at you courtesy of
Yamagogo has two parts of it. It has the bad water and the good water. In the bad water,
just
doesn't have
about
time.
keeping your
Because
nosy
in
neighbor
the parts,
dog
you let it go in.
from
You
breaking in
have
while you eat
you
your
have
cereal
not just things on
shirtless.
your head.
Nah, man, the right window treatments can actually save you some cheddar on those energy bills. That's right,
And you eat it,
less sweat, more cash
or
in your pocket.
Brown says
But here's the
that
rub.
lavender,
Getting them the old-fashioned way? What a
any
nightmare.
normal food,
Some dude just shows up at your house with a 5-year-old
one
truck,
from
throwing
12,
out foods that sound like he's trying to fund his kid's private school. It's like,
make that go. The water articles will have more tomorrow,
Blind.com
and the wine that has fruits in it
no
is
weird
very
home visits from
much
pushy
stuff.
salespeopeople.
It's very
Instead, they
sharp.
got these
People don't
virtual
unless for
consultations
sure they were supposed to
with
drink.
design experts who
You're a
can help
healthy person,
anytime,
drink it. If you're
anywhere.
thirsty, then it's
So here's the
look
deal.
at
Head over to
so anoint yourself with oil that has
Wines.com
root.
right now to unlock an exclusive discount.
It's mutter.
That's right.
When the Torah
They're
says
hooking up
Asa,
our
God
listeners
says it
with
matters.
$50
Ula
off
says
purchases
it's
of
white to say.
$500
Rabbi says
with
it's
code
shimshon, known as
at checkout.
majora.
Don't
And it
sleep
makes
on
sense
this deal.
that it's
Limited
majora
time offer rules
because
and
it has
restrictions
three stems,
apply.
and each stem has
You know that
three
through
leaves. And that fits
Blinds.com,
right
maybe
in
they're changing
what
the
you want
window
to describe.
game. One
They
shade
them, people
at a
because
time.
it has a personal worth.
You know that
It
Valentine's Day is closing in quicker than a
It comes
got
from
some
eating
discount
flour
candy
that's
canes after
over
Christmas.
40 days old.
Let's be
In
we've all
royal,
been
it's known
there,
as
rocking
the
a 5
Ezo,
o'clock
rather
shadow
than
at
people
noon,
drink it
looking like
the
we're auditioning to be that
here
scruffy